there he is, and Shoko's found one, Guto into another, but look at that, suddenly out of nowhere, it's 4 kills to BDS in the space of about 3 seconds, and get the round over the line.
What beautiful from BDS.
Another team kill? Well, now rounding out towards red, 11 HP to his name, but finds his man, falls with a quad in the round. He's got to hold on, J9, no! He's not gonna get it! Joystick finding all of the final 4, and Virtus Pro bring the square of 5 apiece.
Looking to get in towards backstore, and Ampy's just walked straight on in for them. Their time here is surely done. Indeed it is. Not gonna have a lot of help in sticking this plant. Can Coda find a way to get involved? Thanks pushing forward. This would be for the ace clutch. There's 4, there's 5, there's Nave! The bandit from Yunsang, who's well far away lower than Kobe actually finds the kill onto JLT. This clear has been so unsuccessful. Kobe, easy double. Let it out.
And this isn't a therapy session.
It is the 3rd day of Phase 2 of the Montreal Major. Yesterday we sent 2 teams home, and we can see the disappointment on the faces of G2 as they were sent home together with D+, eliminating their chances of making it to SI on points. And W7M made it to the playoffs as the first team. They've actually qualified to SI on those points with that victory yesterday. Now we saw FaZe qualify as well. 2 Brazilian teams. I don't think that is a big surprise to see them both go into those playoffs directly. My name is Ed. I'll be your host on today's show. And we do get to send 3 more teams to those playoffs and 3 more teams to the airport. We're going to look at our schedule as well. This is what we have seen so far at the Major whilst we were here. Our play-ins have finished. Our teams have made it through. We are halfway through our playoffs now as well. And like we said, these teams are playing for the finals. They want to play on that live audience, on that main stage as well. And this is what we have ready for you today. As you can see, we are halfway through our Swiss bracket, and the highlighted games will be on for today. 3 more qualification games, 3 more elimination games. And this is what it's looking like on the 2 streams that we are still operating with. On the A stream, we finally get to send some teams to the live finals. We'll end our day on the A stream with an elimination game as well. The B stream is doing this the other way around. They start with 2 elimination games and they end their day on a high with that qualification game. Now on the A stream, we have a game between Chiefs as the very first one. And when we spoke to Quiz earlier, he told us about when he retired, he was working in the mine. Now we thought that was very interesting, so we had a chat with him to talk about how that was.
And excuse me, I'm from Northern Europe, so I don't know that much about mines. I just have to ask that one more question. Are you actually like down in a mine doing this work?
Yeah, I thought you were going to ask this. So there's overhead mines, like on land mines, and there's underground mines. I was overhead, so I was working like in the tanks, but on land. I wasn't underground. But yeah, there is underground mines that like they drive you down, or like I don't really know how they get. Like I think it's the same thing. Like they just drive you down like on these other vehicles, like these buses and stuff. And then, yeah, you can work underground. But that's just like a lot of like, it's a lot more riskier because like there's actually like TNT they be putting down there and stuff like that. They blow the walls and shit, so it's pretty cool. But no, I don't want to be down there just in case.
And then one more final mine question. Like sitting now, I know that like when you're in a match, you're totally focused on the match.
Yeah.
But if I just, take you into the player booth right now, you're sitting there playing a computer game, like, can you tell me about how stark the difference is between, you're actually working 12-hour shifts in a mine, now you're earning money by playing computer?
Yeah, it's like, I actually spoke to my mom about this. It's funny that you're asking. It's like, it's kind of funny because you never think when you're playing these games that like you can make money for it. But then like, it's once you start to meet pro players or meet like people that, are now my friends, they're like, I know they're making money. I'm like, man, I want to make money. Like, this is free. Like, I just play a game and I'm earning money for it. That's fucking awesome. Sorry for swearing, I keep doing that, but yeah. That's just how it is. It's like you see them making money, like why can't I make money? So it's pretty awesome. But it's definitely not mine's money. But you don't have to do anything. You're just playing a game. So it's pretty cool.
Sometimes how we forget that our players do other things in life as well than just playing video games and where they came from. As you can see, all good vibes over on the A stream, a bit of a hurdle before their qualification game, but over on the B stream, things are about to get dire. We have elimination games. We have a check-in with our casters on the B stream as well. We'll pull them in. Stokes and Lynx, guys, good morning. How are we feeling?
I'm doing I was about to say, I'm doing okay personally. I mean, I'm thinking about what we might see. Black Dragons, of course, have had a very strong run through the LCQ and up until this point. And to be fair, both teams had very close games yesterday. Black Dragons, 7-5 loss to BDS. Scarz, a painful 8-7 loss with a 1v1 in round 15. And both find themselves in an elimination spot. Just a couple more rounds, and neither are in this position yesterday. And yet, here we are.
Yeah, it's a pretty wild set of circumstances, especially for Scarz. I mean, usually when we end up seeing them come to an event, we kind of expect them to kind of go out in groups. I know it's terrible to say, but that's the thing. That's been their history so far. But at this event, it seemed that they've hit their stride, especially against this, upper echelon of talent. I think this might be another chapter inside of that book here today and up against Black Dragons.
Yeah, like you said, Black Dragons and Scarz is the first game you guys are doing on the B stream. Afterwards, you're doing Elevate versus Sonics. Are you looking forward to sending an NA team home?
And could you repeat that? I could not hear you. I'm sorry.
You can just act as if you didn't hear me. There was a hurdle going on, but I know that I'm sure you heard what we were saying. Are you looking forward to see an NA team go home?
All right. Whoa. Okay. Whoa.
Yeah,
Whoa.
that was a little
Yeah.
charged.
Hold on. Actually,
that was a little charged.
Why would I want to hear that? No. I preferred when it was dead silence in my ear than you saying that distasteful, rude, and downright. I'm not even gonna say it. Not even gonna say it.
Abhorrent. It was abhorrent.
I will say this, okay? We have 3 NA teams in the 1-2 section of the bracket. Guys, we need to pick it up. We need to pick it up, absolutely. I understand we have a rough time. We maybe are a little too reliant on shields in some cases. We gotta figure it out, but all I'm saying, NA team guaranteed in the 2-2 spot based on that DZ-SSG game. So somebody's making it.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that later on over on the A stream as well. Thank you, guys. I won't be messing with you any further. Wishing you best of luck for your game on the B stream. Well,
Kidding me? Like, aren't you excited for an NA team to go home? Are you excited for an NA team? I can't believe that. Like, I just want to... It's angered me. It's angered me, everybody. We're in a weak moment right now, okay? We're in a low moment. 3 NA teams in the 1-2 spot. Our 4th team already gone. And it just, the knife just twisting it a little bit more.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. She does not want that wound to heal, man.
She doesn't.
Yeah, no. She wants it to fester instead. These Europeans, man, they're evil. They're evil, chat. Just remember that. And that's the key thing here. Not only is, I won't say that NA has been playing exactly up to the caliber of player that I wanted.
We're not ridiculous. We're not completely biased,
right,
okay?
Right. But what I will say is that we do have a whole swath of talent, and there's still a whole bunch of talent on these teams that are in this lower portion of the bracket. I think we have some potential. The only issue is right now, Carter, is that in typical North American esports fashion, we've screwed it up so hard at the beginning that we now have to knock ourselves out of the tournament.
See,
isn't that fun? Isn't that great?
I view it a little bit differently because really we have such a high ceiling that they have to rig things in their favor to make sure that we knock one of our own out, because otherwise, see, we take a little bit to get into the tournament, we take a little bit to get warmed up. Often, minor setback, major comeback kind of thing. I think we can pull it off. I think we can pull it off.
Yeah, and also, I mean, if we really round this back to the original, setting here, who was the person that did the draws? Oh, wait, it was Jesse. So it's all Jesse's fault. I love it when we figure stuff out like this. Fantastic. Mr. Chick, you are NA's downfall. Isn't that grand? Isn't that wonderful?
I'm putting the pieces together now. I think we found the double agent. I think you and I have a lot of business to take care of after this broadcast. But we don't have either NA teams, any NA teams for that matter, in our first matchup of the game. We'll be in our second Sonics versus Elevate. But our first one is Black Dragons versus Scarz. As you mentioned, Sam, after Copenhagen, where they did have that insane quarterfinal appearance, it has been pretty much 0-3, 1-2 in the groups, even not making it very far at SI.
Yeah, it's kind of an expectation now, right? Which isn't great, but obviously we always want teams to improve. So, and they're doing that here at this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. They had that big shock victory, 7-4 over G2, which obviously G2 being eliminated yesterday, one of our first 2 teams to be eliminated in the Swiss portion of the tournament. And say what you will, G2 going out 0-3, what does that mean for them, their strength overall? You still had to beat Alamau, you had to beat Doki, you had to beat a lot of really good players on that team, even if they're not necessarily gelling in all the right ways. So I think it's still very good for Scarz overall.
Yeah, no, I would definitely agree. I think Scarz definitely were playing up against somewhat of a lesser G2, but that's not to take any credit away from Scarz at all. They still had to overperform from what we're used to seeing out of this roster. And let's get the stats up for you guys, because they've been playing a heck of a game repetitively here, and that's shown inside of the EPS. A nice average across the board, and let alone that fact, but just some very bombastic rounds out of Scarz. I especially love their pacing inside of the early round, Carter. This is one of those teams that really likes to get in your face, really likes to fight, and they don't really care who their opponent is. As soon as they are, in the proper position and they feel as though they can take a portion of the map, they're going to go for it, and you're going to have to fight like hell to try and stop them from taking anything that they're really seeing fit.
And the two players that I think epitomize that are Rek and Nino. When Scarz were playing in 2023, they really relied a lot on Rek to actually get a lot of those big important kills and to make a lot of those moments. But after a team called Northeption, if you're not familiar, kind of blew up and broke apart, all the pieces scattering to the wind, various Japanese teams picked one up to try to bolster and upgrade their roster. Nina was the player that they brought in to try and give Rek some support, and as you can see, he's very much doing that. Two of the best performing players on Scarz, two of the best performing players in their game against Secret yesterday, and keep in mind, a 1v1 on round 15 yesterday was the difference between Scarz not even being in this matchup and being in the game we are about to see. So, sure, you might not have low expectations for these teams, but they are showing they can compete, even if it is the slight differences that are getting them in the end. Black Dragons are our team on the other side. Another equally close game. Well, I suppose not exactly equally. All 12 rounds instead of max OT yesterday. But Black Dragons, after that insane LCQ run, Sam, I think have been struggling to capture some of that same energy.
Yeah, you could change the Black Dragons moniker over to Ugly Duckling, because that's really what they've been for Brazil, right? They've been constantly just the bottom rung trying to figure things out with this team, and I think they definitely had a great LCQ run. In fact, I think the best Siege we've seen them play in the last month, Carter, you and I got to cast in the LCQ up against Furia. We haven't got to see them hit those huge heights here at this event yet, but this could be the kindling right here. This could be the fire starter up against Scarz. I mean, Scarz plays a very gun-centric style of Rainbow Six Siege. Black Dragons is about that, folks. We guarantee you, especially from what we saw inside of the LCQ. So if Black Dragons can find their confidence here today, and they can find their coordination, especially, reinforcing their feelings and, just how things go with this team, especially centralized around Ask and his IGL ability, I think that they definitely have something that can shoot to greater heights than going out here up against Scarz. But hey, that's why we play the games at the end of the day. Something's got to give, and maybe this time around it's Black Dragons.
I think that just the unfortunate trend we are seeing reappear is that Hornet and Ask maintaining that consistent top-level performance, but the rookies, similar to the main stage, slowly starting to fall off. Ironically, though, I will say, Nux has actually had a couple maps right now in Phase 2 of some pretty decent performances. Now, I'm not saying he's dropping 15 and 4, but still, for a player that has really struggled to have an impact, he is having a little bit better performance despite what the stats say.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy as well. I mean, he's had some good games. I'll definitely agree with you on that, but just to really get into the nitty-gritty of why we're talking about this guy so much here, folks, because I know we've been talking about him for Black Dragons practically this entire tournament. Across the last couple of months, I mean, we've got 29 maps on record for them going back to like September 1st, and that accounts for 300 rounds of Siege, by the way, which is just absolutely ludicrous already. Florio, -20 on his KD spread, and you're like, oh, that's not too great. Nux is -70, Carter. He's -70 on his KD spread, and he's -12 on his entries, and this guy is playing the majority of the shields for Black Dragons. This just shows you a big gap in what is happening right now with this team, especially given the circumstances of the meta.
Yeah, not just the shields, of course, also a lot of important execute operators overall, and sure, on the defense, you might be able to still have an impact, but with how difficult attacking can be and how many important tools the lineups often need to have now, it's not like the old days where you just needed a certain level of explosives and flashbangs and you'd be fine. You kind of need a lot of that primary utility, and to lose it is a bit rough. We have the map vetoes coming up, of course. Where will both teams be going?
Where are we going?
Our first map will be Kafe. Okay. I believe that is still a pretty high preference map for both Black Dragons and Scarz. And also, I think, in general, if I'm thinking about Black Dragons, Scarz, who I might favor on Kafe, it ultimately might just come down to on the defense are Rek and Nina as they are starting out, able to stop Black Dragons at those entry points, or is the entry game for Black Dragons going to actually succeed? They've been doing pretty poorly this tournament so far. I mean, Nux is -9. Only one positive is actually Ask, so could be a big problem for Black Dragons. They try to move forth on a map that is notoriously difficult to get into. Then on the other side, Nighthaven, again, a pretty beloved map by both teams, have very good records on it. Black Dragons, I think, has played it since the beginning of Stage 2, something like 12, 13 times. Though, of course, they had to go through open qualifier playoffs in Brazil, which are notoriously long, so that is a bit of a biased sample size. But it is a map that both teams are very, very comfortable on, something that Scarz have played at pretty much at least once at every event, domestic and international, this past year. So honestly, if you're either team, I think you're fine with these two picks.
Consulate's going to come in as the last map here. And interesting enough here, for the first two maps, Carter, these are actually two maps that we have not seen out of Scarz yet this tournament. So the only VOD that Black Dragons is going to have at all is going to be from regional play here for Scarz. So that could be a huge boon for Scarz in a lot of different ways, especially they've been cooking things up in the background to try and bring something that could be more prosperous for this group stage, or rather Swiss-Dutch stage that we got going on right now. But as for Consulate, looking into this map, Black Dragons not the greatest record on it, 2-4 in recent history. The last time they played it was actually against Team BDS as well, just yesterday, and it did not go too well. But as for the map pool, that's for the birds now, folks. It's into the actual fun, into the actual gameplay, as we will launch into Kafe for our first map of this best of 3.
Both teams fighting for survival in what could be somebody's final best of 3 of the tournament, and they don't even know it as we begin our operator bans. Ying, the first taken out by Scarz, and Monty as the follow-up by Black Dragons. Never want to deal with that shield, of course. These are two operators that are played by Nux quite a bit, though the Blitz, of course, being the first and foremost of the operators, and he will be unbanned. So Black Dragons will have that cornerstone of their strategy, and it will be a good test to see how Nux is able to perform on that important role. Follow-up ban from Castle by Black Dragons, just a ban that is entirely meant to stop usually the setup we see on Cocktail that allows you to actually extend into Christmas, and I mentioned that it'd be nice to see how well Rek and Nina can perform, getting aggressive on the edges of the map. Big example I was thinking of was, can they control Pixel Stage and take fights in those repels? So without that castle barricade, and without the Azami as well, extending into Stage, Christmas, and even Cigar to some extent is basically impossible at this point.
Yeah, we have 3 of the top bans that we've been seeing this entire tournament, Carter: Monty, Ying, and Azami. But Castle, we've not been seeing a lot of bans out of him. This is actually going to be the 4th ban that we've gotten right here, right now. A lot of people actually ending up over top of him, including Clash. He's actually now tied with Clash in ban, so pretty interesting stuff right there. But yeah, when it comes down to it, you're really only going to have the Blitz to try and operate around, and that can mean a lot of different things, especially for Kafe. This is a map where you really want persistence. That's why Monty, let alone the fact of it being Kafe and that already being a good thing, but that's why he's annoying in the first place, Carter. He's one of those things that is truly a mountain, just like his name. He is really difficult to dislodge, he's really difficult to move, and he's constantly begging you to kind of, get distracted. If you end up going for a different fight or something like that, that's just prime time for him to slide that shield, get that kill, or knock you flat on your butt. There's a lot of different ways that he can do that, so to remove him from play is a really, really big deal here for both of these teams. Black Dragons will be forced to operate around this first, and they won't even bring a shield to the table. Instead, we'll have a pretty usual cast of characters. The Nook for kind of the pseudo-flank operator later on down the line. We could see her try and flank up White or something along those lines. We'll just have to see. The main thing here for me that we don't see a lot on other maps is going to be Gridlock, Carter, and we both know about this one. I mean, track stingers are so good for stairwells. It's just one of those things that is just very straightforward at the end of the day.
As an operator that Gudo likes quite a bit, I've seen him hit a couple lurks up through Freezer on the top floor on this map. Typically likes to just throw those track stingers at the beginning, then play with the F90, play with maybe even some drones or just game sense at that point, and try to usually find the spots where the defense isn't looking. You only have so many operators you can ban, and Nook might be a very important target ban if you're a certain team. If you're looking at how Black Dragons play, Ask plays this op very, very frequently. At least it's an operator that maybe isn't cracking the top 3, but whenever Black Dragons want a bit of an edge, they bring the Nook, and when they bring the Nook, it's Ask who often wields that FMG9. So sure, Scarz, it's better to ban the Ying, but they likely will expect, having done their VOD review and prep for this game, that this is a possibility that Ask could pick this operator and lurk up the stairs. So will not be a complete surprise to them, even if somebody ends up dying to a flank.
No, not a shock at all. And honestly, this isn't something that is centralized around Black Dragons. This is something that is an option for a lot of teams currently for the offensive side. We've been seeing quite a bit of Nook play when it comes to a situation like this.
Well, we're not going to start with a mist drone, are we?
I think we are, actually. This kid's in behind glass, and things might get a little rough here, but, I mean, they already have a really decent man advantage, and, I mean, Reckon is going to be the first one to get a kill, but it's really all for naught at the end of the day.
He's able to drop the fuser in Cigar, though. Taiyu just catching Gudo, walking around the side. I told you this man likes to hit his lurks, but the intel overall for Black Dragons is extremely lacking. This is a winnable fight for Scarz right here in this round. Spots Ask walking up red stairs. The other two players are outside on Rappel, rotating to Skylight, flashing Wreck inside of the Humidor, and able to put him down to 1 HP, dropping down. Ooh, still down the moment he hits that floor. So Ask can recover diffuser. Taiyu now hold out on Cocktail Balcony in the 1v3. Flashbang landing right at his feet. He sprays the moment it goes off. Instead, move around. Nice shot just as his sight begins to be regained. Still tagged up a little bit. 2 1v1s right now, but they are quickly moving into the pinch. The initial Bearing 9 spray doesn't work. I was curious. I thought, did Rek just hop off the top floor and down himself by hitting the bottom? And that was correct. You don't lose a lot of HP. When you're only at 4 or 5, it will unfortunately take you down.
Yeah, unfortunate circumstances there, but I mean, a great round from Black Dragons. Very quick acting. They had enough info for them to get the job done at the end of the day. They might not exactly know that kid is inside of Cigar, but I mean, past that, everything's pretty easy peasy for Black Dragons. They get a whole swath of kills. They crack the site wide open, and the biggest thing is that they didn't over-deliver, Carter. I was a little worried there, especially with Ty hitting some really nice shots from Cocktail. I mean, there is a chance that they overcook, they end up burning themselves, on that entry. So instead, Black Dragons kind of cool off a bit, use a lot of the angles that they've been able to gather throughout that round, and end up making it work. A nice round there from Black Dragons to start us off.
Still do see a problem a little bit that we have seen so far, which is Black Dragons can often do a very successful initial bout of droning, but one actually redroning after that, or even having the ability to redrone after that, depending on their drone economy, is often hampered quite a bit by the events that happen afterwards. But even then, in that initial round, misdroning a lot of rat positions. It might seem silly. Who would just sit behind the glass case, who would sit behind Cigar. But if you recognize that problem that Black Dragons have, that they are just checking the obvious spots, but ignoring many of the hidden ones, that you can catch them off guard. And it's a problem we've seen from Black Dragons through this tournament a couple times. Not so much in their BDS game yesterday, but in some of those Phase 1 games. Now, Scarz seem to be exploiting it, even if the round did not go their way.
Yep. It's a pressure check, Carter. One of those moments where you just go, all right, this might be fairly straightforward and something that you can get away with in any game if it goes misdroned. But we're going to see if Black Dragons will end up making a misstep. And they did enough to at least get that player a kill, but obviously the kill count heavily in their favor at that point. End up soaking that up with a Mozzie Pest as he's worked his way back into the meta. And a lot of people have been really enjoying this op here at this event.
Yeah, I have noticed not a sizable uptick in his pick rate, I will say, but still more than I am used to. So yes, I agree. It is nice to see. Rek, I think, also very happy with this operator. P10 running, not the gun it once was, but still very, very high fire rate.
Oh, fish.
Yeah, Hornet just hanging out on the VIP window.
Tis.
Classic flank watch position right there. Classic pressure release. Nux cutting down Taiyu. Very little fight back in these early engagements from Scarz. 2 rounds in a row now.
And that's a big thing right now. I mean, the pressure is just too much. They have the entire site wrapped up, all of these different angles open. Where are our last 2 bodies? Nina's going to be in freezer. He's dead. Just sweep him up with the rug. Wishoy is up top, but the issue is that Black Dragons never went for verticality, folks. They went directly to the site, and especially after the kills started pouring in, I mean, this is about as easy as it gets.
No impact grenades to make vertical with either.
Wishoy?
No shotguns or anything.
Wishoy? We are taking a tactical timeout.
He is like, guys, I think something might be going wrong. The only actual kills we've got in these rounds so far is when it was already a 3v5 or a 2v4 in round 1, and now in this case, I mean, we literally did not even get a kill. We tagged up Hornet, we tagged up Ask, and a couple damage to the other players, but It's a very, very rough defense so far. Flawless round for Black Dragons, but that was pretty obvious. I feel like even when we got to that 5v3, 5v2, just seemed the momentum, any plays whatsoever, were coming from Black Dragons. The movement from Scarz just seemed non-existent. The energy does not seem to be there for the Japanese squad right now. Hopefully, after taking that brief pause upstairs in third floor bathroom, Scarz will completely circumvent the need to take a tactical timeout now, Sam. Because that was a performance that was certainly worthy of one.
Yeah, most definitely. That ended up going down in a very erratic and spontaneous way. I could definitely see them, pulling that lever in that moment. But instead, since Black Dragons, don't exactly go hunting for that guy in a convincing way at the 11th hour, Scarz will take a pseudo tac timeout in the round instead. But let's talk about what Black Dragons is doing right and kind of what's going wrong for Scarz right now. The biggest thing is, folks, especially you could see it a lot on that kitchen defense, every bomb site is going to have a crux. There's always going to be a situation where a player is playing probably the most important area of the map, and if you end up going down early, it's going to cause a lot of problems. Downstairs, it just so happens to be your smoke inside of VIP. He covers a lot of places. He covers whiskey, he covers booths, he covers the drop for freezer, as well as white stairs. There's so much value in that position, and Black Dragons were able to gather that simply by opening the boost window and holding an angle. Scarz get a little aggressive and, obviously shoes on the other foot if he ends up hitting that shot when he takes that peek on the player on the window, but that's obviously not what happened. Instead, they get that big pickup over there. Black Dragons feels comfortable and starting to apply pressure around the main lobby space, around Bakery, and they end up getting those walls open too. Scarz have zero deniability for the actual reinforcements. It makes life way too difficult, and Black Dragons just continue to snowball into that basement. They don't even need that upstairs control, and that was the biggest thing. Black Dragons recognize that Scarz are kind of in a position where things aren't going to work out for them if they're able to make that first domino fall, and it goes off flawlessly.
And you still have that tactical timeout, thankfully, to actually stop a full snowball from Black Dragons in these rounds. 2-0 right now, and if you have an equally dominant game in round 3, looking about to hop into the train window, things can be very, very difficult. Mining window broken. Nux moving in. Site is reading and dining. No holes in those soft walls, but there's a pretty easy way into the site. 2 players, make that 3 actually playing around white. Hornet, I think, disrespecting the long red angle, unfortunately, as Wishoy just holding it, cuts him down, and bit of a silly early loss of life for Black Dragons.
And just like what we talked about the last time, I mean, you are more than likely knowledgeable of the default positions that players are going to be, and Hornet just not respectful of that angle. A lot of the times people really like to play inside of that laundry room, and now we're just throwing bodies at problems and, checks that we really can't cash guarder. This is looking like Ass might be able to get 2 here, and he will. He's going to equalize off of this upside-down position over on white because Scarz, they just want it too badly. I mean, there's a way to just go, away with 1 there and potentially get something back later in the round, but instead they put all their chips on black. Black Dragons comes out on top.
Again, the droning is very poor from Black Dragons. You have Scarz holding white stairs on the top floor, and Black Dragons make a very sensible rotation. They say, okay, we lost the guy pushing red. I'm a bit isolated as the blitz pushing in through dining. I'll rotate to the top floor, except they didn't drone pixel door. So when you have people playing further back on white stairs, and they know Black Dragons play shields, they know Nux might bring out the blitz or the Monty if he were unbanned. They just put EDDs on the door, wait for him to push, and that way, by the time you've sprinted through as the blitz, the explosions will knock your shield back, and you've probably already committed to sprinting down the hallway, so it's a pretty easy gunfight for anybody on white to actually kill the guy with a shield. Now, of course, Ass got the double on white stairs, so of course the round is now blown wide open, especially now that Gudo wins that fight with the Fenrir playing behind the bookcase. Tayu for the refrag, though. Very, very important engagement. Nomad also close around the corner. Another 1v1 for the Sentry. The Banshee triggering. Knowing that the Nomad is pushing. Nice shot for Florio, though, and through the wall, the Malusi just dodges it. Doesn't take any bit of damage. Still Florio disadvantaged with low HP. He's flashed him and stabbed him in the neck. Ridiculous round for Black Dragons. It seemed they were shut out after that blitz died, but Ask with the opener and Florio with the 1v1 to move up 3-0.
Black Dragons has to be counting their lucky stars, man. They have to be because, IQ hits that nice shot on the Fenrir when he rotates in through the laundry area and takes that fight. But there's no verticality covering that swing from Tayu. And we have a player upstairs. Nobody's just operating around it. We have IQ break up all that, but yet nobody is there to actually end up holding it. And Black Dragons gets pretty punished for that situation. but instead a nice clutch moment there out of Florio that ends up pulling things across the line. I mean, Scarz are just a hair away from picking up some really important rounds here, but I had to draw back to what we saw on White, Carter.
What, the Giga Whiff?
Yes, the Giga Whiff. Not only do we see them not capable of, taking out Ask in that initial volley, that back and forth there, but the attempted refrag, that's the biggest thing there. Ask ends up getting 2 kills instead, and that's some value that if you shifted on down the line into that round, Scarz more than likely come out on top if they end up having that extra body, but I digress. Scarz still have a lot of options here. They've tried out a lot of different sites. We're only halfway through this half, and we could see a changing of fate here in a moment's notice.
We'll see, but that round certainly came a lot closer, even with that throw on White stairs, unfortunately. As you said, very well could be 2-1 Scarz right now if somebody just unfortunately hits that shot on the upside-down rappel, keeps that 5v3, in that case 5v2, or even a 4v2 of some kind. Feeling a lot better if you're Scarz, but didn't happen. You got to move on. And I think people might be wondering, oh, well, they didn't take the tactical timeout. They're down 3-0. That really was the main reason they lost that round. And then a lot of big gunfight wins by Black Dragons. Not so much a strategic failing, more so as the mechanics just bailing them out of what was a lost round, even though likelihood in that 3v3. So they'll go downstairs, still defend Cocktail, as you can see. Somebody playing Pixel right now, but it's likely going to be another mining window hopping.
Yeah, I think this is going to be pretty aggressive as well. Yep, 417. Blitz should push in right after the stun grenade. They know there's a Banshee there. There's a Goo-mine as well. Nux is not going to be feeling great here. Another shot out of Gudo. He reclaims that angle, hits a big shot. Now Scarz, they fight back.
Yeah, Rekable playing inside a pillar to find 2. Hornet has a bead on his position. The advantage Rek has now is that he's already done far more than he needed to. Fish Like will just swing out into the pillar position, spray Hornet down through that soft wall. But again, Black Dragons on these rappels and inside of the building find kills when they have no business doing so. Nina, for the briefest of moments, contemplates a run out of White, but thinks better of it. That'll make Florio feel more secure on this White rappel. One walking up red. None of the shots connecting onto that mirror, or at least none lethally so. Gudo will turn around. There were players in pillars earlier. It's where you lost Hornet. It's where most of this attack really has gone awry. All 3 kills happening basically through that soft wall, essentially, from 2 different players.
This is where Black Dragons has been the better team so far. It gets down to a moment like this, a 2 versus 2, where you're just hoping, praying for a lot out of your offense. This plant's going to go off from Gudo or into the post.
Or into the post, indeed. C4 going wide. I'm not even sure. I think it got shot, but it seemed like only 1 or 2 bullets were needed to dispel with that C4. Now Black Dragons just hop out, play the rappel, ready for the White stairs. Love that heads up from Florio right there. Spotted the other walking up Red Hall. Now you've got a crossfire. You've got 180 degrees. Gudo will be rotating out, actually moving all the way to pillar at the moment. And there's direct intel on him. If you have more time, this is probably a winnable 1v1 for Fish Like if he wanted to push the issue. That's the issue. He can't. He's got to find this diffuser. He's got to defuse it. Worry about the guy on rappel. We'll rotate around. Get the shotgun. I always like plays like that, but again, so little time. Fish Like will win it. But surely Florio can still find this angle. I believe he can on the rappel. Oh my god. There we go. Yeah. Florio will rappel in. Take it down. Now Black Dragons, 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he didn't have time on the case anyways, but just another example of how close Scarz can get, but just no cigar. Black Dragons instead, 4-0, and we're going to see the timeout here from Scarz as they simply cannot solve the puzzle when it comes down to it. And for Black Dragons, I mean, it hasn't exactly been clean. There's been a lot of different moments where Scarz have been able to severely punish them, in these big ways, especially, the early portion of that round. Although we do end up missing out on our train player, they do end up refragging. They get that big kill on a blitz. They get it down to the 2 versus 2. They just don't really have solid positioning for that. And the biggest thing there was the fact that Black Dragons had plenty of time post-plant to get into key positions, specifically Florio on the window, Carter. That's the biggest one there for me. I mean, Pillar's obviously a great thing for a crossfire setup for what we had provided from Black Dragons, but that dining window is going to be the biggest piece of icing on this cake, right? And especially with that shot that he hit towards White. I mean, very well done.
As the rounds for Black Dragons are being stacked up more and more, important to remind that this game, for both these teams, is really more just about the immediacy of survival inside of Montreal. Scarz is already qualified, or I think damn near qualified. I believe they are qualified, though. Black Dragons on the point standings all the way down in place number 53.
Oh, heck yeah.
So odds of them making SI by the points are very, very low. They have to go and win the whole event, and even then I think they might still end up qualifying just only a little bit on the margins.
Scarz is in, indeed.
Good for them. I was about to say, I often equivocate when I don't have something directly in front of me just to be absolutely safe, but I thought they had qualified. I think it was in like the 10th spot, if I recall correctly. Maybe something else. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8?
Close. I think it's, no, it'll be 4, 6. That's 9th.
God.
Yeah.
It's one off.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I will say for some of the other viewers at home that are curious, the usual suspects have made it. So BDS, you know, FaZe, Liquid, that kind of stuff. Furia as well. Furia actually ended up just making it yesterday, given the circumstances. I believe G2 wasn't it that ended up allowing them in.
I think it was G2 losing, got Furia over the line. And as you said, Scarz, W7 also making it. A lot of teams that actually aren't here. Well, a lot of teams. 2 teams that are not here making it. Cloud9 East Coast and M80, of course.
That was a big shocker for me that I wanted to bring up. M80 going to end up making that tourney, so very exciting.
Stud Bodega here, funny enough, as he is, of course, no longer the coach of M80, coach of CL4L for this event.
Where did they go again? Oh, yeah, it was home. That's where they went. Crazy how that works.
We don't need to talk about it. Why are we talking about it like that?
No, they played very well,
and
also just for like having the 11th hour issue there with Tristan, where he couldn't end up making the event. They
was there some issue that I missed?
Was
there some issue I missed with Tristan? Was he not able to make the event or something?
I think so. Yeah, something like that.
I thought Uzi was the 5th. The whole time.
like you know, his dad's like a CIA agent or something. I don't know, like something like that. But no, instead we get Uzi M3 in, which I mean. He played just about as good as his car looks, so that's great.
Oh!
What a shot there.
The droning again, guys.
There we go. I was going to say, to your point earlier, Black Dragons, what the hell are we doing? Nobody knows this guy's on red. He's just standing on the landing, and he gets to kill Hornet for free. All right. All right, listen, I know we're in Montreal. I get we're in Quebec, Canada, but we got to stop smoking it, man. We got to.
Not again. No, don't.
Uh-oh. There's no way.
Yes.
Oh, my God, he makes it out alive.
I'm not cheering.
Oh, my God.
I'm not even cheering that Rek got away. I was just so worried that Rek was just going to catch somebody completely off guard. 2 kills in a row. Black Dragon starting off in a 4v5. Best chance, arguably, I would say, that Scarz have had this entire game so far. Well, I guess they did have a 5v3, actually, so I'm just going to bite my tongue there. But now Black Dragons just do have to go through exactly what they were going to do anyway, which is do the vertical play, try to move down onto the bottom floor. But now they don't have a buck, and there's no easy kill onto the player playing VIP this time.
The biggest thing that this could affect, although they have a lot of different ways to end up dealing with this, is the angles in towards Kafe from upstairs, because you need something that's got some range to be able to break up the kitchen walls to see back there. But they have the secondary super shorty out of Gudo, and you also have that revolver here from Nux, but he isn't obviously going to be up top. In fact, another aggressive character, won't be the Blitz this time around, it's going to be the Deimos that he's trying to dislodge this player inside of VIP.
Black Dragon just looking to win this round the exact same way they won the rating last time, which is, all right, low time. We're not putting this diffuser down. Let's hope the fights go our way. And what do you know? 2 of them do. Florio, Ask, Nux looking to be the 3rd prong of this. 3rd tries the charm. It'll keep the advantage, but Scarz still keeping the round in hand. Just too little time, and even that rating round after the 3v3 from Ask, still a bit of a fluke overall. Because ultimately, Black Dragons, so many of these rounds have been won either just because they built up enough of an advantage at the beginning, or they're just able to win chance gunfights in the late round, and your luck can only get you so far.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, they should go punish for that situation, man. They really should. Especially at the fact that, was it Rek? I can't remember who was on that mid-floor. Yeah, the fact that Rek makes it out of that entire situation alive and well is just absolute asinine. You cannot allow that to happen as Black Dragons, let alone the fact of the misdrone on red. I mean, that kind of stuff happens, but, I mean, obviously, you guys already know what I'm going to say. Black Dragon should have already droned that, should already have known that that player was around that space. But to then allow him to completely get out of train, I mean, that just can't go unchecked, man. That could have been something that completely changed up the fate of that round, and Black Dragons just allowed it to slip quietly into the night. So Scarz are going to end up picking up their first round after that nice initial pickup, nice entry kill, and then delaying things out, just resting on the value that they'd already gathered earlier on and forcing Black Dragons to try and play into the site, which obviously went completely wrong for them, as this time around the gunfights did not go their way.
And even though it's technically not the case, I would argue that the opening duel has frankly been determinative of the trajectory of the round overall. Only one you have Black Dragons dropping is round 3, only opening duel that Black Dragons drop is in round 3, and that's the round that Ask got that 2K on White Stairs to actually make it even. That doesn't happen, Scarz probably win, and in this case you have the 5v4. That itself happened very, very late in the round for the first kill to actually happen, but even then, Black Dragons stalled out after that, and Scarz were just able to trade the man count down, so maybe not necessarily in the result, but in the course of how these rounds happen and how the events actually take shape, who gets that 5v4 to start has been very informative for what team might end up taking it in the end. Final site defended by Scarz will be Cocktail.
That's unfortunate.
I don't even know what that C4 was.
It wasn't a C4.
Oh, sorry,
it was it was the yokai drone there out of Echo. Taiyu was sliding it out of the laundry room. There's a little drone hole there, and a lot of players like to slide that out there for a split second and see if there's anybody repelling the window. An oldie, but a goodie.
See, I heard the grenade, so I was like, oh, something interesting happened with Gudo's nade across the map. And then it had nothing happen. He just threw one and it exploded. Probably got some utility.
I would hope so. Maybe a Mew jammer, some EDDs, right?
Fish likes down a barbed, so maybe it's that.
Could be. This top floor defense we saw the last time, there was a player in behind this glass paneling inside of Cigar, but not this time around.
Not there this time.
Yeah, going to make things a lot easier for Black Dragons, especially since they brought the clutch drones. Rek is going to end up hitting a nice shot, or rather a nice throw cell onto Nux, then Fishlike's going to open things up too. Black Dragons just not up to snuff in these openers in the last 2 rounds.
No, it has been a very individual attack from Black Dragons. A lot of ways for Scarz to get into this. Hornet will peek around the diffuser. At least actually a bit of HP to that Vulcan pack. Disrespecting the fire a little bit. He will pay for it. How Black Dragons actually get into the site will likely have to be from gunfights that go exactly the same way that Hornets just did. Onto that Aruni, just swinging these head holes, swinging the doorways, and likely pushing up Whitehall. Try and find that player playing on pallets, one swinging ahead. Does spot in there for just a second. He gets so focused on the clutch. 2 times now we've had somebody either die because of or die thanks to the cap can traps placed on Pixel Door, and unfortunately, Black Dragon still forgetful of what has been happening in these previous rounds. Scarz will end the half 2-4. Likely could have got a 3-3 out of it, but it is still Black Dragons in the lead, even if there were a lot of opportunities for Scarz to punish them.
I mean, we are just not going through our mental checklist right now for Black Dragons. Everything to them just seems like a boxing match. They want the fight, and they don't really want anything else surrounding that. They don't want to deal with utility. They don't want to deal with a lot of different things. Scarz are
definitely a vibes-based team, it seems, right now. Just walking through, they're walking out, you know. It's like the guy at the bar in Hawaii. It's like, you know, couple buttons undone in the shirt, chest hair coming out, walking around with a margarita.
Happiest guy in the world. You're like, what happened to you? He's like, I just got a divorce yesterday.
Like, hello, everybody. It just seems to be what they're doing. They're just here for the party. It kind of feels like at times. Like, all right, we're going to walk in. We're going to get some kills. We're going to figure it out as we go along. Oh no, we've walked into the EDD on Pixel Doorway like 3 times now.
Dude, I about lost my mind when Hornet did that. Let alone the fact that he got on drone there, and as his phone is coming up to turn on the cams, you just see both the EDDs on the door. And I'm like, there's no way, right?
I mean, you know, he was so focused on the guy pallets, you can see the guy right there.
The best part is that he turns and burns that guy from Pixel, and then immediately just sprints to the door and explodes.
Listen, like. And I'll give Hornet respect for that, because it's similar to what we talked about before, and if you want to look at the scoreline right now, it's Hornet, Ask remaining consistent, and then usually if Black Dragons end up getting a good result, it's some combination of 1 or 2 of the rookies putting up a performance equal to the other 2. In this case, it's Florio, and Gudo is not that far behind. So it makes sense why Black Dragons are doing well right now. You've got Ask and Hornet just being themselves, playing the roles, and putting in the performance that we expect from them. And Gudo and Florio are doing well enough to get Black Dragons this lead. But when it's come to the overall strategy and coordination, if Scarz may be a bit more confident, they'd probably be in a bit better of a position. Florio just holding the red stairs door, I believe, or maybe on the rappel, one of the 2. Just takes a fight with somebody on that cocktail side and, well, wins it. So now you've dropped the Dokkaebi on Scarz's attack. Don't believe that's a very important operator. Don't believe she really provides a lot to the team.
Yeah, Carter, we're getting to that point where I'm going to start sounding like an angry father. Just...
No, it's fine.
Why are we having Dokkaebi entry all by her lonesome?
Well, hold on. Maybe she got peeked on the rappel. We don't know. We don't know.
There's some potential behind that. I don't exactly put any weight into that, I'll be honest. I really think that they ended up sprinting in through hell, but we'll just have to see. I mean, we're halfway through this round. Black Dragons have already got a lot of the heavy lifting done for this early portion, as not only do they have Wishoy, but they already have Rek down 2. You do still have an EE1D here for Taiyu, and that's going to go out right now, but for Scarz, this is all going to be grasping at straws and hoping that Black Dragons make a critical error.
Which, to be fair, they've made quite a few times. They have made quite a few errors on that attacking side. But a lot of them went unpunished by Scarz, so even if Black Dragons overpeak, like, I don't know, hopping out in the 2v5, not really an error, but it's a bit of a gamble that you might not otherwise want to take, but you are winning these fights, and... Oh no. Please just... Yeah,
Please win
right
it.
there. You got
Please win it.
There we go.
Oh,
ARX
Lord.
hits pretty hard, so I feel like of all the guns, that one would work out.
Yeah, this is one of those weapons. You guys want to know why you see Shaiko play Nomad as well as Yana a lot?
He plays a lot more operators nowadays, though.
He does, but that's simply because they removed a lot of the, great utility away from Yana. She's still good, but I mean, especially with the capacity of Doke and Lion right now and how good people have gotten with their drone economy, I think that they've just kind of moved him away from that. But we do see a decent amount of Nomad out of him. Not only good for flank watch with those air jabs, right? But to Carter's credit, that ARX, it absolutely rips, guys.
One interesting pick I find that BDS will put Shaiko on is they'll put him on Brava.
Yeah.
Which is interesting to me, because Brava's not exactly just kind of like use your utility at the beginning of the round, then screw off. Because, sure, if you throw the clutch drone in the site, you will find it. You could find a lot of utility in the first minute, 15 seconds, but, it's a bit more intense than, we see a lot of fraggers get put on ace, right? You walk up to an exterior wall, you throw your 2 Selmas, maybe use the one later, but you can move on within 30, 45 seconds. Nomad, another big one, as you just said. A lot of times on Kafe, for example, you put the air jabs outside of a couple exterior windows.
Set and forget.
Exactly, and you move on. Whereas Brava feels like there's a little bit more activity. Sure, by a minute 30, if things go your way, it's completely done. But still feels like you can get kind of absorbed in that clutch drone sometimes. So, not saying it's a bad pick, just an interesting operator, because most of the other picks Shaiko does are very set and forget utility, except for the Deimos, which obviously boosts his fragging ability quite heavily with the intel he gets. Just a bit of an interesting choice. Plus, also, the Para still has that annoying reload animation where you're not quite sure if it actually finished reloading.
Yeah.
Then I guess, but then again, I suppose if you want anybody to accidentally have one bullet in their mag when they thought they reloaded, it probably would be Shaiko. So maybe that's why. Maybe they're like, hey, if you get stuck, if you're reloading the Para and it doesn't work out, we know you'll hit that headshot.
Yeah, 100%.
Sorry, we just went on a Shaiko tangent. There was not a lot that happened that round. Florio just peeked 2 people on Cocktail Balcony, won it. And then Black Dragons at that point just ego peeked Scarz into a 1v5, and not much else to say about that. Ask, by the way, doing to Scarz what Scarz did to them. Hiding behind the cigar, not Ask, excuse me, I thought that was Nux, sorry. I assumed it was the Warden, not the Cade, with an Electroclaw in pocket as well.
I feel like no matter what Black Dragons does, it always involves putting Nux in the worst situation possible. They're like, this is constantly our bargaining chip. Just throw him in somewhere, and Ask is going to get away with murder in that situation, too. I don't know if a player tried to fly down Red Hatcher or something in that moment, but what a catch as well, as that's going to take down the Thatcher. That'll definitely complicate things as these Electro Claws will continue to persist.
And actually, to give credit to Black Dragons there, like they did, or to give credit to Scarz and Black Dragons, Scarz droned out the player behind the bar, but Ask was playing very reserved on red stairs, but ready to support the Cade. He was trying to actually hide out of sight of the drone instead of just sitting on it directly. So when Nux was like, I'm drone, ran away, then he'd move up and try to go for the pick. So I do like that. Washoy pushing up the long hallway, though. Ooh! Peeks a little close and allows Florio to get into a good position. Washoy and Fish-like fold to the M14. And Scarz, again, in an unwinnable situation. 37 health for Rek as he hops into the red window. Immediately sprints up to recover the diffuser. There we go. Paints Gudo with a very broad brush inside of Christmas. C4 exploding in front of him. Hornet is on that Solus, so he likely can track the diffuser where it is. Can't really shoot it because I do believe it's on indestructible floor. But if you're paying attention, might be able to find when Rek does pick it up. Now moving down white stairs. Could be good for one with how quickly Rek has been, but Florio is looking this direction right now.
Oh, good timing.
Ooh, does shoot the camp. Florio's aware of it. 3K for Florio and the Aruni in that round. Map point for Black Dragons. Up 6-2 on their own pick, but still up nonetheless.
Oh, man. Kafe just being Kafe at the end of the day. Although Black Dragons are doing a very good job of getting in the face of Scarz, these are the complications that Kafe provide. I mean, it's as simple sometimes as Scarz getting some info on somebody inside of Cigar, and they're like, oh, I'm just going to try and get this kill real quick. This should be fairly straightforward. As you're dropping down the hatch, Carter, somebody swings you from the red stairwell. You die, and then it's all just reclamation at that point. You're trying to figure out how to get back into the map, exactly what is a soft area, and that's the neat trick about Kafe. None of it is. There's not a single area to work from, Carter, and the most screwed up part is that you can't even go downstairs and try and come up the stairwells because there's only 2 of them. There's only 2.
Well, 3 if you count Brown.
I mean, not going to the top floor, though.
True.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing right there. You only really, and at the end of the day, you really only have to worry, like, really badly about white stairs. Red is, I mean, yeah, they can transition up that stairwell,
Well,
but you're more than likely to make, like,
vase,
exactly.
You look down. Well, most people shoot the vase, obviously,
Yeah.
but put the drone on red stairs. But
Yeah.
that is kind of the benefit of, or that is the credit I wanted to give Ask as well, because it's not like what we saw Scarz do, where it was just like, hey, this guy's sitting on red landing watching the hatch, and you just didn't drone it outside like the first 30 seconds of the round. Whereas there, Ask was actually trying to actively escape the drone, was actively trying to leave. Whereas Scarz was betting they mistake. Black Dragons, or Ask particularly, was trying to outplay the drone and then get that kill. So I do think it was skillful from Black Dragons. And Scarz, I think, just struggling quite a bit on this attacking side through the first 2 rounds. And, of course, I've already taken their tactical timeout, took a pseudo timeout as well. Hasn't really done a whole lot. More ratting from Gudo.
Yeah. Checker move in relation to a chess move out of Black Dragon. Scarz with that 1 player in behind glass for Cigar, get that kill, and then we have kind of a bait and switch situation. Exact same thing, different situation, Nina! We have to hit our shots!
Oh, number 3?
You better stop it. You better stop. That is something disgusting. Gudo with 2, and that more than likely is this game right here. I mean, that is just absolutely absurd.
The ironic part is they did drone him. They did drone stage. The problem was the player moving into Cigar wasn't like directly behind the drone, but had walked so deep into Cigar that they were exposed to the entirety of the angles before they had truly checked it and cleared it completely. So he avails himself to anybody ratting on stage. The core theme of this game overall is whoever has been able to more consistently win those fights that are either undroned or just they evade the drones entirely has been able to consistently get the better of their opponents. Scarz did it quite a lot against Black Dragons. The only problem is a lot of it didn't end up mattering because they gave fights to Black Dragons in other areas on their attacking side and lost the round anyway. Whereas here, Black Dragons have consistently used it to get 1, 2 opening picks, deny a lot of map control. Now Taiyu will just barrel on through the bakery double door, but there's a crossfire right around the corner. Not aware that Ask has pushed all the way up. Diffuser now dropped inside a bakery, and this is looking like 7-2.
Yeah, Black Dragons are playing this picturesque right now, Carter. When you get big picks like that, a huge moment out of Gudo on that top floor, that's when you bring everything back to bear at the site. That's when you make this offense clear through. You don't want to give them ISO'd picks. You want to make sure you have, positive support out of your players and positive crossfires to hold down the site, and that's what we're seeing out of Black Dragons here. You've got the Yokai wielder inside of prep, and you've got a big round from Black Dragons. A big game from Black Dragons as they have a stamp of approval here on Kafe. A lot of the aggression, just finding big moments, finding big strikes up against Scarz right now, and it's definitely going to leave a few scars after what we just saw there on Kafe.
Yeah, it was aggression from both teams, but specifically just trying to surprise the opponent as the attack moved into the building, and the big difference was it had a lot of impact for Black Dragons. Scarz did the same thing, had the opportunity to have a lot of big impact as they were often not droned, and when it actually came to taking the fights, just didn't work out. Rec really the only one shooting back that game for most of the time. And even then, some of those kills, he only had maybe like 2 concentrated in 1 round as opposed to having consistent impact over the course of the game, or at least consistent enough to outweigh the fact that it felt like nobody from Fish-like on down was fighting back in any sort of a substantial way. Pretty much just a warm-up for Black Dragons for Map 2, ultimately. I think, of course, like I've said a few times now, Scarz had a lot of opportunities to really cause a lot of disruption. And even when they went to go realize them, even when they went to go capitalize off of them, they just lost the fights.
Yep. It can be a very, very difficult thing, folks. It's like baseball. It looks easy, but hitting a fastball, probably one of the hardest things that you can do in sports. Scarz are going to try and find their stride in this next map. It's do or die for them. We'll be back after this short break.
Black Dragons have moved up 1-0 in their elimination game, and Scarz now have to win 2 in a row to survive in Montreal. Sam, I think on that first half there were a lot of opportunities for it to be a close game, and ultimately it just wasn't. 4-2 half into a 7-2 victory for BD, and Ask and Hornet always so consistent, but finally one of the rookies stepped up today, a 13-3 performance from Florio.
Yeah, a great game there from Black Dragons. You know, it wasn't exactly pretty.
No.
I will most definitely say that. There was a lot of boneheaded moves. There was a lot of things that definitely could have been corrected. But, I mean, the stat line, the score line speaks for itself. It's a 7-2 victory for Black Dragons, and they get a lot of this done in the frag department. Now, before we move on from this screen, let me introduce you to the Scarz Cliff. And you start with Rec. Everything's looking really nice. He goes 8-9, has a cost of 67% with a 0.89 KDR over all of those rounds. But then immediately we fall off that big drop that I was talking about. Fishlike with an EPS of 85, and then Nina through Tayu 75, 71, and 58. Just nobody really showing up. All of their costs below 50% as well. And these are all just signs that you do not want to be seeing. It means you're going the wrong way up the road. And Scarz will be looking to try and fix this up when it comes down to Nighthaven Labs. Now, I will say, we talked about this before we got into the game, Carter, that Nighthaven Labs as well as Kafe is something that Scarz have only played regionally in the last 3 months, so might have a few tricks up their sleeve up against Black Dragons when it comes down to Nighthaven.
And if you want to talk about those regional stats on Nighthaven for both teams, we have a bit of a differential for how much these teams have played Nighthaven. Now, keep in mind, it's a bit different. Black Dragons had to go through open quals, so there's a bit of a bias there. But Scarz have played it twice in the Japan League. Black Dragons have played it 11 times since the start of Stage 2, in no small part because of those open qualifiers.
Yep.
It's where a lot of their wins came from and a lot of their plays came from.
Also, Nighthaven, pretty big in Brazil.
Exactly. Pretty big in Brazil as well. So don't necessarily think, oh my god, they've won this map 8-9 times. They're going to smoke Scarz. It's possible, but there's likely a bit of a strength of schedule there. The more important thing is Black Dragons are up 1-0. They have the momentum, and this is a map that they have played so many times. Just a complete, 9-map differential in plays between Scarz and Black Dragons. The comfort is just going to be a lot higher, theoretically, for Black Dragons, but this is Scarz' pick and where they could bring it back and stay alive in Montreal. Remember, Scarz qualified for SI. Black Dragons basically have to win the whole thing to make it. This is almost entirely just on fixing their immediate circumstances.
All right, so when it comes to Nighthaven Labs, this plays a lot like what we see with Clubhouse on that main breach wall for CCTV. We see a lot of Mav play, a lot of Thatcher play that is around that space, and practically just a lot of wall denial. That's the big thing. You see a lot of play centralized around that IT wall because of not only how important it is to the top floor bomb site, but also how important it is to barrels whenever we round off towards that mid floor site as well. So Scarz are going to do their damnedest to try and free up that wall and make their offense a lot easier, Carter. That's why we're seeing them prioritize the bans in the way that they are right now. So they ban out the Maverick, which means, hey, Thatcher's more than likely going to get played, but there's this annoying operator that makes it to where all your fuse times are frozen and there's a potential for, the wall to get re-electrified. Oh yeah, it's Tubera. We should probably remove him as well, and that's what Scarz do. So that's why we see their bans in that way. They're trying to focus on how they're going to get these walls open and making their lives easier, and they've accomplished exactly that. For Black Dragons, they will still have Bandit batteries. They will still have Kayid available, so we could still see some moments where maybe Bandit gets a battery down and one of these charges is eaten up, but at a bare minimum, Scarz has made their lives easier going forward into this round. Probably going to end up seeing a lot of secondary EMPs. You don't really have to go with Thatcher in the same way you used to back in the day, back in my day. Instead, we'll more than likely get those on Dokkaebi or somebody else. And actually, funny enough, Scarz 0 EMPs in this situation right here. So,
well, to be fair, you can see exactly what they're thinking of and why they might find EMPs maybe necessary for opening or good for opening up the breaches with that thermite, but not necessarily a relevant factor in their overall strategy, because we've got the Trinity, Lion, Deimos, and Dokkaebi, the best intel gathering operators right now. Scan the E1D. If anybody's moving, you get targets for the Deimos, who can then use that tracker, and likelihood paired with a Dokumi call, you can have those two players pinch or lurk or do whatever you want to try and find kills actually inside the building. There is a mute on the board for Black Dragon, so mute jammers placed on the roam or on the site, anywhere in between. If you stand on one of those, you will evade a lot of that notice. See, Hornet does have one upstairs, just immediately turns off that phone. Dodges the Dokumi call. This will be an important position with that hatch open just behind him, that he does not get cut off, and he does not die, as Fish-like on the Deimos starts creeping on in. And there we go. Fires the shots and then drops down into lounge in the first minute.
It's perfect timing here from Black Dragons. This extension is going masterfully. Ass gets a kill on Nina, who's more than likely holding one of those rotations and ends up losing the fight. Hornet is going to find a frag on a Taiyu as well. And yeah, Black Dragons, they knew that Scarz was more than likely going to go for a little bit of a clear. I don't think that they were ready for it to be, you know, practically the entire strategy here for Scarz, but they've fallen flat on their face when it comes to the delivery.
Once Hornet gives the call that, hey, they're pushing from electrical, what do? Well, before they fall back, throw a C4 and electrical right on the door, where somebody's likely going to try to aggressively peek, and you have a pretty good idea that they're actually going to get paused on that door a little bit because of the mute jammers all right there. They might not immediately have the intel. Another C4 goes in. Oh my god, it smacks Fish-like in the face. Poor timing of that Deathmark tracker, unfortunately. Like, hey, there's a guy walking up to me, garage. Just throws that C4. Easy kill for Washoy to get, but well, you have these hard reach charges, and you've only got 58 seconds left. Asking out all the way back upstairs, finds the buck, shoots him in the back. Where's Rek? Well, he's found one. Nux walking up the cargo stairs. Almost traded out. Hornets gotta be careful. But on swing number 3, Black Dragons take the lead. Move up 1-0 on Nighthaven.
Hey, when you're a top 10 player in Montreal like Hornet, you can do whatever you want. I think Hornet, oh no, it was the coach. I think the coach got ask on his knuckles there a little bit. He was like, ah, shit, man, what are you doing? Oh, that's my playing hand, damn it.
Technically, they're both their playing hands.
Exactly. True. Yeah.
So
yeah. That's the keyboard hand. That's a less important one.
Well, I was thinking if you got hit on the knuckles, it'd probably be better if you got hit on your mouse hand. Because if you get hit on your mouse hand at the end of the round, you've got at least like 45 seconds to a minute for it to like go away. Whereas with the keyboard, well, I guess you're not really pressing your keyboard. No, because you got 15 seconds for the pick phase, then you got to start moving in the drone phase with your drone. So I think if you, and then since you're using your knuckles, might worsen the sudden onset inflammation from the wrapping of the knuckles.
It might start flaring up.
Exactly. Not a good round from Scarz, unfortunately. It was not a great round from Scarz, but to be fair, I will say there was just a lot of outplaying by Black Dragons there, falling back at just the right time, the C4 in response. It was a lot of just very good moves that Scarz unfortunately just fell completely into.
Mr. Dr. Lynx, speaking of inflammation, what does Scarz do about this big issue that they're having?
I would recommend just a couple doses of aspirin, some R&R, rest and relaxation, and pray to God that Nina doesn't have a performance like last night.
Hey. Preach, brother. Preach.
Because, I mean, unfortunately right now with them by far and away
Bandit trick?
Leading the charge.
Oh, yeah, you're cooked.
So it's pretty common on... You wouldn't know it by watching that, but...
Where is Washoy?
It's pretty common...
Where is Washoy?
It's pretty common on this map to send somebody below the cargo window or into supply itself. I always mix up cargo and supply. Hop in the supply window and open up beneath the wall. You bring an Ash and Ash charge the wall to make sure that you don't get bandit tricked. Now, again, you might not know that, considering they didn't do that. Ask is dead anyway.
Fair enough.
Sure.
I'm still kind of losing my mind that they brought a buck and they just didn't do anything. You could even do it with the Bailiff and Nina. Nobody is stopping this man from bandit tricking IT. It's just, that's
we got the connector wall, though.
It's true. But did they get the main connector wall? Did they get the one from the outside or did they get the one that actually goes towards site?
The outside. And we've still got Selma's at least.
Oh. Okay. Is Bandit going to get these two? We're sure he's going to get the kill on Florio, so might not even need the IT wall, although I still will remain frustrated because you brought the operators and you just didn't implement him in a way that was conducive towards success over there. But either way, you're ahead on the man count. Black Dragons have to try and fight back, and wow, what a shot out of Nux. Rek will make it worse, though, so he'll take down Hornet. Little refrag moment here as we go down to the 2 versus 3.
And Nux has been having a... All right, well, he's dead. Triple kill from Rek, and Gouda on such low HP that I'm worried it might not even matter. Close angle with the shotgun. We'll pick up one, but
okay, he's down. I was gonna say.
Nina and the connector guy push at the exact same time and tie the game early. I was gonna say Nux having a pretty good performance so far compared to, or at least in the past couple maps, compared to his woes at the beginning of the tournament and in Brazil as a whole. But it unfortunately does not matter, despite the early bandit trick, which seemed a very poor omen for Scarz' performance in that round. Not only do they end up getting the bandit later on, but they catch Ask roaming around the middle floor. Then they open up connector breach, they open up the wall itself, and it feels like the round required very little effort.
Yeah, I don't think that was really, up to Scarz and what they implemented for that round. I think it was more the downfall of Black Dragons and the angles they end up choosing, as well as that mid-floor roam there from Ask, because Scarz pressure in from the north side. They come in from lobby, they work that entire area, get in through kitchen, they catch Ask off guard, but all of their verticality is applied towards the site and just, these rotations, things like the door, things like in behind the server pillar. And it makes those positions really difficult for Black Dragons to play. We ended up seeing Nux go down to one of those when he was trying to hold down Electrical. But Black Dragons, they are going to go immediately back to the same site, Carter. They kind of know what the mistakes were here, and they're hoping that they can potentially right their wrongs. Scarz looking to do a little bit of the same. We're going to see Thatcher for the very first time on this offensive side.
Yes.
Little arm pump, man, for the SAS boy. One of the oldest operators in the game, only taken over in lore age by Kaid.
I mean, oldest in terms of release date. I was like, well, he's tied with quite a few people, Sam.
No, actual age. Actual age.
Actual age, though. Sir.
Yeah. Him and Kaid, it's like, at that age, shouldn't you guys just, not be an operator?
You don't need to keep doing this.
You can retire, man.
You've got a government pension. It's all good. I mean, I don't know what, the retirement policies are for each of these countries or for
Team Rainbow.
For Team Rainbow, yeah, I don't know what the healthcare is like. I don't know if they cover dental or
do you get
vision or
401k?
anything like that.
What's your match percentage?
What's my match percentage? I don't have Tinder. Loving partner.
That was good.
Nina creeping up the top of house. Bandit just around the corner. You always got to be careful bandit tricking this wall right here, but he's got Kudo covering him. Love this double setup.
Oh, yeah.
Makes the probability of Nina getting this kill quite low. Have to land some kind of pre-fire, so bandit trick and the bait. Oh, no, he still kills Ask! I think it was behind inside a connector. I think he didn't even mean to kill that guy.
He's behind the couch.
I like that we had 3 people protecting the bandit. I actually respect that so much. Hornet's just killing people.
What the hell?
I don't even know what's going on. He's just swung Garage, killed the guy IT and Garage. Fish Like will try to halt that damage. I like that Ask is playing for both teams.
They popped a hole in the side of Hornet's boat. He said, "You touched my boat? You touched it?
You touched my breach? My IT breach?"
Nobody touches my IT breach.
Nobody.
Murders 2 people immediately. Yeah, he gets refragged, but not all that great right now.
Oh, no,
for
we
Scarz.
can't open the wall. We're out of exothermics. And our ace is dead.
That's poor. And that's a big thing about that connector side. Same reason that I talked about that in the last round.
We just don't need to be doing that. There's just no planet where we need to be doing that.
Guys, let's find
just go
a
in
little
the site.
morality here.
Go in the site. Go in the site. Go in the site. Stop.
Carter?
Stop.
Carter?
Stop. All right.
I'm standing right now. Oh my God.
Tayu's in the site. This is actually a super easy 1v1 to win as well. Trying to bait him around the corner with the shotgun.
Sir.
He's stuck. Literally, completely stuck. Pre-fire. Oh my God! Come on! It is a 3v2. Why are you running out of IT, dog?
Vamos.
Call support. Somebody got their wires crossed.
That's something else right there, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say you better hit that tactical timeout. You kidding me?
I don't know if the connection to your brain lagged or what happened there. That's just, I mean, I know I've said it a couple times this event, guys, but that is truly a piss poor round. That is so dog. It's insane.
Why are we running
And listen, I know I'm usually the one that gets pretty, oh man, I can't believe this team did that. Guys, what are we doing, man?
Why are we running out of
I actually hate saying that as a caster. Whenever I have to say, what are we doing?
Here's what I will say, okay? Obviously, that was a really bad 3v2 from Black Dragons. However, that is the first, really bad round we've seen. They obviously won the first one, and then the second one, Scarz just did catch a couple people on the roam, were able to open the breaches even with the struggle they had early on. It was 2 very normal rounds.
Yeah.
But that was a throw and a half from Black Dragons.
Yep.
Not only did we have the guy running out of IT, now it's a 2v2. Now we have the guy just sitting in IT I'm going to keep peeking the breach.
Yep.
Keep swinging.
dude.
It's like, just go on the side at that point. They're stuck at IT. They literally, connector wall is closed. They cannot open it. There are no exothermics. There are no EMPs. The only place they can come from is electrical door, IT and garage side, or Aqua. You have all the angles you need. And just
Carter,
running out of the eye.
how many times are you and I going to have to talk about value and what it means for your round? Like, how you're supposed to carry this through when you get to a certain point. We got a lot of entertainment out of that round. I don't think Black Dragons or Scarz really found anything valuable. I mean, Scarz got a round off of it, but they're probably like, what is happening? I mean, sure. I mean, if you want to give it to us, yeah, that's great. Ask has got to round the boys up, man. We can't be having moments like this because Scarz they're gonna punish you, dude. They shoot straight. They're a team that is full of killers.
Well, and even like last map, it was not like the identification of the problems, the gaps that was the issue for Scarz. It was actually just hitting those shots.
Yeah.
It was actually just winning those fights when you had droned out an isolated player from Black Dragons. When you had hit a flank and found a gap and Black Dragons attacked that they weren't expecting, it was actually just winning that fight. That was the big problem. It was not the strategy. It was really just the actual game part of it. So if you have a map where Scarz are hitting their shots a bit more, I mean, everyone is putting in the work right now. At worst, it's 2 and 3. They're doing it. Exothermic opening up, and they're just trying to hit the site with a few players on their own. Florio backing off immediately. Tayu just domes Nux on the bottom of Cargo Stairs. Florio put to low HP. Really, really nice attack from Scarz right here. 4v2, make that a 3v3, but still Hornet and Ask, the only ones actually up. Ask doing so much work, and there's plenty of time to get Gudo. Scarz have to start retreating from this building now or pulling back, but really you can't. Tayu's in deep, and not a lot of places he can go safely without exposing himself to these angles, and Fishlike has to cover him from Animus or the Breach. So he'll rotate around. There's something winnable here, especially as the Thermite's sitting on that soft wall. Impact grenade goes out, put to 37, has to swing. Ask domes him. Triple kill for the Goyo. Now you have an opportunity to get this diffuser down. Reloading in front of the Breach. Fishlike will close that off. He can still win this in the 1v2. Still win it on the swing as the C4 misses. Hornet right into the crossfire. 4K for Fishlike. Excellent flick onto the backline player. 3-1 for Scarz. Tactical timeout, bearing no fruit for BD.
That round is basically just a capsule. A nice little taste test of what Scarz has to offer inside of these rounds, guys. They're very bombastic. They really like to get in your face, and it comes back to bear in the mechanics there, Carter. It's a 1 versus 3, where a lot of players in that moment, they would have tried to play time. They would have tried to play patiently, and more than likely the defense would get to encroach on that wall. But instead, what does he do? He plays actively, and he ISOs out all of those different gunfights. What a moment there for Fishlike. Big round for Scarz as well, as that strategy goes off without a hitch. Just flying in through the Animus wall, getting some big pickups, completely dislodging the site members. I mean, I think Black Dragons was all reconvening over on like the Exo side at that moment in time. Just a really bad moment, especially post timeout there for BD.
And if this were Scarz, if this were Kafe Scarz, how that round would have gone was they open up the Animate's Breach. Tayu takes the fight with the guy bottom Cargo, loses his head immediately. They try to get into the site. It's a complete bloodbath, and it's probably like a 5v2 for Black Dragons because they make a really smart call, recognizing that there's nobody actually really on the site or they're all on the Exo side, and they only have to take the fight with the Cargo player. But this is not Kafe Scarz. They are hitting their shots. That's a 4K for Fishlike. Tayu's even the lowest rated player on Scarz, and everyone is generally putting in an even amount of work right now. So Scarz make that right call and actually are hitting the shots to execute that plan. Now they're up 3-1. Black Dragons will try defending that middle floor site. It seems it's not going to be nearly as easy as it seemed it might have been after map 1.
I don't think we're going to be going for the rush here for Scarz again. Usually a pretty good option when it comes to barrels. BD will likely be ready for that as well, as we've been seeing that quite often. Selma's the only thing that we have available to Scarz when it comes to their hard breach, so he'll be focused not only on the garage wall that we saw him get earlier, but also the IT breach as well. We already talked about how unbelievably important this area is. You've probably seen quite a few pro players talk about it as well, especially with just how difficult it can be to cover that space as an offender. Fishlike's going to get a big pickup on Ask. A little discovery moment here for Rek as he ends up getting called out by that Banshee. But a nice pickup there from Scarz as they will continue on their warpath, just grinding away at Black Dragons, sanding them down time and time again, and just showing Black Dragons you cannot just try and rest and wait things out and hope that your mechanics pull you across the line against us. It's going to take a lot more heavy lifting.
Gouda will make that fact known. Able to make it a 4v4 by taking down Rek, who was just kind of moving around the connector on the electrical side for a bit now. Will punish that disrespect from the Lion. Still holding out on the top floor alongside the Legion, like with some vertical angles, watching down into the B site itself. Make sure they can't just, as you said, hop in that window and go for the plant, though there is no Ying on the board. Nita waiting to punish some of that over-aggression from Black Dragons, too. As the roamers start actually moving back down to the bottom floor. Fish-like cutting off Florio. Cutting off the retreat for the defenders, too. Both players. Oh my god, just such an easy kill. Isolating and slow peeking that 1v1. Ah! 4 kills in a row for Fish-like. Ace denied by Nux. It doesn't really matter with the work he's put in up until that point. Good C4.
Nux.
Another long angle shot, but Nina moving Scarz up 4-1 on Nighthaven, and Black Dragons took that tactical timeout to try to fix the mistakes of round 3, and they have been faced with a whole new batch of problems provided by Scarz.
Fish-like, I'm trying to be like Fish, man. That is something else right there. Just moving aquatically. Quad kill out of him, almost gets that last player as well. I mean, what more can you ask of one guy with an SMG-12 trying to hold down Fork Stairs? I mean, so much there for him, a lot of value going his way, and really, for Black Dragons, just a lot of things pushed forward in, you know, that strategy overall. A lot of people trying to get that big opening moment. But once again, this is the one thing. When it comes down to these moments where you're taking these gunfights up against Scarz, a lot of the times it ends up being kind of a 50-50 moment. And the biggest issue right now is that Scarz have been so good, Carter, at getting away post-fight and coming back and finding yet another frag and just constantly making life more difficult for Black Dragons. Those refrags are never coming through in a convincing way for BD.
No, unfortunately not. Also look at the scoreline right now. 3 of Ask's kills came in a round that they lost. Came in round 4.
Ask has been the opening death 3 times on this half.
I mean, on attack and defense, he's been one of the main roamers or main flankers for Black Dragons, playing that Nook, trying to find gaps, solo roaming around the bottom floor, and I think there are just so many tools right now, or even a lot of teams are just aware of that play style at this point. Scarz are no slouch of a team. I mean, even back in Copenhagen, these people were saying, hey, this team might be real, might not be very good at opening breaches, but hey, at least a lot of the time they have the game figured out. Again, though, I will say, oh my god, they've timed it perfectly. Got to give Black Dragons credit on the Util game right there. Not
oh no, Carter. He's got 1 EMP left. They're cooked.
I mean, they don't even have any other hard breaching. It doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, they already soaked up the
They got
Exos.
no Ace, they got no Selmas, they got no hard breach charges.
No secondary hard breach Scarz. Carter, you have to sit next to me and listen to me talk about this all the time, but where is the redundancy, man? No follow-up for the thermite. Do you know how important the walls and the hatches are to this bomb site?
And especially when, you know, you look at these lineups right now, obviously there is a castle barricade you have to consider, but maybe we could get rid of that Ash unless Rek really wants to frag on it. I'm not gonna,
Ask, where are you being found all the way in Egypt?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Ask has just been punished on these realms every single time. And he just keeps getting away with it. Outside of round 1, they have just found him roaming down below by himself. They've shot him, and nobody is by Ask to actually trade out his position. I think teams are getting wise to his tricks. And he's just no longer having the same success he had before. Rek will continue on this middle floor. Black Dragons, unfortunately, in a position where you maybe would like to bring that man count back, but with closing those breaches earlier, you might just have to try to win this on site.
Yeah, and that's what we need to see. Scarz have gifted Black Dragons one thing, and it's the fact that those breaches downstairs are not open. They're going to have to work themselves down these stairwells. Don't even have a hatch option, so all this verticality is something to worry about. You do not want to put yourself in a poor position. Black Dragons have got to force them into a bad situation. What a shot from Nux. I didn't even think that he saw Wishoy there, but definitely made me eat my words.
Wishoy eat lead as well. Vulcan canisters now being popped. Scarz pushing things very, very low on time. Again, with no breaches. They've got to hit these shots. We've had a multi-kill from Scarz 4 rounds in a row now. We'll need to be the one to give it to us. Not if Gudo has anything to say about it. Taiyu will try to follow up. take that same position as Rec moving down to the bottom of Cargo stairs. Have an opportunity to push into the site, but again, this is so difficult. Black Dragons know they can just play passively, wait for you to push into them as they're all consolidating deep into the site, biased towards the Exo side. 2 players bottom Cargo, spotted through the feet holes, Fish like trying to cover, will land the trade. Tayu's now made this a 2v2.
No way.
Now they push deeper.
No
Nux
way.
isn't even looking the right way, and Hornet's so low around the corner, he's only got to survive for 3 more seconds, and he might have a direct line of sight. No, not on Tayu. He's all the way around the corner, inside of Tank itself, and he gets the diffuser down easy. He's there for the refrag, coming off 2. Another 1vx for Scarz, number 3 of Nighthaven, and a 5-1 half with all those victories coming right in a row.
Guys, I cannot tell you how much Scarz should not have won that round. But Black Dragons just constantly putting way too much value into these fights on the entry. And yeah, you do have to try and get those refrags. I understand it. I'm not saying that they're making the most critical error known to man. But a lot of these moments that they're trying to find are simply just not coming to them easy. And that's the biggest thing for BD. You know, we just don't really have a situation where they're capable of keeping themselves alive and forcing Scarz into a high anxiety moment where you're, you know, sub 15 seconds trying to put a plant down and you got to deal with multiple Black Dragons bodies. Instead, Scarz are constantly finding a way to accelerate themselves into the round, find these big pickups, even when they get funneled into the bomb site.
They open no breaches.
The only spot that they had, Carter, was the hatch up top, and I think it's because we ended up having that soft from Black Dragons. I think they left that as a rotation option for Ask later on into the round. So they popped that soft hatch, they dropped down into Animus, and that's their only foothold on the entire thing, man. That's it.
No walls. They got Bandit tricked and Electroclaw tricked when their only hard breach was Thermite, and they won the round. To be fair, it was a 1v1. It was a 1v1.
They did get it down to 1 versus 1. You are right.
Was close.
But I mean, that's the thing, man. It should have never have gotten that far.
Oh no,
it should have never have gotten that
absolutely
far.
not. And you got to give Fish like a lot of credit, of course. 13-5 right now. I mentioned that we've had 4 multi-kills in a row, or before that round, with 4 multi-kills in a row from Scarz. 3 of them were Fish like 3K,
Yes.
4K, 4K, and of course a 1v3 in round 4. So very, very individual performance from Scarz overall, but it still put them out of 5-1.
It's a little different today.
A little different today, and certainly starting to steal this away from Black Dragons. I say steal. They had a lead of 1 round at the very beginning when we only played 1. It certainly feels like Scarz's domain. Black Dragons now moving to the attacking side. Second floor, the first choice defense from Scarz. IT breach open very early on, looking to find any of this utility with the Twitch drone. I don't even know what they found beneath that desk. Was that a mute jammer? What was that? Was that a Valcam?
No way you can put a mute jammer in there. Had to be a Valkyrie.
I was about to say.
Yeah.
I don't know how you spotted that. Good work.
Yeah. Well, Selma out here trying to break up this mirror window. He's going to get it too as they're just spamming the angle. Rexon trying to get that kill back, but Ask will deliver instead. And I mean, he'll be counting his lucky stars. He needed something to start feeling himself once again, although that will be his 6th kill. We've talked to you about these opening deaths and how big of an issue they've been so far in this map.
That's Black Dragon's 2nd win in the early round. Though Ask is, if you ignore the 4 opening deaths, he's 2-0. He's been involved in every single entry engagement except for 1 in round 4.
And if my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a bike.
True. Shout out. Oh! Just immediately gets swung by Washoy on this retake of Garage. Not a good, I guess, good finding by the utility for Black Dragons, but trying to get a little passive, and Scarz taking advantage of it. Regaining control, looking to get aggressive.
And that's the scariest thing right now. This is a situation that is completely winnable for Scarz. We've been seeing how they've been performing, probably outperforming their usual when it comes to gunfights, and they're going to do it once again here as Tayu will start us off.
Had the shotgun close on the breach and the door, so difficult to find. Gudo taking advantage of his divided attention on electrical. Can't land the shot on that C4. Great secondary utility usage from Washoy. The Grim and the Ying using so much of their utility, and it has not bought them anything other than a 1v3. Nux will need to be 8-6 by the end of this 13-second round. There's one down on the floor. Has got so many bullets to make this work. Still an easy trade for Washoy. 6 rounds in a row from Scarz. 6-1 on Nighthaven Labs.
Scarz are delivering right now, and Black Dragons, they cannot find a way to get any consistency inside of these rounds at all. It's really messy. Even with the opening kill going their way, they just don't really know how to break things down to make it to where they can actually apply proper pressure to Scarz, especially as Scarz start to fight back. I mean, they were able to delay Black Dragons out there for quite some time off the back of their utility game, and let alone that fact, but just having the shotguns implemented in a convincing way too. You know, you think of the area around electrical, you think of the area around IT. A lot of that is basically no man's land for Black Dragons, all things considered, is that M590 with one blast will remove you from play, and they just never really get anything else of value throughout the rest of that opener. So now Scarz end up at a 6-1 lead here, which is just absolutely diabolical after what we'd seen on Kafe. You'd think they'd kind of be mentally boomed a bit, but clearly not, as they are on the warpath to Consulate right now.
Would you say they're bringing the boom?
I think they are bringing the boom. How many booms, Carter?
I have to buy a double chunk chocolate chip cookie.
I'm thinking about that chicken bake, man. Come on. Come on.
I got to give Scarz credit. We actually have a ball game now, though. Map 3 seeming very, very likely at this point.
If it doesn't happen, I will try and do a backflip for R6 Esports Socials.
And I think ultimately, Sam, the thing that I'm thinking about is we're up 6-1. Scarz have looked like the better team, I think, on their pick, but also I think you can make an argument even on Kafe to some extent. If you think about the team that was making a lot of the most obvious glaring mistakes, it was Black Dragons.
Yep.
And the issue is not that Scarz were creating these opportunities. It was more so that just Scarz were failing to punish them even when they realized they were there. And so now when you look at Nighthaven, and it has just been Scarz making the right moves, winning the important fights, winning pretty much all of the fights, it seems, if you're fish-like. 14 of them at this point.
Pretty wild that Black Dragons qualified through the LCQ on this map up against Furia, who came back from a 6-1 deficit at SI to be champions up against FaZe.
Don't remind me of that.
And then we're here. 6-1 in favor of Scarz right now.
I don't want to think about that, man. I don't want to think about that.
I do.
I don't want to think about it.
It was pretty great, man.
You think Black Dragons got a 7-rounder in them right here?
Absolutely not.
Not looking
with
like it.
on the team. Not with Fish like on the team. The guy's a demon, bro. Oh, man. Keep him caged inside of barrels, dude. You can't let this guy on the street.
Blitz and Finka now shut down.
I was going to get it. Oh!
Unfortunately not. Ass good for the trade. 3v3 now for Black Dragons. Got direct intel on the Cade. Sitting inside of Lounge as well, though he will pull back towards Exo Stairs. Does have a C4, so playing down below, not exactly a bad option, though there is a lot of indestructible floors on this bomb site. At least you might be able to dodge a drone and maybe catch Black Dragons off guard. It means Wishoy and Nina are in a little bit of a difficult spot.
Ty.
Good work from Ty, who does that exact thing. Cade pulls back. Black Dragons don't donut. They lack the intel.
Okay.
Candela goes out, but
That's
this
it.
game's over. I mean, Gudo will pick out that goo mine, but all Scarz need to do is just not peek at this point. They've got one guy in sight, one guy to his left, one guy on the right, and here he is stuck in the middle with us.
They win it on freaking Kitchen, man.
Yeah.
What?
Why not?
This site sucks.
It's about sending a message.
Oh, dude.
It's about sending a message, and Scarz have sent it loud and clear. Gudo will rotate around to at least try to keep a lot of the gunfights in his direct cone of vision. Sends the flash deep, but it's the gunfight around the corner he's got to worry about. 7-1, more dominant than Black Dragon's victory in the first game. Scarz have sent us to Consulate with the momentum and, frankly, with the best showing out of both of these teams.
Absolutely. I mean, they've really hit their stride, and I think they're just feeling a lot more comfortable and just feeling a lot more confident in their mechanics and their ability to deliver here, Carter. That was the huge contrast in comparison to what we saw on Kafe, folks. Kafe, like Carter said, a lot of Black Dragons getting away with things that necessarily they probably shouldn't have. It was Scarz that ended up just not really hitting their mark, but we see what happens when they're accurate. It's a 7-1 scoreline there on Nighthaven Labs, and we are quickly moving on to Consulate. How are you feeling about visas right now? You feel like visiting a Consulate yourself?
If I'm a Black Dragons fan, no. I mean, listen, I think this team is definitely not looking like the caliber we saw in the LCQ, but 7 rounds in a row to Scarz on Nighthaven, the vast majority of opening deaths, letting Fish-like run all over you, it's not looking good as we go into map 3, but elimination will come up next. It'll be Black Dragons or Scarz going home right after this. wake you from your nightmare, Black Dragons fans, but map 3 is coming up, and it's not looking good. Scarz, 7 rounds in a row on their own pick, dropping the first, and not a single one after that. But there's one guy I think we really need to focus on for a big reason why that was, and it was Fish-like. 3K into a 4K 1v3 into another 4K. I mean, a lot of the stories right there.
Yeah. All you really need to know stat line-wise throughout the entire series thus far, a KPR of a 1.29. That is just ridiculous. You do not see that all that often. In fact, we usually have crazy high praise for anybody that is at a 1.0 or slightly above, like Ask. He's at a 1.06 right now. Very well done from him, but clearly one of these things is not like the other, as Scarz take this map 7-1, let alone that fact, but practically off the bones and back of killing Ask repetitively as the opener.
And something else I think that needs to be addressed for a reason for Scarz's success is actually Taiyu. Yeah, it might be a very modest 6-3 scoreline, but playing operators like Thermite for a lot of those attacking rounds, he was a really strong backline or even site entry player when he's been having a really bad tournament so far. Going into map 2, his KD was 15-32 over the course of the tournament, including that map. So it might not be a big scoreline, but the fact that, of course, Fish-like was performing, but the fact that everybody on Scarz below that was basically just putting in the work, you know, getting a kill here, getting a kill there, while letting this guy run away with it and just keep doing what he does. That was enough in the end to not have that one guy dragging the scoreboard down, Taiyu instead picking up his game, and the other 3 just doing enough to aid and help things go along. For the Black Dragon side, I mean, Florio, just a complete polar opposite performance. He had 14 kills between map 1 and 2. You do the math on that one.
It's something else, man. It's something else. But what I can tell you is this. We've had 2 very dominant maps. 7-2 in favor of Black Dragons on Kafe, 7-1 in favor of Scarz when it comes to Nighthaven Labs. Now it comes down to Consulate. And, you know, all the implications we can potentially talk about don't really matter in comparison to this. Somebody has to go home, and we are effectively inside of a best-of-1 now. It does not matter what these previous maps have had to offer. It matters what you're capable of when it comes to Consulate. So let's get into this and getting to talk about these 2 teams and what their Consulate history has been. For Black Dragons, it honestly has not been all that great. The last time they won this map was against CL4L 4 days ago, but their record as of right now is 2-4 on it. They tried to play BDS on it yesterday and ended up losing. That's how they got here. And as for Scarz, their Consulate, a little bit better. They have a 1-0 record on it. They don't really ban it all that much. Other teams kind of ban it against them too. Actually, the last time they ended up playing this was almost 2 months ago, Carter. Is 51 days ago in a regional game up against IG. So we'll see if there's something that they can potentially bring to the table that Black Dragons haven't game planned for, because especially in esports terms, that is practically like a quarter century.
The ultimate thing I'm looking towards is not even necessarily their records, the past maps, whatever. It is who is starting on this defense, and it will be Scarz. We have seen the issues with Black Dragons' attacks up until this point. Even when they got a 4-2 on Kafe, the holes were apparent to even the blindest of players watching or consuming Rainbow Six. They were there for Scarz to exploit, and it was a story of unrealized but recognized opportunities, as opposed to Black Dragons just running away with it. We get to Nighthaven, it's the same story, except Scarz are more apt on the second map to actually make use of them. So as we get into Consulate on this defensive side, the mist drones, are they going to be a problem? The solo plays, are they going to continue? Is Ask going to face the same level of poor overall success that we saw on Nighthaven? And are these things going to be capitalized upon by Scarz?
Yep. There's a lot of scrutiny going the way of Black Dragons right now, but we had the same things to say after we ended up seeing Scarz get dominated there on Kafe. Although, did point out a few holes inside of Black Dragon's game plan, and the fact that they were really just going at things with a hammer, not really a scalpel. And obviously that was fully exposed and fully realized by Scarz inside of Nighthaven Labs. That all brings us down to Consulate. And so far the bans, pretty straightforward. I think the biggest one that might be a shocker for some people at home is going to be the Pulse. But Consulate is his best map, guys. Like, by far, Consulate is his best map. And the reason being is because he can see through every single level of this building, minus the roof, all the way from downstairs. So if somebody goes in admin and you're downstairs in server, you can see them with that cardiac sensor up top. This is something that was realized a very, very long time ago, even in the previous version of Consulate, where you had players like, at least Hallmark players from North America, players like Foxe, players like Canadian, that have completely orchestrated their defenses around this operator and what he's been capable of. And Black Dragons don't feel as though they want that, you know, huge tool going the way of Scarz, so they'll remove that from play and at least free up a little bit of the info game for the defense.
Yeah, just the ability to call it pretty much exactly where the attack is pushing from early on. And given the nature of Consulate, once you're in the building, a lot of the times, especially on the admin side, you're kind of just committing at that point. To the yellow skylight side, you hop down the skylight, can't really get back out of it at that point. So it's a very, very strong operator to take down. We'll see what Black Dragons do decide to do, as it is a CEO defense to start from Scarz. Don't see the Amaru. That is often the indicator of some sort of quick play over towards the CEO side. There is a lot of execute utility with that Deimos down below. I like this dimension because a lot of teams, if they do go for the admin clear, can get stuck on that side. And while it's not really great to deal with the checkers player, if anybody's actually playing inside of the site, close on those doors with a shotgun, that is at least a bit more of an apt tool to deal with some of the defenders stopping you from progressing.
Well, as of right now for Black Dragons, it's looking like it might be more admin-centric for this top floor clear, which, I mean, big shocker there, Carter. You got, like, what, all of 2 options, really? Unless you really bring the Amaru. That's usually where we see things change up a bit.
And Ying is banned, so.
Yeah, but we're not going to really see any of that. And with that Ying ban in, definitely going to take away a lot of that explosive entry capability that we see. We do see those window plays go on, so it could have some other options here. We also saw Black Dragons end up circumventing the glass as well. They were flashing it there for a split second, but instead rest on the Flores, which isn't a bad option either. Got a good utility clear with that. Could definitely help out with these Kiba barriers as well as these Banshees, as Nina will be discovered all the way in the basement, be called out by Gouda post-haste.
Really just kind of a waste of a Deathmark tracker. Not necessarily like Gouda's fault for activating it, but just given Nina's position, he can walk all the way back to yellow stairs, rotate up, nobody cut him off on that side. Sure, you know somebody was roaming, but there was nothing you could do to actually capitalize off it. That's why you see Gouda just immediately cancel it, be like, all right, well, let me try to do something more active. The Azami up, I didn't even think about that for this admin side. You've just got the Kiba stuck on these doorways, or the ability to create new angles to look at. Love that from Washore. You can dodge the skylight angle with that and actually peek down below. But with the Flores, they can make quick work of it, and there's no more Kibas to generate for Wreck.
Nux got really lucky with that. You guys probably saw that bullet ting off of the drone, and it was because he already had it activated. Those things become bulletproof as soon as you click the button, so it can guarantee things. And that will end up blowing up that front desk area down to Wreck and Scarz to try and blast off the rest of these Black Dragons players.
One of the bullets colliding with the guy in admin. Love the bathroom hop out from the Warden, but he actually dies from Nina anyway. So he'll even just push forth, fully retake long desk with Nina. This first defense from Scarz going about as nicely as you could reasonably expect. Ask stuck inside of the cubby right now. And once that information is relayed to the rest of the defense, they can hold his retreat, but he does get out from the initial player. But Nina behind that Kiba barricade will be the one to clean him up. First round for Scarz, starting off in the defense exactly how you'd like.
I love how patient Scarz are there, especially recognizing that the Deimos is in play. The Mozzie brings things back to bear on the site and makes life really easy for Scarz. They recognize that Black Dragons is going to be going for this admin push. They've got a lot of things to support this, especially given the circumstances of their man count. So many people to occupy these spaces and these angles, and Black Dragons never come out of these situations positively. That's the biggest thing there. Eventually, you're going to have to clash, folks. That's just the nature of the game. But every single time that Black Dragons goes to, try and find an opportunity and take something away from Scarz, it's always Scarz that comes out of the dust on top, and that's been the biggest problem for Black Dragons. I mean, they're used to getting away with some big kills and at least having that man advantage, but when you don't have that, you can't operate about things in the same manner, and that's really where they've been punished thus far. That time around, Black Dragons do get a foothold over on the admin side, but I mean, it's really all for naught at the end of the day. Scarz get all those nice frags, and it eventually boils down to Ask just standing inside of conference, and really nothing to be done inside of a 1v3, especially with Scarz positioning.
8 rounds in a row now for Scarz.
Something else.
Since round 1 of Nighthaven, Black Dragons have been without a victory.
No blitz again this time around.
No blitz.
That was through the microphone for the stage.
I believe that's Falcons cheering.
That is Falcons cheering, and they're playing against Chiefs right now, which is being commentated by
Promotion
our Aussie boys. So if the Chiefs lose, make sure you guys at Guz and at Jake and make sure that they're okay.
Guz actually predicted the Falcons 2-0, though I believe that was a meta prediction to try and jinx it in the favor of Chiefs. Just really can interpret that however what way you want.
Very Guz-coded.
Ooh, Fish creeping in.
He might
just get ahead of the
there's
drone,
no
but he
way.
hip-fire headshots him.
Carter,
Gotta feel bad for Budo there.
this man is so blessed. Things that would never happen to me or anybody that I know for a million, please.
He was a little bit close. See, here's the thing. It's like he's close. You got the hip fire, and the P10 Roni fires like, 60 bullets a second. So
That's true, but you only have like 15 chances.
True. Don't have a lot of chances. Nux trying to pick up the pace. Ooh, spots the laser sight just around the
What
corner.
a shot, Nux. We needed
nice
that.
shot onto Wishoy indeed. Yellow pillar player looking to get in on the action. Swings off the back of that default, getting shot, but Nina missing quite a few important shots there based off that intel. Fishlike trying to fight his way back. I was going to say down Visa stairs, but it's actually up into CEO. So the one guy remaining is Taiyu with 1 HP. There's nothing he can do about that. Fishlike abandoning the players on the site at the moment will now have to creep back down spiral stairs. I believe we have Nux ready and waiting, looking for a 4K, and he will get it. Breaking that dry spell, 1 round since Nighthaven Labs, but it will tie the game on Consulate.
All right, let's breathe. Just give it a moment. I promise you, it's just 1 round. Okay, we don't need all that just yet.
You know, I think you do. You got to get back into it, regain that momentum. You kind of just got demoralized on a map you've played like 12 times. You don't
feel as though that's a little overcompensation?
No,
I do a bit.
I don't know. Well, actually, yes, of course it's overcompensation. You just lost 8 rounds in a row. You're compensating for the fact that you lost 8 rounds in a row. There was no cheering during those rounds. There was no happiness, no joy to be found on the Black Dragon side.
Pretty sure I saw
because they were getting dog walked by Fishlike. So you get here, of course you gotta yell, get the team back into the game. Plus it's an attack on Consulate. You gotta take every single one of those that you can get. So you can thank your lucky stars. Nuxka decided to have a hero performance in round 2.
His best round of the series so far, by far. So well done to Nux. Little excitement there from Black Dragon, specifically from the coach. We'll see if hopefully his energy will feed the Black Dragons players and assist them with the remainder of their offenses. But that was just one of those moments where Scarz don't hit their shots, folks. They have a lot of solid positioning there, just the gunfight's not going their way. Specifically, I think the last air of redemption they could have had was Nina killing that player inside of Locker's hallway, but it just never comes. Ends up missing those shots from Yellow Pillar, and Nux burns him alive. Now Black Dragons get their first round in the last 8. So have to be happy with that, especially since it comes so early on. Already tying up the ball game here, and some potential to take the lead.
Some potential to take the lead. Some potential to take this early round. Spotting the guy on Visa stairs, though he is quickly retreating from the top floor. The second one comes in to hunt him down. That was Wreck. Maybe Nina actually moving around. Hits the Hashome peak around the corner. Crawling backwards with the Deagle. Snake moving around the main lobby area right now. We'll see how well the Hunters for Black Dragons are. They've secured the top floor, so not a whole lot of need to push further as of right now. We still have 2 minutes remaining. Still have a lot of drones as well, a lot of utility, a lot of vertical play you can get with those boogie drones. So he's gone. That's unfortunate. You would like to get that kill, but you are fine at the moment. Still a lot you can do in the mid-round.
The thing that I like from Scarz here is they've been able to keep everybody alive. Although you have relinquished control of that top floor, you have maintained gunpowder, and that's really important for a site like this. They eventually have to bring things to bear on the site. They have to get these plants down, And that's what Scarz is going to look to try and potentially stave off. Black Dragons, although they do have that control, still a lot to do given those circumstances. You have to try and carve out a portion of this site to make your life easier, and you can already see Scarz building up for a retake at the top floor.
And Castle moving up the spiral staircase, shooting the track stingers, but they've got a second prong to this. Rec moving up Visa might not be known about that. The Ram's been on drone the entire time. Same with somebody on yellow stairs. I'm curious how I was about to say whether or not they were actually able to clock that those track stingers had been shot. So no, Nux, the only one off drone, sprinting around the top floor, gets shut down for his efforts. Ask will trade back onto Rec, but Washoy is still lurking by spiral behind the vending machine, waiting to hit that point where Black Dragons are just starting to move into the site. Players are holding vertical angles where the round can tip either way based on the smallest change of events, and that is when Washoy will hit that flank on the top floor. Nade over top to shut down the long angle. Hornet holding it off, stopping the Cade. Will look away. The timing not going his way on the first engagement, but you just have to hold this. He's not flanking right now. Allow Ask to get that diffuser down.
Nope.
Final toxic canister will force him off. Washoy still spotted, yet not finished off by Gudo. So anybody holding that top floor, Hornet trying to cover Ask in a really difficult spot. He's got to now rotate upstairs, hold that angle as Florio rotating around to yellow stairs to retake that long angle. The time is so low, he falls off at the right time, and Ask winning that fight might be a must-win scenario at the moment. Hornet in the final seconds covering where he can. Nina's dropped down to try and land that C4, and it went wide inside of Piano. Moving up spiral stairs to retake an aggressive line on the middle floor while the entire lobby beside him has moved up to the top. Slowly crouch walking as everybody from Black Dragons will look down upon him, wait for him to start ticking that diffuser. Bringing out that jammer to disable it. First tap, but nobody bites from Black Dragons. Still holding their positions. They know they do not need to. Nina gives it up, cedes the game, says, "You've won, GG." 2-1 for Black Dragons. And a very, very solid start in an early game on the attack.
It's working out well for Black Dragons. That was a really scary one right there, and one that truly could have went either way. The biggest piece there for me is Ask getting off that case there. I mean, in the dying moments of that round. There's only like 6 seconds left on the clock, unfortunately enough for Siege. I mean, you can plant going into the post as long as you're sticking it. And what does Ask do instead? He fakes it out, and he takes that fight with that player moving in through Exhibition Carter, finds that huge frag, which could have completely changed up how that round goes, especially with Ask's positioning there. There's a lot of different angles from that space where if they just sidestep that box just enough, they more than likely catch him in the shoulder, and that round goes the way of Scarz. But instead, he guns that player, gets the case down, and completely changes up the fate of Black Dragons. This is the first time that they've had the lead in what feels like ages.
Since round 1 of Nighthaven. Won that first and then lost 7, 8 rounds in a row if you include the first of Consulate. Have retaken that lead. Should be noted that Black Dragons did have a decent performance on attack against BDS yesterday. It was actually the defenses they ended up losing. 3-3 half and then into a 2-4 where BDS won 7-5. So if they were able to do that against Shaiko, Leaky Fac, Yuzus, should be able to do it here against Scarz. Channel some of that same success, and at least here getting into the building seems to be a bit easier for Black Dragons. Maybe the shots are just hitting or the gunfight's a little luckier this go around as Nux with that 4K getting the first attack. Now this time actually getting inside of the building, holding all the proper angles. Then Scarz is not able to win anything on those retakes, shutting them down or at least keeping it as close as you can.
Fuse in play, something we've been seeing more and more of as the shield meta has taken over the globe. Gonna have that castle barricade destroyed as well. I do believe that was via impact or something along those lines. Might have
charge, I think.
I had a breach charge there. Yep, we have one missing from Ask, so must have applied that at the bottom and then put the cluster charge up top and just waited for that to clear out. Not a bad option when you are going for these rush strategies either, Carter, as those clusters just send those little pucks everywhere. So it's a good way of clearing out utility, let alone trying to deal a little bit of damage to any players. You always doubt that you're going to end up getting a kill out of those in a moment like that, but definitely going to assist with Black Dragons and the strategy they're going for now.
It should be noted, though, that Scarz actually have really like no actual plant denial utility. They've got, sure, the Vulcan packs, but no C4s, no smoke canisters, no nothing like that. So this might actually be a pretty easy plant for Black Dragons, depending on where they go. Florio rotating right now on the rappel at the moment. Nux already looking to pressure inside of yellow, sprints on through connector. It's actually Hornet with the first, though. That shield, the double pinch inside a bathroom, won't really matter in the end. Baiting out the plant entirely. They have just hopped into the top floor. Double shields galore. Ushoy now having to walk back up to the top. Nice pre-fire onto Hornet, but the shields will hunt him down. The Vultures are circling in round 4. Black Dragons 3 rounds on the attack, matching that BDS scoreline in only 4 rounds of play.
Crazy stuff right now. Black Dragons looking like a completely different version of themselves in comparison to what we saw on Nighthaven Labs, specifically in this last round. Very well coordinated, very well orchestrated, and they deliver on their promise, Carter. Everything is centralized around that top floor CEO space. They get the players in towards yellow. They fly in on the bathroom side with all those shields, and I think my favorite portion of all that, honestly, was that pinch that we see around that bathroom player. That was so very well done from Black Dragons and really opened up the door to their success inside of round 4.
And defense is expecting the Amaru to go in for a plan. They say, ha, just kidding. Shield.
Yeah, exactly. That's just a distraction method. Do you really want to see what's going on here? Do you want to see under the hood?
Florio's literally just sitting outside connector with the diffuser like, all right, I'm just waiting for whatever you guys do inside of the site. Diffuser more so just a point at that point to prolong the round if need be.
Yep.
Not really
the Furia method. We'll plant if we have to.
We absolutely need to.
What's how do you win the game? We just shoot the opponent. That's about it.
Nux 6-2 and Ask 5-1. I mean,
hey, not to say they don't do it in a convincing way. Really
just Nux 6-2.
Yeah.
Got to give him credit for that one. Again, 4 kills only happening in 1 round, but still got them a victory.
Yep.
And a great performance on the Blitz in the previous one. Not only pressuring the player's connector, but then also pinching the guy in bathroom. So a player that has been been the weakest point for Black Dragons throughout this tournament and at many points during the stage. And on such an important operator, to see him step up in moments like this, very, very important.
Now, I will say this, just a little caveat to Nux. Black Dragons do put him in a lot of poor positions. And by poor position, I mean it's just a moment where he's more than likely making space and he's probably going to die. Just a lot of things where it's feast or famine for him, and a lot of times it ends up famine, unfortunately enough. Now, that is the flip side of that coin as well. If he ends up hitting his stride, he can get a lot of really big moments for this team. But to start things off for round 5, it most definitely will not be Nux. It'll be Florio going down and Scarz hitting a lick with 2 kills.
Now 3v5 and the Blitz spotted on yellow, so Nux not exactly going to have the same opportunity of a surprise that he had moving down Spiral on basement last time. It'll be Ask this time, trying to replicate that same success. On the Nook, there's a Banshee in his way, so very, very cautious to push forward. You still got a minute 44 seconds. Let Nux make noise on that front side. Let Hornet start distracting people with those Deathmark trackers. Then you can start actually moving into position. He's already made his way to the vending hall on basement, so very, very strong. If Scarz do forget about it, he will find Fish-like, so his presence now known. Nux hunting down somebody on the top floor, but he can rejoin Ask in server. He continues to try and move down the side long hallway, but everyone from Scarz has moved back to the site. So any kills to be found will have to be from an execute.
This is where things start to become an issue for Black Dragons. It's a 3 versus 4, and 9 times out of 10 inside of this series, Scarz has been the one to come out on top in a situation like this. Black Dragons are trying to change that up. They're trying to be the ones that can be dominant when it comes to these low man situations, or just, disadvantageous man count. For Black Dragons, this is going to be a big one here. They've got Ask in on the backside, operating around the locker space, and this could be it as he starts these fights.
Starts to pre-fire on the Malusi, but Wishoy on the re-swing wins that one. Nux taken down by the Bailiff the moment he walks through yellow door. Plan was try to get Nux into yellow. Ask holds the cross, at least from deeper into the long hallway bottom spiral, while Hornet watches from the hatch up above, and everyone just loses the fight the moment they actually have to initiate that plan. So it'll be 3-2 for Scarz, as Hornet not necessarily giving up completely, but recognizing that this is not a very winnable situation, especially with somebody with a secondary shotgun and a TCSG on the short and long angles. Still one more round to go for it to be a tie game, and you're still feeling good if you're Black Dragons ending this half 3-3.
Yeah, 100%. A little worrisome, I will say, at a bare minimum, because Scarz did look pretty potent when it came to their offenses, especially on Nighthaven Labs, but doesn't mean that they're the same beast on Consulate. We'll just have to see. As of right now, they are not even focused on this offensive side when we do end up swapping. They are completely putting their brain power into what happens here with round 6. So let's see what they've brought to the table, shall we? We're going to have a Sentry on defense. We don't get to see him all that often. We see a lot of Striker when it comes to the offense, especially because you can have that, easy breakup method for hard breach. A lot of teams, especially in Brazil, liking the EMP hard breach method with Striker. But as for the defense, we just don't see this character all that often in the likes of Sentry. Well, this time, obviously, with the Nitro Cell coming in, as well as some barbed wire, so we'll see if that helps out Scarz. But it's going to be a piano exhibition defense here for them. And all things considered for the operator lineup, Carter, I like it. I definitely like it indeed, especially with the Mute Mozzie combo coming in.
If you're going to be playing vertical on this site, you definitely want to make it as hard as possible for the attack to clear you. It can be a bit difficult to hold that first floor just with the abundance of vertical destruction available to you, so if you do lose that top floor, one, that makes anybody playing on the site or stopping an execute from going down a lot harder. Also, if you do want to hold that top floor, if the attack is able to just drone you for free, get all that information and push forth, well, might make for a very soft hold to pierce. The ironic thing is, well, maybe not really ironic, maybe the important thing is, something that makes that Mute Mozzie all that more threatening is how poor Black Dragon's droning has been through these first 2 maps. An actual ironic moment, I say that Ask literally has one in the site. I think they might just try to rush off the back of this.
I got scared there.
I did too.
The body language, right? You're like, oh, he's flying in his fuse. I don't know what's going to happen here.
Gudo's like, do we want to jump in here or do I want to claim it? Well, the fuse is on top, so no rush for us.
Yeah, I think they're still trying to get a bead as to what's going on upstairs. I think they're a little worried about this verticality. And, I mean, I've said it time and time again. When it comes to this bomb site, this is the exact area of the map you have to be concerned with. A lot of verticality goes into this. A huge Nitro Cell moment here that halves the health of Gudo. But what a find from Florio over on the balcony. He'll take down Nina and start softening up this top floor.
Ask just immediately pushing in. Nux as well. Both players playing these shields, the Fuse and the Blitz together, have completely cleared out CEO. Mute Mozzie not really mattering. I guess for the drone count, I suppose. You can see we're down to 3, but actually stopping the onslaught from Black Dragons, it is just not even a factor. Grimby's on the site will make Tayu's life completely impossible. We'll just hop in the window, hop back out. Wishoy will take down Florio, but you've got a 4v2 for Black Dragons. Wreck on 22 HP. I think most importantly, you still got those double shields. When we saw Black Dragons run it on that CEO attack, they performed very, very well in coordinating on what positions they wanted to crunch between the 2 ballistic shields on the attack. So where do they go now? As the final B goes out, Nux, I believe, is hopping into Art with the diffuser. I think. No, he's on the top.
Yeah, they're going to be real patient with this. It's going to get delivered in through the hatch and then get that piano placement down, but they spent a lot of the later portion of this round getting those drones worked in. Although they only have 3, they have enough to put 1 on flank watch and the other 2 to actually figure out the man count on site. But, it might be too little too late. They might have allowed Scarz to slowly grow back into this. This wound is festering.
Oh, the Blitz coming down the stairs. Could be a bit difficult. Those feet might get exposed depending on the angle the Mozzie has. Hits the melee, tries to retreat. Switch to the sidearm. Wishoy getting in too. Now all of a sudden, it's a 2v4 for Scarz. They've reset for far too long. They allow Scarz to get comfortable and tie the half going into their attacks.
So what's the biggest issue there, Carter? The issue is that they don't really get too much value out of the drones that they put into the site and the information matrix surrounding that. Yeah, you have the flank drone. You get everything set up, nice and neat. But when it comes to the actual delivery, Black Dragons completely separate away from each other. They really expect that Blitz to be able to get away scot-free, but it's actually the exact opposite. In a situation where 90% of the time Blitz is going to end up winning that scenario out on yellow stairs, he loses it instead, all off of that shield melee. Yeah, he gets the flash out, but the defender actually quicker to the melee key ends up smacking that shield away, and he gets him with the pistol in the ankles. Just something you don't see every day, but something Scarz will definitely be happy with as they've evened up this scoreline going into the half.
It's something that I think we've seen a lot more teams be better at just remembering to usually aim at the feet with the shield when they're crouching and then sprinting, that little gap when the feet are actually visible, but getting better at hitting that shot and catching that timing. But I also think for that particular engagement, I think the elevation is an extremely important part because obviously you have the melee, but even if you melee somebody on the same level as you still, you know, obviously you could just keep firing at the body, but shield players are typically very good at still turning that shield, tanking a lot of the shots, and then you have to do the same thing. Look down, shoot the feet. But this time, the feet are eye level with you. The feet are gun level. So when you hit that melee, really you hit any part of the body. As long as you just keep shooting straight, you're fine. So staircases are often one of the, you know, low-key sleeper counters to a blitz or a shield running at you. If you're able to get them on that elevation change, specifically they're above you and you're below you, the fights might go your way a lot more often than you think. It's still only a 3-3 half for Scarz off the back of it, but based on how that half was trending, you might be very happy for that. We'll start off with an admin clear, as you can see. Some X-Kairos to open up very, very, well, not really a tight angle. It's only tight because Wreck is on the upside-down rappel, but still an angle nonetheless to try and facilitate this clear of admin.
Yeah, the high ground is great, unless you're blitz. Then life is pretty difficult in a situation like that. For Scarz is going to be their first clear and looking a lot similar to what we saw from Black Dragons on their offense as they cleared things in through admin. Scarz are not going to have a single shield to try and operate around this, but they will have plenty of utility to try and not only discover these Black Dragons players, but have a little bit of dislodgement, try and get them pushed away from this site, and potentially get a plant down. The Amaru hook out now. Florio with the first kill, and are we going to fly through?
I was about to say, even if he dies, you just kind of got to commit at that point. Hope the backstab works out. Scar's attack is collapsing far quicker than Fishlike can have an impact. His first kill only makes it a 3v4. Somebody's got to go big, and if it's going to be Fishlike, his team is doing his best to neutralize all of the efforts he's achieving inside of CEO. His first 2 kills of the attack so far, and Nina is actually just completely isolated. Stuck behind a Kiva barricade on one door, stuck in admin for the rest, but Fishlike, my god, recovered diffuser as well. Now we're in a weird spot. If you can get Nina into position, he can't cover every angle. Fishlike is going to have to come off if he swung on the close. He might just try to stick this diffuser, and indeed he will. Nina holding passive. Fishlike might be able to hop out, but with that supernova, it's going to be a difficult angle, difficult gunfight to make work. But Gudo just slowly walks into the crosshair. This backstab, the only thing that's really worked for Scarz this round. And one more 1v1 being gifted to the Amaru, sprinting up close, creeps around the corner, and it's not enough. 14 HP. Now is all left up to Nina to close this one out. Kiva barricade around the corner to give him a little bit more time. Stall off the damage dealt by that pre-fire.
Oh my god.
Super Shorty moving in. Azami falls off. 3K for Florio to save round 7 as one lowly Amaru almost snatched it away.
That is absolutely absurd. That is just so crazy. You got to feel for Gridlock there as well, as Fishlike does so much heavy lifting in this round, and you're just asked to deliver inside of the 1 versus 1, but that 3 armor, 1 speed on Gridlock just eats at him, Carter. He does not have the capability to move across that top floor and transition with any pace, and as soon as he gets close to that case, Arazami flies off and guns him down. What a moment there for Black Dragons as they'll reclaim the lead after getting tied up by Scarz and their pretty crazy finisher to their defensive side.
Gotta give a lot of credit to Fishlike right there. I mean, putting in the work that he did. But
dude, across these last 2 maps, Fishlike has been unlike a fish at all. He's been a shark, dude.
Yeah. And, I mean, of course, pretty much going into that round, very little impact throughout the game so far. Even with the team still tying the half 3-3. To be able to have impact in a moment like that. Sure, you don't win the round, but it is good to see that there is still a little bit of that depth on Scarz, even if we are struggling to reach some of those same heights. But I mentioned that for Black Dragons attacks are attacking on Consulate more broadly. You want every round you can get. You want any bit of an advantage you can squeeze out of the weaker side. And
here we go.
Losing that for Scarz, you're just going to be feeling rough.
Yep, I think this is a top floor be damned situation that we might end up seeing here, Carter. You got that Finka in, you've got the Blitz in, and if you're capable of doing it, you can more than likely just fly into that basement area. See if you can end up finding a nice little area to carve out for yourself. They won't end up opening up secret, but there's a lot more to this Scarz strategy than what we see at first glance. We are going to have the Blitz working his way in on this server side, so somebody's going to have to be aware of this, but there should be some goo mines around to stop him down.
Should be some goo mines, but I was about to say, there's actually a lot of time to react to that Blitz. You hop through the barricades server side, and the Legion has more than enough time to prepare. Wishoy good for that trade. The Black Dragons hold on to the advantage. He pushes deeper, pushes farther as Nina cuts down Ask. But still, Black Dragons, if it's just one body, now two. This rush just not working out at all on Nina to save the round. First kill, that long angle through the kitchen rotate will go his way. I'll recover the diffuser first. Then we can start talking about what we can do.
Yeah.
Appears to be in the possession of the defense, though, Sam, as somebody's just sitting on it, waiting for Nina to move.
Did not hate the build up there, Carter, but I can tell you what I definitely didn't like. I didn't like Fish-like just trying to fly into the site there, really blind at the end of the day. They didn't know the exact positioning of Black Dragons, and although a refrag moment does come through, it's just not in a convincing way. Black Dragons instead are able to turn all the guns towards that side of the map and end up just firing without really any relief towards Scarz. What in the hell was that? Nina's got a chance, man. There's a minute left.
Oh, but this shotgun close. He's got the stuns.
He's got stuns?
He just got to hit one shot. Okay, one, then he backs off. I'm actually in disbelief he won that fight on the boss. Gee, I'm still at a minute 5. I mean, Hornet was already watching him walk up.
Hatch is already open, too, so he can play it out that way. If he has any positioning known, at least from that drone, then this could be it for Scarz. This could be the tying moment.
I could. You have a good idea that somebody's probably yellow pillar. You don't know who it is, but as we know, if you have a shotgun, this is the best spot you want to play. SMG-11 in the shotgun close. Flashbang will go out, tries to force some movement, does hit. But you've only got one more. One more flash to actually make a play off of. The time for gathering intel is gone. He will hit the drop, try to make it in. The initial rush works out. The SMG-11 shots go wide. He waits to see if he peeks. Start to put this diffuser down, bait it out. Try and drag this out just a little longer, but no, he pushes deep. There's no more flash remaining, though. So much indecision from Nina. All that secondary utility ends up going to waste. 1v3. Impossible to finish as Black Dragons get a 2-round lead.
Nina just flirting with it too much, man. Especially after hitting that crazy shot that we see on the hatch. That's just something that you almost expect out of Nina at that point. Get that win there. But instead, a very patience-oriented BD capable of finding that moment in behind yellow pillar, and it's going to force attack timeout out of Scarz. I feel like both of these teams respectively are starting to kind of reach the end of their stamina. Things are starting to get a little loose here. Things are starting to get a little disorienting, and both of these teams just trying to find a way through the thick of it. It has been a very hard-fought game specifically here on Consulate. The other two obviously just pure domination out of one roster. And now we come down to this. This is Scar's timeout to try and stop Black Dragons. This is such an important round, ladies and gentlemen. It cannot be understated. This is the penultimate round for match point. If Black Dragons are capable of picking this up, Scarz, the anxiety, just everything they've been working on in the last 6 months, it's all coming down to what could be 2 rounds of Rainbow Six Siege. You got to put yourself in their shoes when it comes to these big moments. And round 9 will be the start of this. They get a little bit of reprieve off of the back of that timeout, but now it's back to the hard work. Hopefully you guys brought your shovels.
I think one thing that needs to be said for Scarz, if they want to go for any shield rushes, the core element of a rush of any kind is ultimately some sort of element of surprise combined with an overwhelming use of utility. Now, of course, it's not an exact formula. Sometimes you're more biased towards the surprise. Sometimes it's really more the utility, and the surprise is more so you're blinded by 4 candelas and you just can't see.
There's smokes everywhere.
So
you didn't bring a warden.
when you die, it is a surprise to you because you could not see what was happening. But when you have that blitz right there on that long hallway, they got time to set up. They got time to prepare. So imagine one thing is they talked about, like, hey, if we're going to go for fast executes, we got to position ourselves better. Hop into a window right next to the site. Hop in a doorway that is just a stone's throw away from the actual site itself. Don't give them that much time to set up, but look at their actual lineup right now. It's set up for something a lot slower. You got the Brava, the Buck. Well,
what? Where did you go down from, Fish?
I don't know what happened there. I mean, You got all the
He
C4s.
pops that. We have the TCSG player down here. I think that was a little verticality, though, because there's not even any holes in the wall down there. Yep, there it is. It was actually our Legion. It was Florio that ends up catching him through that verticality. And ladies and gents, this is the big difference between Siege and every other FPS. I mean, you got to worry about a lot of things in every game, but with Siege, I mean, you got to worry about that fourth dimension, man. There's a bunch of things that you have to consider that are just not usually in the discography of a lot of players. It's not in the mental.
I think the fourth dimension's time.
Yeah, well,
Speaking of.
You got to consider that as well. And speaking of timing,
Say,
Jesus, Nina.
Nina's just bent it. Match 2 holes in space and time. He's found his way into the site at 1:40, but the back's out pretty quickly as Rec cut down. Just holding patiently as Scarz continue moving into the building, but I think any momentum you were hoping to get off that push from Nina is just not going to happen. The attack more focused on getting the top floor, though Nina's so focused on clearing it too. Joins the player on Visa Stairs. Really good usage of that Dokkaebi call right there with the Brava around the corner. The Dokkaebi going in for the pinch as well. Now if you want to reset, you've got the 4v3, you've got time, but only 1 drone remaining and no other sources of information.
This could be it right here. With Shoy, if he's able to land these shots, oh man! Just cannot deliver with the AR of Habana. A little worse for wear. Not a lot of damage going this way, but definitely a scary moment as we're down below sub-minute now. Scarz do have that verticality as Buck will continue to break that up, but Black Dragons can change up the fate of this round on a moment's notice, especially given the circumstances of Fishlike's life. And do remember, they do have to transition here towards that mid-floor. Only 1 Nitro Cell remains for the defense, as Hornet will have that.
I was going to say, Hornet has that, but he's the one going for the flank. I mean, if Scarz decide to actually go for a plant in server, that's what Gudo can do, but I don't know much else of what can happen.
There's a player right here at the bottom of Spiral.
Oh,
They find him too, that's it.
There's that pinch. Nina on for 3, 4v2 now. Maybe wish Hornet was downstairs with that C4, but he needs to hit this flank. He needs to hit this reposition. He's pushing deep into admin, while Scarz actually just take control of the site.
He could have
He's got this vertical angle, just watching, waiting for the final seconds to send Black Dragons to match point. Even looking for that second, just for the ego boost at that point. No secondary utility necessary when you just have the God position in round 9.
So difficult for Scarz there, Carter. You have to feel, especially for Nina, as that is more than likely the biggest round that we've seen out of him, and it still goes the way of Black Dragons. They keep that verticality. They play patiently. And although Hornet does have a Nitro Cell, he could try and play that out from down low. The reclaim, or rather the reclamation of the top floor, the biggest piece of that entire round, as he's able to skirt the entire info game from the offense and sneak his way in towards admin. Ends up finding that big kill, and just an absolute back-breaking moment for Scarz, as they now have to be flawless on one of the most difficult offensive sides that you can play in any of the maps that we have in the pool right now. Scarz have got to try and find something that works, and they have to be accurate with it. It looks like we might rest on a rush strategy at the 11th hour here, Carter. We have the Amaru in. No shields this time around, some EMPs to boot. This really feels like we're going to pop the EEDs, fly in with this Amaru Gara hook, and then just dump those EMPs to try and prevent any electronic from stopping them. But there's a crazy thing that Black Dragons have actually done, and honestly, they probably won't know about it until they potentially win this round. Those fire grenades are not electronic. And Tachanka's on the board.
Yeah.
That could be a huge moment here if that's what Scar's strategy truly is.
Because they went for the admin clear and never ended up getting a defuse plant, that Tachanka, I think, went unappreciated, maybe even unspotted, as Black Dragons did bring it in round 7, but it literally just didn't matter. Especially like was walking behind, shooting people in the back, and might not have clocked the Shamika grenade's existence. Also lacking a lot of tools you would expect to land, based on what we're seeing, a CEO clear. We don't have a Buck or a Deimos to go down below. Maybe we get somebody down below, but we don't have that verticality. The Ying is obviously banned, but we're also lacking the Bees from the Grim to give you information on that close swing for CEO. So we don't necessarily need to be landing there, but no matter where you go, of course, you're going to be lacking so many important execute utility, and Tyru's setting up at the CEO window. We've got the Shamika grenades, as you mentioned as well. That air jab close better do a lot of heavy lifting. They immediately just back up. The moment it's called, those fire grenades have actually landed. It'll be a game of time wasting at the moment, but I'm almost curious if Scarz realize this isn't going to work out.
It's not going to. I mean, look at the utility that Chonka brings to the table, guys. You see that number right next to the highlighted little circle? He just put it away, but still. 17 fire grenades, guys. Smoke gets 3, by the way, just to put that out there.
Never planting.
You're never
again.
planting. It's never happening. So you guys immediately have to shift gears here. You have to abandon the strategy. We more than likely have to take from the admin space and wreck. This is going to be a huge moment as to how this round turns out. He has to get a kill.
That's what I was going to say. You've also found the Tachanka inside of the site. Needs
What
to
a
find the
find.
Azami.
Come on,
Boyle
boys.
looking the wrong way. Don't need to push too far. Just wait. Hold the
Oh!
line. But Hornet takes it back, crosses the boundary. Retaken long desk for the defense, and now Scarz back in a state of disarray.
Have they done it? Has Black Dragons done it? They've completely stumped Scarz in their game plan, and now it looks like they don't know which way to go, Carter. They're trying to get the comms in right now. They're going to re-drone. There's such minimal time. I don't even think we're going to see a plan attempt. It's going to be just try to kill these players.
It's going to try to take this fight with the Warden. He takes cover behind the desk.
Oh,
Mute,
man.
excuse me, right as he goes for the swing. Now pulls further back into the site with only 30 seconds remaining. You've got that shotgun. Make use of that close quarter. Just hang out.
Oh, my gosh,
Wait for
Ty.
Scarz to push into you. It's only 20 seconds left. What the hell are they going to do? This is the 4th rotation of the map, and we're just ending exactly where we began. No matter where Scarz goes,
He's dead.
there we are again. Ask gets the shot right as the air jab goes off. Fish like no match for him, and Scarz, no match for Black Dragons. Surviving one more day into their final best of 3 tomorrow. And Scarz, our final Japanese representative, will move out 1-3.
They were so close, Carter. So many of those rounds came down to the wire, and Black Dragons just persistent, man. Their grit inside of this game just cannot be understated. Throughout the entire series, just absolutely disgusting stuff when it comes to that department. And let me just get in front of this initially here. No, this was not a pretty best of 3.
No,
it was not pretty at all from Black Dragons, but sometimes it doesn't take pretty play. Sometimes all it takes is you believing in yourself and just having the capability to continue to try and try again. This is the biggest thing, folks. You got to remember, every single one of these players inside of this server, it is their dream to make a main stage at a major. And a lot of the times, it is the big separating moment between the men and the boys. And for Black Dragons, they found themselves inside of this series as they trusted themselves to carry it through on Consulate, and they accomplished that in a 7-3 fashion.
Yeah, Scarz still looking for another event to try and ascend to that same height in Copenhagen, making it 5-8, beating SSG in the 2-2 game to actually qualify to the top 8. And it has just never been close since then. 0-3, 1-3 finishes, group finishes. They have just never been able to reach those same heights. And while Black Dragons, I think we can agree, a sloppy map 1 and 2, they ended strong. Definitely map 3 Consulate, the strongest performance we saw from them. Maybe not in terms of scoreline, but in terms of the actual play, I was definitely the most happy with what Black Dragons brought on Consulate in comparison to everything else. And plus, you got to keep in mind, we got to be fair. Scarz did have a guy dropping 16 kills on map 2 to make it as dominant as it was. So, a good way to finish strong for Black Dragons going into your potentially final best of 3 tomorrow, but hopefully, if we see a lot more performances like map 3, especially from players like Nux or Ask, or really everyone had a moment this series, might be okay.
Yeah, and that's a big thing for me with Black Dragons. Ask had honestly an abysmal Nighthaven Labs, even though he got quite a few kills. His opening deaths were paramount to Scarz' success. But Ask, I mean, IGLing, fragging, finding huge clutch moments. What can't this guy do? That's why he's highlighted on your screen right there, as he's the MVP of our best of 3 here. Black Dragons stave off elimination, but they will send our Japanese squad home. As for BD, though, we don't exactly know what their future is going to be yet. We will be seeing who they will be playing later on today. But as of right now, still in the tournament, still alive, and that's really all you can ask for.
Yeah, and definitely the costs, of course, you might think seem a little bit weird. Got a lot of 50% despite relatively the same kill count, and just a lot of multi-kills from individual players in rounds. Florio 3Ks, Hornet 3Ks, Nux 4Ks. So maybe you'd like to see a bit more of a consistent team game, but it's still at least a good sign that those rookies are showing up, that they are performing alongside Ask and Hornet, and in that final best of 3 tomorrow, which, again, could be against anybody. We'll have to see. Will be very, very important that at least everybody on Black Dragon still is showing up to play, and that individual strength might be the secret to success tomorrow. Of course, let's talk about the other stream real quick, as the game did end while we were casting, not to spoil it.
Can I guess? May I guess? I know it went full 3. I'm going to say Falcons win 2-1 with like a 8-6 on the last map.
So, funny enough, it did not go full 3 because it was an 8-6 on map 2.
No shots. They came
Falcons,
back?
2-0.
Wow.
They will be our second MENA team ever to make a main stage at a major.
Congratulations,
it's actually
boys.
Hashom's second time on a main stage as he qualified with GK last year in Atlanta.
Guy's a killer, man.
Exactly. And, I mean, the rest of Falcons as a whole doing quite well. Of course, Scarz being eliminated today. Not exactly the same kind of positivity with this game, unfortunately, Sam, but we do at least have our second MENA team ever making a major. We've got a whole lot more games later today. I mean, we got Sonic's Elevate coming up next. I think before we kind of send it away,
man,
you're not casting an NA team an elimination spot.
Name a better duo. Name a better duo. I'm excited for that one, man. I tweeted it yesterday as well. You know, when Canadian gets his back against the wall, you know, something like an 0-2 or whatever, he might be one of the scariest people to face in Rainbow Six history. I mean, he is an absolute demon. The way that he whipped those boys into shape yesterday, it was just absolutely insane, man. Sonics looked like, I mean, screw finding another gear. They were on just a completely different level.
Yeah.
They had transcended in Siege terms.
Well, they'll have to do it in our next match on the B stream. Black Dragons versus Scarz is done. We say goodbye to Scarz. Let's say hello to an NA team versus our lone representative from Asia right after this.
Why are you called what you are, and when did you choose it?
I was like 8 years old with my friend, and we were trying to come up with just gamer tags. And we looked up Latin root dictionary, and I saw Ambi. So I just made it, I thought the name looked cool, so I picked Ambi. And then I put Corporal in front of it. So my first gamer tag was Corporal Ambi. I just got rid of the Corporal, so now I'm just Ambi.
And do you know the meaning of Ambi? Does it have a meaning?
I think it's just ambidextrous. I'm pretty sure. There's like this short version of it. But yeah.
And if you were forced into choosing a new gamer tag, I know that you're still young and you haven't had it for well, okay, 10 years maybe, but have you ever thought about, what you would be called if you could choose again?
Yeah, I'd probably just pick Beezy.
And why?
It's like another variation of Ambi, but like just Beezy, yeah.
You think you'll ever do the switch?
No.
The greatest Siege player of all time, if you had to pick one, who would that be?
I'd say Pengu. Yeah. He's the person that got me wanting to get into Siege on PC. I started playing on console. Then I seen him compete in tournaments, and I'm like, I want to be playing with that guy. I want to be on that guy's team. I'll be there one day. And basically, he started my passion to get where I am now. So I'll say Pengu.
I mean, the greatest is probably got to be Canadian, because what he did, like going to 3 different teams and winning a chip every time, that's obviously a very big deal. But obviously, I feel like there's a difference between greatest in achievements and just the best. Like the best, quote unquote, for me is Shaiko, obviously, like just consistency and being the best player at the game. But yeah, greatest Canadian for his doings, and you could obviously put Bengal and Fabian next to him. Fabian especially, you mentioned greatest player, obviously, so Fabian did some as a coach as well, which is even greater. But I think greatest player, Canadian, just like what he does when it comes to teams, just now going to Sonics, Broken Sonics, and winning the whole league is obviously like something to notice. So greatest Canadian for sure, and then the best player, Shaiko.
Why did you choose the gamer tag that you have? And what does it mean to you?
Well, mine's pretty simple. I'm Canadian, and I chose it because I'm Canadian. I think part of that, honestly, is just being younger, like people assuming I'm American almost online. So then I was like, made a statement of it, I guess, when I was younger. But I can't really remember too much of it. I don't know, just kind of went with it, and then it stuck, I guess. But yeah.
And if you were forced to choose a new gamer tag, have you ever thought about that? Like, it would be cool if I was called this or that. What would it be?
No, I honestly haven't thought of it too much. Like, I like it because, I mean, it fits, I guess, and it works. So yeah, I don't know. I haven't really thought about it too much.
I would like to do an operator blitz with you. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds, and I want you to mention as many operators as you can when I say go. Are you up for that?
Okay.
Go.
Buck, Fenrir, Solus, Ash, Ram, Vigil, Blitz, Monting, Fuse, Sledge, Thatcher, Ace, Jackal, Mira, Goryo, Brava, Twitch, Maestro, Dokkaebi, Lion.
Stop.
Yeah.
23, 24.
Dang.
About that. Are you satisfied?
No, it's okay though.
Go.
Tachanka. There's another one. Fuse. Hold on, wait. What's that operator? Recruit? I mean, striker? Yeah.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
Okay, that was 4.
Oh, man, that's great. Come on.
We're Chocolate.
choque-les. Ouais, choque-les, choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils m'étrisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Switch, je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Well, finally, we have our first NA team of the day. I say finally because all that has been on my mind this entire day is that there is an NA team going home, no matter what, with DZ SSG after. So let's do our region proud and just keep that number to a minimum and don't have number 2 or, based on time, number 1 happen right here. It is Sonics versus Elevate, who the latter have actually taken the victory over an NA team this very event, beating Dark Zero 7-5 on Kafe, going up against the Sonics here. If they do the same, they will not make it to main stage. They'll at least stay alive a little longer.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's a pretty interesting prospect, all things considered, especially the fact that Elevate's kind of punching above their weight class right now and doing it in a convincing way as well. I think Dark Zero had a lot of positive things that they brought to the table in that Kafe. It was just the fact that Elevate consistently was catching them off guard, especially early on their offensive side there on Kafe. Once it got over to defense, that's when we saw Dark Zero slowly inch their way back into the game. But obviously, we all know what the resolution of that was, 7-5, as Carter just said. And now that brings it down to our series right here. A best of 3 up against Sonics, which, I mean, if Elevate are able to do this, I mean, it is quite the Herculean task, but I think there is a realm of reality where they're able to bring this to bear. The biggest thing for me is, though, is after what we saw from Sonics yesterday, I am a bit pressed to give Elevate a big advantage here. I think it's going to be pretty even-keeled.
And I think the Sonics, being in the 0-2 spot going into yesterday, it might be the most comfortable 0-2 spot I think this team could ever be in. You lost an 8-6 game day 1 to Virtus Pro. Then you lose an 8-6 game that same day to SSG. Like,
yep,
that is as close as it can get. It's best of 1. Sometimes that's going to happen. But you went against 2 very good teams. And then you get the 0-2, and we get to see what you can really do. And you know, I guess if we had an 8-6 map 1 and then Sonics come back 2-1, we're like, oh, they could have won those other ones if it was a best of 3. But they didn't do that, did they? They won, what was it, 11, 10 rounds in a row, maybe? Either way, it was a 14-2 overall for the Sonics to knock G2 out of the Montreal Major. And one man who was leading the charge on that, Ambi, of course, but in that game in particular, Surf, breaking 20 kills over the course of the series, 2 1vx's.
Disgusting
Just
stuff.
an insane performance from the rookie. It's not only being his, well, not his first stage of pro play necessarily, but his first major international event, period. Unbelievable performance from him so far.
Yeah, Surf definitely fresh to international play, but not fresh to Siege. Not in the slightest. This guy has been around the block for quite some time in North America, and let alone that fact, but he's been constantly marked as one of those players that is more than a fragger. He's got a good brain to him as well, and just a lot of really good play out of Surf, but we got to see it on full display yesterday, and let alone that fact. But I touched on it a bit at the tail end of our last series, but just the way that Canadian had the boys playing yesterday, I mean, you know, it cannot be understated how paramount Canadian is to Sonic's success, especially as he's been plugged into yet a new roster for the 3rd time now and is still finding the same consistency and is calling the same consistency in their performances. Although, again, you know, they did start off 0-2 G2 at this event, they've definitely bounced back in a very considerable way, and they'll look to continue on this path throughout this best of 3. Carter's got the map pool for us here as we'll start delving into this. I know Nighthaven Labs is our starter, and then we move on to, what is it, Chalet, I think?
We'll have Chalet as the follow-up map after this. Consulate and Kafe taken off first. Elevate have 1 win so far, and it was on Kafe against Dark Zero. And Elevate were very, very good at spotting gaps in Dark Zero's defense. And I think Sonics might have their pieces arranged a little bit better, but if Elevate were that good at spotting opportunities and capitalizing them, you'd rather just not take that chance and give them the 1 game they were comfortable on so far, the 1 map they were able to win so far. Labs and Chalet being our maps, obviously the former being Sonic's pick, the latter being Elevate's pick, and you can see how these teams are approaching this series in different ways to try to maximize their win conditions. Sonics have Canadian, a strong IGL, and a map like Nighthaven where your executes, your plants, and your full clears are going to be a bit more important. They would pick that map to try and out-coordinate Elevate. Then on Chalet, a map that is a lot smaller with a lot more exterior angles that can come down a lot more to the gunfights and just even waiting patiently and winning the 1v1 when the defense inevitably has to give them to you, you might be able to even the playing field between you and Sonics and outshoot them on map 2.
Yeah, and that's where things get fun, because if Elevate is able to pick up either one of these starting maps, that guarantees border for us, and that's where, you know, everything that you can consider strategy and, you know, all these highbrow things that you have across all these other maps, just set that on fire. Just set it on fire in a big old pile, because border is that map that just plays completely differently. It stands in stark contrast to the rest of our pool as the not only smallest map, but obviously the most aggressive. This is where things become a full-on, just, you know, heavyweight bout. And if we do end up crossing that bridge, I will definitely be counting my lucky stars, because honestly, Carter, I want to see it. I want to see Sonics up against this Elevate roster, which is just, you know, a whole bunch of different pieces from around the world. We got some British players, you got some players from Asia. There's a lot of different things going on with this team, and it could be a heck of a series, you know, with all the info that we have in front of us. We're just a moment away here, folks, from actually jumping into these maps. We just had a little bit of an issue over on the stage, so once that is rectified, we'll be jumping into Nighthaven Labs. We've got all the players at the stage, all of their stuff set up. We're just trying to fix things up with the server right now.
And I think Sonic's chances of winning this, I say Sonic's chances of winning this, I do think they are the clear favorite going into this matchup, but their chances of winning this, I think, are best if they do get the win on Nighthaven Labs. The first 2 maps are inherently, just based off their playstyle, going to favor a more inexperienced team that can shoot back quite effectively, a lot more than Nighthaven Labs will. If you also want to look at how Elevate were able to do on a map that requires a lot of coordination, look to their game against Chiefs yesterday, a best of 1 on Bank that they lost 7-3. It is still, as you're an inexperienced team, you're trying to get things figured out on the international stage, and maybe it was just a fluke, but still coordinating broadly on a large map where you need to full clear, communicate with your attack, where if you're able to do that, it's often attacker-sided, but if you're not able to do that, you can very quickly come to the defense's favor.
Now, one thing to note about Elevate as well here, Carter, they actually have 0 plays as of recently on this map, and they're usually the ones to end up banning it out. They actually end up banning out Nighthaven Labs Lair and Clubhouse routinely. So this is definitely going to fall into that category, obviously. So Sonics might have some tape on this, but it might be from some time ago. I'll try and see exactly how far back this goes here, but we are, once again, just moments away from hopping into this one. But as for Elevate, and the last time that we saw Nighthaven Labs out of them, it was 41 days ago against Bleed, and they ended up losing it.
Well, this is certainly a map that I think Sonic's playstyle is going to be very, very comfortable on, even though some of my memories of them on Nighthaven were in Stage 1, where it was a Nighthaven Labs game that really just started the downfall of the Sonics, making changes mid-stage, changing IGLs twice, bringing on substitutes or subbing out players. But since then, Sonics have not only regrouped in that LCQ, which they very narrowly won, though they did end up missing Manchester. They have made it all the way to Montreal, winning the NAL, and despite going down 0-2, it was in 2 very close 8-6 games and then demolishing G2. And now on paper, this seems like the weaker opponent. This seems like the victory Sonics should have in the bag. So what can Elevate bring out? What can Rando Sando, the British players, the EU blend with the Asian flair do against the best team in North America. Nighthaven, Sonic's pick is our first map. And likely the one that if Sonics close out this series with a victory, this will be the one that they win.
Comes down to this for both of these teams. Something that, especially as not only a North American fan myself, but just as North America as a whole, we are also very experienced with this, aren't we, Carter? It just seems to happen time and time again. I don't know why God hates us so much, but hey, there's something to go with that. Maverick will be banned out once again on Nighthaven, just like he was earlier. Monty going to be removed from Elevate, which, I mean, we see a little play of Monty out and about here for Canadian, but the main operator that he has been using across these last handful of months is Blitz. And it doesn't even come close, Carter. Dating back to the 1st of September up until now, guys, he has 50 rounds on Blitz. He's got 21 on his next operator, which is Capital. So double the rounds there and only 8 on, or rather 9 on Monty to follow that up. So really expect that Blitz coming out of Canadian. If he's bringing something else, there's more than likely going to be a reason behind that. You know, he's flashing the fuse right now, but look at that. He switches over to the Blitz before you guys even get to see. So, as we load up into our very first round of Nighthaven Labs here, Carter, it looks like we're going to be starting things off in the basement. Tuberau is still available for the defenders as well, as Elevate has looked to relieve Kaid of his duties, so they won't be able to hold on to the hatches. They will be mostly focused on these walls and trying to keep these things tuned up with batteries as well as, you know, those ice grenades coming out of Tuberau.
And it is important to keep in mind, as Sonics do move into this game, as Canadian will play the Blitz, not necessarily every round, but likely at least half would be my guess as they are starting out on the attacking side. Just how important these shields are for Sonics inside of their NAL run, but also inside of Montreal so far that might elucidate why they have had trouble, even though all those games came down close. Jesse brought this up the other day. We both kind of discovered this as we were looking at Sonic stats. When they have shields, when they bring those shields in the 50 or so rounds played in the NAL, they had a 68% win rate with the shields. But when you take out a shield from their lineup, their attacking win rate drops down to a pretty bad 43. But at this event, they're not even cracking a necessarily positive attacking win rate with the shields or otherwise. But especially with those shields, could be a lot harder. As you can see the cluster charges going out, they try to land the bandit trick close on the wall, but as it's triggered, MC is forced to fall back.
Leave it up to Super and Canadian to figure out how to deal with a bandit trick on one of these walls, and it's going to be the fuse. I don't think we've seen this entire tournament, at least from you and I, in a way that, you know, actually is conducive towards stopping this bandit. And so far, so good. What a call here from the Sonics as they ban out that Maverick as well. So this is the strategy completely born from those just great siege mines.
The wall will remain electrified and closed right now. You have at least taken down one bandit battery, and the other two are placed existingly on that wall.
Yep.
You do still have to worry about it. The breaches are oh so important on this site, and with Speakeasy, as you can see on that clash, can rotate to the breaches, to the staircases, anywhere to halt Sonic's entry or execute down onto the site.
Just make life a little bit easier as you do have that rotation back from Animus. Canadian will find the clash, and this will make life a little bit more difficult as Elevate is going to try and delay things out around the main hallway here. Ambi will continue to try and dislodge the utility on the site with these clusters. More than likely going to rest on this for about 15 to 20 seconds here.
Only issue, though, is there's not exactly a lot of on-site utility, aside from the breach denial, that the cluster charge is really good to get. Sure, there's maybe a deployable shield, maybe you get some errant magnets or barbed wire, though they haven't even managed to get that because it's likely on all the staircases. Cluster Charge is doing a lot of disrupting, but as Canadian's made his way in, he's not been able to find anything. He's also very alone right now. Nobody directly behind him to support him. We've seen these shield players sometimes die for these very same moments, walking with the diffuser in a position where they are not sufficiently supported. Not only do they lose their life by putting the diffuser in the hands of the defense, basically throw the round the other team's way. Shed prepped with the C4, waiting for the blitz to break through Animus into the site itself. Ambi's joined him, provided the gun behind Canadian, the exact kind of player you'd want, but that C4, pre-ripped for ages now, will land right at the IGL's feet. And the round has seemed to land in Elevate's lap right after that. 2v5, as Ambi keeps trying to find a gunfight inside of Both B and A sites now with Surf finally finding a kill for the Sonics. But sprayed through the wall and support cut short. Not much Sonics can do at this point. Surf is a damn good player, 20-3 against G2 yesterday. But when it comes to the actual strategy and the discipline, Elevate get the best of Sonics.
Yeah, high qual with that last kill as well, and the patience out of Elevate. Just don't overcook the round. They recognize what Sonics' strategy is. They never go for the main breach cutter. They go for Animus Wall. They get that cleanly with the secondary hard breach of Fuse, and then start to transition into that mid floor. Get the Fuse in there, see where these Elevate players are poking and prodding around, but they're never able to actually get a successful opening frag. In fact, what the Sonics do is they get that control up top. Canadian drops down into Animus, and he coordinates everything around himself for that plant attempt in behind tank. He gets that verticality broken up with the buck, gets that player in behind him for Animus for the cross, but Elevate quickly disrupt everything that's going on with that play. I mean, those 3 kills happened in a blink of an eye, and it cannot be understated how important those players are. Even just maintaining 1 extra body to watch something like the verticality could have been the make or break moment of that case going down and changing up how round 1 goes down in general. But instead what we get is a very dominant Elevate that is more than capable of dealing with the frag potential of the Sonics.
I also think maybe in hindsight, maybe, of course, they were able to open the wall, but the Fuse didn't really serve a pretty extensive purpose after that. And with the other breach still being closed, the defense had a lot of freedom to actually move around that site and get the C4.
Yeah, that main cargo area is really big for that downstairs site.
That ended up taking down Canadian, and the vertical destruction, the vertical angles, either were not really there from the Sonics or didn't have a lot of impact. So if you bring a Thatcher along and really try to, you know, say try to bait the Bandit on the double breach, use the EMPs, then breach on one side, Fuse charge on the other, so you either get the breach open or cluster charge the Bandit as he's committed to Bandit tricking the wall. But either way, it's only 1 round. Sonics will likely make some adjustments as they retry that. Elevate move up to the 2nd floor. We'll still see a focus on these exterior breaches from the Sonics, but again, they're playing it very sparse with that hard breaching utility. No thermite, no secondary charges, just the Selmas, which can often be enough, especially when Elevate are only running the mute jammers to deny the hard breach.
Yep, Canadian drops the blitz. Move on to his 2nd most played op over the last couple of months. It'll be Capitao. We touched on that a little bit earlier. This is something that is really, really solid when it comes to clearing out sites. In a moment here for Grixers, they'll find Ape just chilling at the top of the fork stairs here. Nice little discovery moment here for them as they'll begin breaking open the IT wall, potentially an upside down rappel here for Rexon as he'll try and assist with anybody around the catwalk space, but nobody home for Elevate right now.
No, with the zombie band, it is a bit harder to hold out rafters. Kind of got to move around, dip out of that rotate, pop out, take a fight, back up, shoot a couple bullets, leave. Without those Kibas, it's so difficult to hold. Canadian realizing that as he should, will move up, likely setting up for an IT garage push with a backstab from Ambi over on the Aqua side after they got that kill on around bottom Aqua earlier. Just focusing on the vertical holes at the moment. Ambi's such a strong player for the Sonics so far throughout this year, throughout their NAL run, but Sonics still taking a brief amount of time to reset.
Yep. Oh, nice find there from Rexon, and we're moments away from actually pressuring this site in full force. 2 big kills. They just really need to discover where these last players are roaming around at. They've got plenty of capability to do so with all the drones. Air jab in will knock down 1, and Elevate have to try and keep Sonic at the gates.
Ooh, and Heikel tries to peek through that air jab. Put on the back, unfortunately, and Shed going for the rotate. Could be able to flank Ambi, but as they realize the side is a little too clear in this 5v1, Ambi will turn around, try to spot the player hitting that flank. Flawless round for the Sonics to recover from their loss in round 1. Nothing really to complain about from the Sonic side. Open up the breach, hold passive angles, you wait for Elevate to swing, excuse me. Then, of course, you just find a guy, AFK down below. It's like, oh, all right, freebie 5v4 for us. Not going to complain about that.
Yep.
Sure, it takes a long time to get set up. Nothing really provided by Elevate to counter their play, but if you win every fight that's given to you, you're just going to win the round inevitably.
It's a typical Canadian round there. You know what I mean? Just solid cadence, not too fast, not too slow. Take your time. Find those high percentage moments where you're going to get something that is conducive towards winning the round, and they do all of that with flying colors. You know, it's something that we've grown to expect out of Canadian, but it doesn't make things less important or honestly less awesome, because, I mean, there is a heck of a lot that goes into a Siege round, let alone the fact that they're playing the offensive side of the coin. There's so much coordination to be had, and these guys are following through really, really well, especially here with round 2.
I also think when you think about those classic Canadian attacks, taking a lot of time to get set up, but you've just accounted for everything in the attacking lineup or plan overall that you're still able to win the round. One thing that's very, very important to that, as we actually saw in the Black Dragons game, is if you're doing these low time executes, you might even set yourself up poorly, but if you can just hit those shots, more often than not, you're fine. And Canadian has a roster right here with this, well, not really new team, but his introduction to a new team, that is really quite good. I mean, when the tools to try and win those fights are Rexon, Ambi, Surf, who's having a great stage, and Grixer, who is the second lowest rated player, but still above a 100 EPS, and at one point in time was a star lurker for the Sonics. He's got a hell of a roster right here of not only good fraggers, but aggressive players as well, who want to take the initiative. Ambi, Surf, and Rexon are all those kind of players that want to move into the site, that they are just waiting for you to say okay, and actually take a fight with these anchors that are holding down the top floor. So it's something to keep in mind as we progress forth. Might only be 1 kill for Ambi, only 2 kills for Rexon, but if Canadian is setting them up right, they might be unleashed on Elevate.
I think we're going to stay with this solid cadence here. We might see a more explosive round down the line, but that's the thing, guys. Canadian really likes to train his opponent. He likes to get them used to something that's happening routinely and then change up the fate later on down. But speaking of fates, Surf is going to meet his demise to the hands of Shed in that SMG-12. But a moment here for Rexon, though, as he'll begin to transition through this top floor. Andy with a nice kill and a nice spot here. The site's open.
Able to land that trade. 3v2 actually favoring Elevate, though. Bricks are able to tag up one on the backside, though down soon after. Only a 1v2 for Ambi at the moment. Where is Rexon right now to be able to recover? Oh, and Heichel with the flank. Ooh, tags up one and finishes off the other. Now a full 1v2 for Ambi. Does have Diffuser, but there's that Soulless down below.
No.
With the Specchio scanner, no explosives. It's the shotgun you have to worry about. I don't know how much they know about it. He'll drop the Diffuser. Wait for the call to be given, I think, by the Soulless, and maybe try and bait the Goyo as a result. He will spot it. Now we see the plant. Bit on the opposite side of the wall, but with that shotgun, should be able to hit him. And 2 shots, and that'll be it. Elevate reclaim their lead, giving Dark Zero, Sonics, bit of a run for their money on these Nighthaven defenses.
It's hard to get away from. I can't blame you. The amount of talents and just people in general that I've talked to in the last couple of months since this move over to the Sonics for Canadian, everybody's like, where's Troy? Even Parker jokingly towards the Dark Zero bench, he was like, isn't Troy supposed to be here? Like, I feel like everybody just constantly relates into that roster, and why wouldn't you? I mean, he was on that team for 2+ years. So, with that being said, though, Sonics not capable of pulling things across the line, although Ambi, a lot of solid effort there at the tail end, and not a bad call from Sonics either to try and work their way into the site off of the back of what they'd created in that moment, but Elevate just having the proper tools and the proper time to be able to change that up. I especially love the Solos coming in here because we don't get to see her all that often
No,
anymore.
we don't. She just has a lot lower pick rate since she got nerfed into the ground.
Rightfully so, by the way. Shout out Daddy Ubisoft. I love you guys so much. It's great. Wait, hold on. I say that, but I don't know what the potential is behind this Blackbeard change just yet, and I swear to God I saw him run through a wall in that little teaser that they put. Carter, I might be frustrated here in a couple of weeks. I might be.
Well, I think what I was about to say was I think Surf is certainly frustrated at the beginning of that round, an engagement that I think was very, very important for Sonic's chances because we have a Warden walk into an air jab, a Nomad around the corner in electrical, and what happens? Well, Shed wins the fight anyway. Prone on his back with the SMG-12. He domes Surf the moment the Nomad actually tries to get that freebie. And so when you lose that electrical presence, sure, Rexon finds the gap, but Elevate just have the advantage to trade it down, which was the most important thing since Ambi ended up being in the 1v2. Traded down from that 5v4 for Elevate. Small things at the moment that are getting the better of Sonics, in particular in that round. We're repeating sites now. In round 4, Elevate will go back down to basement, the first site that they won. Spotting the Legion through the floor. That DMR packs a punch, so even a wild spray through the IT wall will put Heikel to below half HP. Dokkaebi call going out as Ambi tries to move in for the kill. Hits the EMP. Did it actually disable the F-Not? No, did miss it, unfortunately. So he'll shoot it as he moves in. As we know, the defense has fully left the top floor. Oh, there were actually is that 2 of them?
I think that he just had a position on the floor. That's all it was.
Try to pre-fire one of them. But Elevator not trying to get aggressive. You can see with these F-Nots, Ape is just trying to create a space for himself to say, all right, they're pushing over here. I'll try to fall back on that spot. Well, never mind.
Wow.
He just blatantly swings the top of Aqua, and Ambi punishes him for it.
That's just so very good out of Ambi. Unbelievably poor from Ape there. I really thought he had the moment, but the SMG-12 strikes true, and Sonics will have our opening K for round 4. Now, they do still have to transition downstairs, but they have a lot of the verticality already getting absorbed from Grixer here as he's breaking these things up with boogie drones, but there is still some relevancy on the roam here from Elevate.
And just looking at the top of the barrel stairs, taking a peek up above, and Heikel waiting for somebody to cross this window. Can't really do anything because of the track stinger, so Surf holding a tight angle instead. Really, the Legion is just trying to push or punish any lack of foresight as Sonics go in for this push. Maybe he can shoot the track stingers and then go for a flank later on. But the side presence is still quite strong from Elevate. We don't have the Clash, but we do have these Yokais that I don't think Sonics will be aware of. They'll need to react to in the moment as the Animus Breach is being opened up.
Well, for Sonics, it's all coming down to this. The walls are open. They need a safe place to try and plant. Probably not going to be behind tank this time. We'll probably be inside of cargo, and this will just be an auxiliary player here. Canadian will probably just try and hold the crosses for the rotations.
With a low time, MC in a perfect position to do away with that tucked beneath the window. Will be spotted in the last second, but Heikel already going on this flank. Sonics are kind of struggling to keep a lid on this, but right as I say that, the guns come alive. Ambi with his second, Surf with his first, and Canadian looking for the first plant this time, but 2 seconds remaining. The Yokai going so low, they tank the stun burst, and he can't get it off in time! Tell Canadian, get down, Mr. President. We've got to tank some utility for you, and with Shed put to 1 HP, and the Yokais completely impactless by the end. He's got a 1v5 with only 1, now 2 kills going his way to then try to get even close to landing this counter defuse. 1 behind the tank, he knows it, got a hard ping on that very position. It's soaking up a lot of his attention though, a lot of that time, and he is just 1 bullet away from death. Nigh unwinnable at this point unless he hits some insane shots that will not happen. Tie game again. Sonics finally moving into the post plant, getting their win condition that they oh so love.
It was very well done from the Sonics there, especially kind of that side swipe that we see on the site that ends up catching Elevate decently off guard. Not only that, but just the entire swath of Sonics members that we see inside of the tank location, especially soaking up that Yokai blast. That was a huge moment there for the Sonics because if anybody saw it, that clock was at like 1 second left, and when you get hit by a sonar blast from the Yokai, there's this entire moment of disorientation where your character cannot restart that plant animation. So without Dokkaebi standing directly in front of him, Carter, that's an Elevate round. That's an Elevate round inside of a 1 versus 5 just based off of a Yokai. North America's used to that happening to us, but fortunately enough for Sonics, they cover all of their bases and make sure that that cannot be a result. So instead what we'll get is a 2-2 split right now as we move off into round 5. Something's got to give, man, and it starts right here. Who's going to be the person that can potentially end this round with an advantage?
Both of Sonic's round wins, I will say, have effectively been flawless rounds with you entering either the execute or the very end of the round or whatever with a 1v5. So flawless round in round 2, then of course in round 4 you have the 1v5. Echo gets 2 kills. They're impactless overall as he fails to clutch. But it still feels that this game has been a little bit out of Sonic's control in some ways. As you said, if Dokkaebi does not tank that stun burst, still an Elevate round, even if it is a 1v5. Still goes to show that Sonics are taking a long time, and Elevate are not giving them these easy openings, are not, well, aside from 8, maybe swinging Aqua in that round. Aside from that, generally speaking, Elevate are not just sprinting around, running at them, and giving Sonics these easy entries. And Sonics are taking quite a bit of time and still leaving opportunities based on Elevate's utility to still clutch out the round.
Yeah, Rexon's got a heck of his arm on him. You see that Selma toss?
That doesn't count the lineup.
Thing was from downtown. That counts in my book. The Chicago Bears need you, Rexon.
You got the pre-made lineup, doesn't count.
Well, hopefully what does count is this opener here for the Sonics. Looking to try and centralize this around garage. This is going to be a mid-floor bomb site. Elevate obviously not trying to go to the kitchen. We did see that earlier on inside of our Black Dragon series, but just not really a high priority when it comes to defensive setups. Probably, I mean, not even probably. It's most definitely the worst site on this entire map. And Elevate feel as though Barrels is a much better option, and I wholeheartedly agree. For Sonics, it's mostly about garage, mostly about the IT breach upstairs. If you're able to get both of those, things start becoming a little bit more palatable. Becomes a little bit easier to try and get a plant down inside of Barrels, but you still have to worry about things like that basement area that could still house some prevention for the defense.
So there's nobody home right now, so if you want to get Ambi in down below, he can actually move in and take fights against Speakeasy. Now moving around the bottom floor. Grixer very briefly face checks the warehouse position. He will certainly regret that. Canadian starts clearing his top floor, running into the mirror window. Doesn't necessarily need to chase after this kill completely. Oh, he will keep doing so. 2 players for support on those stairs. Again, the elevation, getting the best of these shield players. MC tucked further behind to shoot the feet of the blitz. And honestly, I think Canadian maybe just getting a little over-aggressive there. You want to push them back, but now without that blitz, you don't have a lot of utility to actually push into this site. So Speakeasy can peek close with his shotgun. They'll put to lower HP as Grixer fires at him through the barricade, but Elevator running away with this advantage. Somebody's got to overperform, and nobody on the Sonics has been able to do that just yet. Surf now got to hop down to the bottom floor as Rexon falls prey to the Smokes M590. Surf reveals his spot, shooting through that barricade. Diffuser in the hands of the defense. Elevate in prime position to take the lead once again. Tie game guaranteed no matter the outcome of round 6.
Well done by Elevate, man. They're doing such a good job of playing keep away with the Sonics here. They know that a lot of these moments, once Sonics starts getting aggressive, they start getting in your face, Carter, it's because they absolutely have to have that in order to do what's the next step in their strategy, right? If they end up getting those big picks up top, the rest of Sonics more than likely is all hands on deck for that barrel space. You clear out smoke, you hold down your doors, probably have a player over around garage, and that's more than likely all she wrote. The blitz just stays up top to make life hell for them on that retake. But instead, what do we get? We get Elevate just, drawing out that round, forcing Sonics to try and clear out that entire top floor. And it's kind of a one-man, show, as all we have is the blitz of Canadian trying to bully his way through that top level. And he does that in a pretty convincing way, but as soon as he dons the shores at the top of Blue Stairs, that's where the, the wagon wheels start to fall off. And unfortunately enough for the Sonics are never really able to reclaim in any convincing way. Elevate are constantly able to have a solid backbone on the site, and let alone that fact, but just numbers in general is constantly these skirmishes that Sonics are implementing are just going awry, and they're never really able to find any value from it.
It feels like that sluggish pace that can sometimes haunt and be a frequent talking point about Canadians' teams are certainly striking here. Only time we've had an intel denial op brought by Elevate was in round 2, which Sonics ended up winning anyway. But we spent like 1 minute and 20 seconds there just droning out the top floor, droning out the site and down below before Canadian actually gets into the building, taking a long time to get players activated. If we see the same thing here, could be a 4-2 half for Elevate. Sure, Ambi's down below. Maybe he's able to stop the Bandit from Bandit tricking the IT wall or the connector wall. But if you take so long before you even get close to an engagement, you could face a lot of problems. But Grixer sees not 1, but 2 players cross this vertical angle, looking into the second floor. He'll hold it patiently, doesn't need to. But Shed flirting with death if he wants to try get any bit of utility on that connector wall.
It's like fishing, folks. It's all about patience. You just got to sit here and keep your line in the water. Now, sometimes you might not get a bite, but that line's out. You have a better chance than not. Rexon's got that line up once again.
Look how long this is taking, though.
Yeah, they're just worried about Elevate getting a little aggressive towards the outside of the building, and I think they really thought that they could get a lot more accomplished out of this verticality. At a bare minimum, they've implemented Ambi in the correct way, and he's going to hit a beautiful shot on the high qual, and that's going to start to open things up here, especially around that IT breach.
And that's the Tuberel gone. I think it's a really important pick because it took 1 minute 20 seconds for Sonics to actually just buck and destroy the Bandit batteries and try to open the wall. If that's somebody else peeking the breach and not the Zotos, honestly, I think Sonics are in a really tricky spot. You put Shed there instead of the Tubarão, he can still throw his Zodo, still stall out this attack. And instead, not only do Sonics have the 5v4, the breach is actually opened up. They get the control of IT to help bolster this garage push, and now with the introduction of the Ying into this lineup, this attack of the second floor, Ambi now hitting this backstab too. It is all looking like a crunch of command center and server.
Oh, man.
Now the nade thrown behind the shield, ready to get that Warden as he peeks from behind. Woulda, shoulda, coulda with that Tubarão on the IT breach. You're wishing you had those Zodos to stop the incoming tidal wave of Sonic's attackers. 2 flawless rounds attacking this top floor site. All they get is a 3-3 half. That's a workable game for Elevate.
It's well done from Sonics, though. And you know, coming into this map choice from the Sonics, that, you know, they were considering what happened on the offensive side. Sure, you always do for the game plan, right? But it's really about these defenses now. You're on the favorable side. You're looking to implement some solid strategy to try and slow down Elevate, make these rounds as grueling and difficult as possible. It's about mentally breaking your opponent in a situation like this. Somewhat similar to what we saw out of Elevate and some of the stuff that they brought to the table. Their capability to play out the long game, and instead of just taking the fights with Sonics exactly when Sonics wanted them, they delayed things out. They'd rotate across the map and make life more difficult for SQ. That's what we're looking to see from the Sonics. Just kind of, you know, rip that page out of the playbook and see what they can potentially do. As of right now, it looks like we will be on a top floor defense, but for the strategy, it looks like it's going to be a little bit different. Grixer's going to be hiding this bandit just in case they do end up having a drone that gets closer to the site. They will not know that he is readily available to try and trick things out, but a decent amount of utility being brought to the board here for Elevate to try and break up these walls. You got Speakeasy on the Therm, you got Highqual over here on the Ace 2. Only secondary EMPs to their name in the likes of MC, and no secondary hard breach brought on the Buck. So we'll be seeing that little grouping of MC, Highqual, and Speakeasy around our breaches to try and get these things open. And this will be the first portion of strategy, but strategy be damned when it comes to the Mira break and trying to break up any of those walls, as that Selma charge just acts too fast.
I tried to gamble on the mirror trick right there, and even though
he's already in.
Yeah, even though it's Selma, it would have worked, but placed it on the bottom right of the wall. Shed is in. That's a very tight rotate to get through. Abe's able to find Ambi, though, playing down below. Good find right there. The quickest opening pick we've had so far. When Sonics were attacking, not a single opening pick happened before the 2-minute mark. I've actually had 2 kills go both teams' way before we even reached 2 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. Good trade by Canadian right there. Taking down the Brim in one set of those EMPs, though the exothermic will go off on the IT side, and the connector wall opened up too. So sure, there's some bandits, but the breaches are effectively open for Elevate. Also goes to show they're taking a quicker pace with this attack. As I mentioned, not a single opening pick happening before 2 minutes for the Sonics, their attacking side. If they got the pick, it was usually around 1:50, and if they didn't get the pick, Elevate were playing so passive. These opening picks happen about 30, 40, 50 seconds remaining in the round. The fact that Elevate are taking this control far more actively and aggressively is a really, really good look.
Yeah, really off the back of what we saw at a Shed there. Caused a little calamity downstairs. Abe is able to follow through on that too and end up picking up Ambi. But Sonics have done a good job of being able to at least maintain man count, keep things equalized for right now, and see if they can deal with Elevate as they get closer to the site. They'll break up the connector wall here and make it to where they can see the back of server. That's going to make that pillar practically unplayable for anybody. That's why you see Sonics kind of reconvening over on the command center side of things. Elevate are going to try and force their way in, more than likely on the back side of this pillar, and get this plant down. Now it's just up to what Rexon can produce around this electrical door.
He's very good on this position with no shotgun. Could be a little tricky. Team Flash will stop Shed from pushing in for just a little bit, but he is also trying to waste out this utility. 2 toxic canisters remaining. 2 C4s you got to worry about. I imagine some combination of Canadian or Grixer will rotate down below, and I don't think Elevate really have the resources to put somebody down below solely to watch it in the 4v4. They do have Blitz with the diffuser, so while he pushes in, he could try to get the case down. I was thinking maybe the Blitz would push in, somebody plants behind him. But all this utility is really going Sonic's way at the moment. Need to win these fights. If you're Elevate, Shed wins the most important one close on that door. But Goomind walking and not stopping. Grixer does see the feet on that long angle. It costs most of his HP, but he does get it done. And Heichel does see somebody's feet on a screen right there, but he slow peeks the entire site. He looks past all of them to try to find Surf. He still somehow misses the shots. 2-piece with the SMG-11. Little spray transfer right there. Sonics take the lead for the first time this map.
One moment there for the Sonics. And really, that just comes down to that patience. Once again, you do not have to decide this round as soon as fights start going on, guys. That's the biggest mistake that a lot of players make in Siege. Right when things start popping off, even if your team ends up at a disadvantage in man count, there's a lot of different ways you can end up breaking things down. Do you have good map control? Do you have solid utility options? Sonics knew that all they had to do was peel things back and make it to where Elevate had to play into their angles. And I mean, dude, it's a full house. I mean, they get everything that they could potentially want in the dying moments of round 7 there, and they'll claim the lead because of that. And now we're going to be moving off into a basement defense. Castle will be brought from Ambi to try and break up a few of these longer lines of sight and also make it to where these players are more than likely going to have to bring in a little bit of soft destruction in order to deal with these barricades. Let alone that fact, I always love it whenever we see this operator work her way in. It's going to be Ella. We used to see her a lot, you know, 2019, 2020, especially given the circumstances of how good the Scorpion was at the time. The Scorpion, still a pretty solid gun, but not nearly as accurate as it used to be. But those Grismots can definitely help a lot, especially when it comes to that blitz, man. The fact that those Grismots knock away that shield from that player, that's a huge deal.
It's an operator that's very important for Sonics to bring. I think in this particular case, just because we've seen how aggressive Ape wants to be with that blitz, or how aggressive Elevate and Shed playing it want to be with that blitz. But Ape was the one to get the opening pick last time. So, as he moves in, able to find a Valkyrie cam early on, walking into any of those Gurge-Mots, and of course the Goo Mines, but the Gurge-Mots specifically could give the Sonics a little bit of an edge in a gunfight where they might not otherwise have it. Elevate still continuing that quicker pace than they set as opposed to the Sonics, already in the building within about 30 seconds. But in Kitchen and Lounge, there are players on the opposite side, the parallel, inside of Warehouse, inside of Dining, and now also one on the top floor. That's Ambi moving around with the UMP on the castle barricade. But in Heikel and Elevate as a whole have this side of the map shut down. They'll try to hunt him down with these deathmark trackers. There's still a couple more players moving around. Canadian inside of Supply right now. Somebody joining Ambi up above, giving him support with that deathmark tracker, and one playing far up Exo to also see if anybody moves into vending to actually push through this position. Ambi with the vertical angle, I believe, able to find the shield from up above. And this is where Canadian moves in, takes that aggressive line, but seeing everybody backing up will do the same. Run through the smoke and retreat to the site.
That's all they need. You get rid of the blitz, you get rid of that operator that can create so much space, even if he ends up going down or just doesn't get a kill at the end of the day. They will get Rexen for their troubles, but that's not the heart of this defensive setup. That's all downstairs, and Sonics have to do something about it.
Got to Ape on for 2. 2v2 actually for Elevate overall. Deimos on for 3, but a nice trade by Ambi. And Heikel ready for that kill, though. Nobody able to keep a lead for long on Nighthaven Labs. And it has been anything but easy for the Sonics as the team with more energy, more passion, and frankly, more decisive rounds if you discount a couple flawlesses from the Sonics on one particular site. Elevate have looked like a very competitive team.
They are, and their decision-making, Carter, that's the biggest thing that saves them in that round right there. The fact that they end up losing that blitz, and they're like, all right, we immediately need to switch gears and fly into the site. Let's get down through this hatch. Let's try and take this tank area. Let's just get some gunfights going up against SQ. I mean, they do it in a very convincing way. A lot of that is because of Ape and that big triple kill that we see out of him and the AK. But still, Elevate having that adaptability, just having that extra card to be able to play at a moment's notice is a huge, huge thing for them. And obviously, it's exactly what ends up picking them up round 8. So a tie ball game yet again up against the Sonics. Elevate, they're elevating their play, dude.
Looking quite good.
Mm-hmm.
Sonic still certainly facing some issues, and while they gave Elevate a lot of problems, just as you said, that nice call to push into the site, then of course the individual play from Ape right there. Only positive member on the side of Elevate at the moment. The Deimos in that round now switching over to the Blitz to try out the shield instead of the AK-47. Middle floor defense from the Sonics, so of course we'll have people playing on the top floor. Of course, Big Shock will have a lot of vertical presence, but Canadian back on that Pulse, yet also Ambi on that Solus. 2 different ways of denying the plant if Elevate just try to go in for an execute on any of these soft floors.
We'll get IT open, and that's going to be really our starting area for this, and is obviously going to be a barrels offense coming in for Elevate as Sonics will look to hold down this top floor. They're going to fly in through IT, too. This could be pretty fast acting.
It is pretty fast acting. Just nobody's home. Everybody's falling back off the top, which I will say is a little bit risky for this site. You have given full vertical control of A and B to the offense. They can use these breach charges that they have from Ace, from Thatcher as well. A cluster charge actually does Grixer in. So Elevate have a 5v4. Vertical control in very little time, but a well-placed C4 from Canadian. 1 of 2 for the defense right now will bring that man advantage back. Canadian neutralizing the lead 2 rounds in a row. Surf the only one, though, alongside the Specchio scanner from Ambi that can deny this plant vertically.
I feel like I always say it whenever Canadian's in play, but that pulse of his is just always so unbelievably nasty. Gets that big pickup onto MC and now brings it into a 4 versus 4 once again. Sonic staying competitive. You can say the same for Elevate. They're going to start working their way in off the back of these smokes in this blitz.
Site relatively empty, and I think 8 makes the right call, recognizing there's going to be players down below trying to deny that vertical, so he immediately takes control, yet Surf gets the C4 off without any real hitch in the plan. He's got to back up now that the Blitz has his number.
Oh my God!
But Ape takes the fight on one door, Surf hits him with the wraparound, shuts him down, and Ambi puts the case cold on the floor. And Heichel picks it back up in the Ace site. But this site seems like a very, very far away. He's got the Solus trapped inside of Supply, but Surf is still down below, can rotate up the staircase. Ambi playing his life will lose that engagement. That at least tags him up a little bit as Surf has got the time to work in close into A. Moving to the rotate, hard pings, no C4, tries to bait it off, and it does. Ace falls off, fires some shots. Surf will bait him again. Can't really wall bang this, can't peek around. You got to see if the Ace will decide to give you the fight. Surf MVP of round 9, C4, 2 MP7 kills. That round was trending Elevate, and if the rookie doesn't go big, they've got the lead again.
He's just so talented, Carter. The way that he breaks that down, not only the mechanics, but the mind games with Blitz, man. Make sure to constantly keep pressure on Blitz. The hardest thing about Blitz, folks, is that when he closes the gap on you, that flash, as long as he's within 5 meters, doesn't matter if you're looking at him or not, you're blinded. So immediately when Surf recognizes, when he peeks that door, he's like, oh my God, he is literally right here. That's why the first step that he does, he creates that space. He then turns, fires into the shield so he knows that Blitz can't peek him because, hey, if you peek, you're more than likely going to die. And during that transition time right there where Blitz is trying to keep himself up and he just slowly moves back, we see Bandit skirt the corner and get in behind that door. So the Blitz goes, oh man, well, he doesn't want to fight me. He's just going to run off to the other room. I'm going to try and spam the wall. And as soon as you peek, Surf is back in the angle, ready for your head to be exposed, and he executes the Blitz downstairs. That was literally the saving grace of that entire round. If that Blitz gets Surf, it's an Elevate round through and through.
Just an incredibly smart play from Surf right there.
It's just
I mean,
so crazy.
Absolutely 300 IQ. I mean, you already explained it extremely well, but just running through the wall, or running past that wall, anticipating he's going to wall bang you, and so turning around to take advantage of that. I mean, the brain on Surf right there to make that individual play. And as you said, to save that round, saving the game at the moment for the Sonics. 13-5, sure. We got 3 positive players, but Elevate have just been keeping these rounds so close on the defense, burning time, and on the attack now, burning Sonic's lead in these man advantage. That had to be a Surf on a team overall 2vx, but then a 1v1 to clutch round 9. You don't have this performance. You do not have a 5v4 at the moment, but you've got it. You go up to command center now. You know Elevator going to open these breaches. You know what they tried to do last time, running through connector with the Blitz. You were able to get the better of them. But as Ambi's just walking around Speakeasy on such a tight angle through the one bit of the IT breach, it's a 5v4 for Elevate. Not only do they have the breaches open, they are already down below.
Yep, just spamming the regular crosses. Speakeasy will come up with some gold there. So they'll take down Ambi, the second most capable player, at least in the frag department through this map so far. 9-8 as he rests on that bench. Still have Surf though, and he's on the SAS wielder here. Another SAS operator wielding the smokes. Ambi's going to get a big, or rather Ape will get a big kill onto Canadian as this Blitz will continue to propel itself forward in Garage. Some utility still in the tank for Sonics, but dwindling when it comes to man count.
It's a similar position to where they were last time, not necessarily in terms of man count, but in terms of utility. They've just got to stall out time. But Elevate are hitting the site far quicker. It was about 30 seconds before, but this time they have 1:20 seconds to stall out these smokes, to convert that 5v3. Surf's utility's already gone. We haven't even cracked a minute. All you have is Grixer C4, and he probably can't even rotate back. Might need another performance, another MVP round from Damien. If Sonics want a chance at regulation in round 10, the blitz pushes in, and Surf, I don't think, fully realizes just ADS's. No wallbang for that one. He's sitting right in front of you, and Grixer like a sitting duck inside of Command Center. Elevate are trying to regain this lead, trying to keep it as close as possible. But I just keep looking at these rounds and thinking Elevate are just the better team in this moment.
Yeah, I most definitely agree with you. That's going to force a Sonics timeout now as we are quickly reaching the end of regulation here. And, you know, I thought it was going to be a fight for the Sonics to get through this best of 3. I really did think that we were going to end up seeing the full breadth that is available to us, so that means it will more than likely get to border. But, man, they are fighting back in such a convincing way right now, Carter. I especially love their adaptability because Sonics provide a lot of different puzzles to you, especially when they're on the defense. They do a lot to make it to where your mental is just going to be at max capacity. You're constantly adding something new to the mental RAM, and yet Elevate are constantly able to see through the thick of it, and they're doing a very good job, man. They're doing a very good job indeed. Hopefully this timeout is something that is conducive towards a successful defense coming up, but as of right now, they really have to try and find a way to put Elevate at a serious disadvantage, because as of right now, if it's close in the round at all, even if it's 1 or 2 man differential in between the two, Elevate is still more than willing and capable of pulling that round back across the line, especially when it comes to the frag department.
Only round where Elevate have not started off with the lead was round 8, and you still had Ape immediately run into the site alongside the rest of his team. They call the increase in pace and get a 3K to bring that round back and for Elevate to actually close it out. It's really that round 10 right there is the first time you've had an attack truly go right for Elevate. You actually start with opening the breach. You wait for Sonics maybe to over-peek or over-rotate. They do. You get the 5v4. You immediately push in. Don't allow them time to reset.
Yeah, they're going to look to try and deal with that a little bit. It's not going to be very direct, but it will be utility-driven here, Carter. Look at this delay that we've got. We've got Legion for traps. We've got Mute to try and keep those drones away, as well as probably some walls locked up. You've got Bandit clearly for the IT breach, and then Smoke and Goyo to deny so much space and so much time away from Elevate. It hopefully breaks their back. That's what Sonics is looking to do here. Canadians down low. There is some potential for him to get a Nitro cell kill here. You can see the levels to this. Some of you might be like, why is Mute all the way downstairs right now? The bomb site's not even on the mid floor. Canadian is guaranteeing that somebody works their way into barrels via that window. He tosses a Nitro cell up on that ceiling and blows up Buck or whoever is in that position. The only person that really would more than likely be moved over there right now is probably Grim, but he also has the secondary EMPs as well. So he's going to be necessary for this IT wall. This might not end up coming to be a valid thing here for Canadian at the moment.
Hard breach charge goes out, but they're able to get one and then pick up the Selma for the other. The impact EMP is just not working. It's so hard to juggle these things, and we send one more hard breach charge to the gods. A secondary utility sacrifice on the top floor at the moment from Elevate. You lose. Oh
everything.
My! I was
all
say,
gone.
That's all gone. I mean, I wanna say maybe we had a Selma used on the connector wall, because surely you didn't just chuck all 3 Selmas at that electrified wall right there. You had to have, yeah, I was about to say, there. Did open up the connector wall. It's like, let's just check, let's be safe. A really good bandit trick right there. No C4 from Canadian necessary.
Now, this is where the shotguns need to stand tall. You see Smoke, you see Mute. We all know exactly what we need to see next. These M590s have got to hold down these doors. They've got to make it super difficult for them to try and work in. And yeah, we even got the Super Shorty on Legion, so he can play close and personal too. Ambi will get the first pick. We'll have one of those Goyo canisters pop to delay things out even further. This strategy from Sonics is going so swimmingly.
I was a bit worried. Seeing them bring that Goyo, I think it's a good idea, but how would they do if Elevate still had a strong early round, but with wasting so much time on that IT breach? But I think more importantly, the fact that they've been able to get this 5v3, get control of the diffuser as well, that is what makes this round for the Sonics. That is what gives them that lead. Ambi's had control of the case for damn near a third of the round at this point. 2 people have tried to clear him out of garage. 2 people are dead for their efforts. He spots the Goyo. Ape will spot him up above with those bees. Will send another one. Try to allow himself the ability to get onto this top floor. But everyone from the Sonics swarms in garage. Not to take the fight, but to use what remaining utility they have to stop him from moving up that staircase. Ape will rotate. Only 12 seconds remaining. And Sonics will start positioning guns at all entrance. Every single doorway. Every single rotate. Everything that Ape might use to even his odds will be watched by Sonic. 6-5, match point. One more round like that, and a competitive game won't matter if you win it in regulation.
It's a great timeout by Seth, man. That's exactly what we need. Get that timeout in, recenter your team, and let alone that fact, but also provide the strategy that is just going to gobsmack your opponent. And that's exactly what we see out of that round. Elevate don't have anything in the tank to try and deal with what Sonics are providing on that defense. They didn't even bring somebody down low to try and stop that bandit trick from going on in the first place, let alone the fact that Canada would more than likely blow you up if that ended up happening, at all. But still, the point is that Sonics were very, very far ahead of the game there when it came to what Elevate wanted for that top floor, and they were never really even in the round, all things considered. Elevate just gets bullied out, especially initially after all of their hard breach utility goes awry. Yeah, you get the first connector wall there, folks, but you better watch Shrek, because onions have layers, and so does connector. You get that first layer, you didn't get the second. The site is still practically titanium at that point, and Sonics are able to stand tall because of that. Downstairs will be our last round of regulation as Sonics look to take this 7-5 off the back of their efforts from the previous.
No Goyo this time around. A lot of their operators still meant to kind of counter those shields. The Ella and the Goo mines, though, of course, they do have applications beyond that. Mira placed in the double wall, or the assembly breach, excuse me, but with no hard breach denial to speak of. All 3 Selma charges used, and all 3 Selma charges will create a breach from which Elevate can look into this defense.
Yep, and it's not about that. Sonics want them to have the walls open. That's why they brought the Mira. Keep all those angles alive and well, and Elevate. If you want it, sure, go for it. You can toss some smokes in and try and make the play, but there's a lot of nitro cells and a lot of other things to try and slow you down. Smokes in for Glaz, and more than likely moments away from Elevate trying to claim some space.
A smoke grenade will go out on that side. Could even be just a beta rotation from this yokai, perhaps, though you've got one in each of the site, also marking that there is a drone that is rolled in from Animus. So Elevate trying to gather information on both sides at the moment. A lot of players up top. Only 2 players actually down below for Elevate at the moment. 1 smoke goes out. MC trying to find a kill. Will need to overperform as Ape falls just above him. There we go. It's Shed with the nade to trade it out. Ape's killer directly gotten revenge upon by the side of Elevate, but nobody from the Sonics are peeking.
No.
You've got this Glaz. They're trying to throw smokes, trying to find these angles, and Sonics are not biting. They're not falling for the bait. Yokai will spot the Capital popping into the window. We're just spraying everything through the wall. We've got people dying to barbed wire at this point. It's only 1:20 remaining. No reset to speak of. No backbone to round 12. Sonics had to fight for every inch, but they complete the mile by the end. Finally getting 2 in a row. The first time this map, and that's just enough for their pick to go their way.
It's a marathon, not a sprint, Carter, and that's what you always have to remember, right? Yes, it is still a race, don't get me wrong, but if it comes down to the wire, it's all about those adjustments, and that's what we see out of Super, that's what we see out of this Sonics lineup. What a timeout called from him. We saw 2 completely different rounds post-timeout. He just had their number, man, and he called it extremely well. That delay, that utility that they implemented, let alone that fact, but playing the basement a little bit differently than what we usually see people go for there. They just let him have the walls, play around the mirror windows, play around the utility, and they get the gunfights. Very well done to them, as Sonics will take the lead on their map choice.
Now, 7-5, still a very competitive game, though, and I think that's the big thing we need to think about going forward, because if you're thinking about the team that was more aggressive, it was Elevate. You think about the team that was winning a lot more of the important engagements throughout this game, it was Elevate. Sure, Sonics were winning a lot of those rounds by wasting time, by outstratting Elevate, but they showed they could shoot back. 8 with a nice 3K to bring back an entire round, a 1v1 for Enheikel as well. But overall, some decent performances for Elevate all the way through. And so when you go to Chalet, this is where they're comfortable. This is where a lot of those factors become a lot more important than they are on Nighthaven. I think we might really have a 3-mapper, and Elevate might not be that easy for Sonics to defeat. But we do have Chalet coming up right after this. Will Sonics close it out 2-0, or do Elevate still have just a little more left to give? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Hello? You might be wondering why we're so sleepy. Why? It's the Sonics. NA are up. What's going on? Well, that was a very, very slow Nighthaven for the first 6 rounds, and I don't think I really appreciated until the end, until after the game actually finished, just how competitive that game was. The more you think about it, Sam, the more I really do think that Elevate had the edge in a lot of those rounds, because if you don't have a 16-6 performance, you don't have a 12-9 game out of Ambi. I really think that based on the pace that Elevate were setting, you might be looking and saying they don't have a lot of kills, but based on the time, a lot of those rounds were going really, really close for Elevate.
Yeah, 100%. I think Elevate and just how capable they are as a team was on full display inside of that map. I mean, just a lot of issues that they provided towards the Sonics that constantly either left them puzzled or left them in a moment where they had to try and find a solution, right? And that's what we see from a lot of these rounds. Although, you know, Troy, one of the best in the business, when it does come to those problem-solving moments, it still comes down to the maximum count in regulation to be able to get their big victory on that map, let alone that fact. But Super also calling that timeout at 5-5.
True.
More than likely saving their bacon a little bit.
Really was an endurance test at the end of the day. Like you said, nobody able to get more than 1 round in a row for that entire game up until 5-5, where Seth does call that tactical timeout. Sonic's able to string 2 together and then close out the map 7-5. So it was a very competitive game, but I think still a lot of the trends that we saw on Chalet, or on Nighthaven, you not necessarily will see on Chalet. I doubt we'll see a lot more of this slow retreat through the map that these defenders, especially from Elevate, employed against the Sonics. As they start on the defense, I think it will be more aggressive. And the trend that is going to continue was Elevate's ability, usually through a lot of these gunfights, to still keep it competitive with the Sonics. Sure, as a team, thanks to 2 flawless rounds, the stats seem a little bit biased towards Sonic's way and against Elevate, but it was a very close regulation game. It was a very close set of defenses when they were forcing Sonics to stall out. So if these shields from Sonics don't have an impact, if some of the players like Surf and Ambi fall off a little bit on that entry, Sonics could find themselves in very rough shape.
The 2 most banned operators on offense will both be removed. What does Sonics have in store for us for defense? Well, they're going to follow the usual script, especially when it comes to Canadians teams. Azami will be removed. That's got like a 99% ban percentile when it comes to Troy over the last year and some change. So definitely expected that one to come out. I'll definitely tell you that. But either way, Elevate is going to be banning out our last defender, and what will we not have him play? It's going to be Melusi.
I like that, actually.
I don't hate it, especially given the circumstances of her recent buff. She's got 4 of those Banshees now, so you can cover a lot of surface area with those.
You can, especially controlling out lanes like Blue Stairs, West Main, even in Piano, just making sure that nobody can swing that double door without you getting direct information, and just makes it a whole lot harder to actually find a gap in the defensive setup. So a lot of the time you actually really need to make that window play work. You need to actually break the defensive setup with a shield, with Ying, for example, likely reason why Sonics decided to ban her. You actually need to create a lot of those gaps. When a Melusi is up, but now that she's off, you have to rely on a couple different other tools. The goo mines, which are just a little less obvious, A little quieter, don't slow them down. They can still keep on going, keep moving without being trapped in that slowing field. But the operator I am more interested about as you move away from the op bans is the Scopos from Ape. I mean, where is this going to go? Still an operator that we are testing the waters with, still trying to figure out. Usually the formula is one bot on site, one bot off site. Then you start up top, then you rotate back down later. I think actually we just saw, I think there's a shield in a bathroom. The other one is, as we just saw, rotating onto the middle floor at the moment. Yes, indeed. One in bar, one in bathroom is the setup from Ape.
Scarz going to bring the shield back out for Canadian. Not exactly a shocker, but we did see him going on quite a bit of a ride on that last game there, constantly switching up operators, and I think that was just more of a relevant thing because Elevate was constantly giving them so much struggle, so much strife that Sonics had to battle through, especially on the offensive side. And more than likely we see a little bit of the same here down the line, but start back on a operator that's given them a lot of traction throughout these last handful of months. Not the worst thing in the world for SQ. We'll still have to worry about a potential roam game. They'll spot out a player over in the games bar area. Has this ability to rotate back through the single panel and fall into the stairwell, so he'll do so and still continue to try and oversee the fireplace area. For Elevate, it's going to be about patience and seeing how Sonics wants to deliver this opening moment. And as of right now, it looks like they want to start clearing things out over on this bar game side to start rolling things downstairs towards that main garage area.
Is where that Scopos was earlier. Saw Ape trying to switch to it, and I was about to say, I believe it is disabled. As it should be. I mean, it's a pretty easy one to shoot. Once you hop in that window, you can see behind it. Shoot the deactivated robot in the back of the head. Should be fine. Rexian gets the first pick. Shed cut down, not entirely sure from where. Seemed to be around the west main side, though he's traded out by MC, yet Sonics maintain their advantage. Canadian just full clearing that top floor. This Clash going to be a big problem for him. She can slow down the shield with that electricity. Canadian will call it out, but will likely have to back off. There is still a brief amount of time for Sonics to reset. Only 2 drones remaining, though. I don't think they can really land and execute just yet.
Well, the garage is open, so that's more than likely going to be the priority for Sonics. Past that, it's going to be about getting some big kills. They'll get MC down, and this is just kind of an afterthought now. Ape gets a kill on that mid floor, but it's going to be about Surf trying to get this case in. The Blitz will be able to knock down one. It's all up to Ape.
Yeah, all left up to Ape, who's able to get back down below. Canadian covering on the Blitz. Bit of an awkward position, especially the low HP and the poor gun for this job. But he can still cover with that deployable shield. But the impact grenade through the smoke will down Canadian on the floor. Surf is able to get back upstairs. There's no direct verticality on this position. He can go to the breach or he can go to the staircase, but he's got to deny the plant as Ape starts defusing. Falling off, pulling back. Surf just barely clutches that one out. 1vx to start, Rookie put back to the test, and boy does he show up. Sonic's first attack coming down to the wire, but Surf still good in the late round.
Now that wave will crash on the shores of Elevate, and Surf once again. A moment there where Sonics seemed to have a pretty straightforward game plan, at least in the dying moments, for what they want to do with the case, and they end up getting that down, but it all goes awry very quickly after that impact splashes Canadian. And then it's all down to Surf yet again to try and keep Sonics in the good graces of the round count, and he achieves that swimmingly. He's done it time and time again for them so far inside of this best of 3. I mean, what's another? Be the first round here going the way of SQ, as these offenses already looking a little brutal when it comes to the roam game of Elevate, able to dislodge, disorient, and I mean just downright kill quite a few Elevate players before they ended up getting towards the site.
Definitely the kind of site setup there that I think would have benefited from the Melusi. Not knocking them for banning it, but you look at what ultimately happened. You've got one guy coming down main stairs, and then you have the Blitz coming down blue to end up pinching that Clash in the site itself, which was a difficult spot, of course, as you pointed out. Because of the man advantage, Sonics were able to get early on from that roam clear. But if you have the Melusi Banshee, Sonics need to spend a bit more time utility clearing, and the main stairs and blue stairs positions are 2 prime spots to actually place some of that Banshee utility. So once they actually go down, now that she's not on the board, really if you just shoot a goo mine or evade it, you've not only got time to take it out of your foot, but odds are you can dodge it entirely given the wide staircases. It's a bit of a moment right there with the utility that Elevate brought. Because of that man advantage gained by the Sonics, unfortunately not a whole lot you can do towards the end once that Clash gets pinched inside of the site itself. Basement won by the Sonics in their attack. They now look to kitchen and dining. Like they try to clear out this top floor to some extent. Not necessarily clear it in its entirety. Try to at least push them back, clear them off the vertical angles, holding whichever site you decide to plant it.
Yep, you can look at every single map throughout the history of Rainbow Six Siege, folks. And if you look at it from a top-down, perspective, you're going to see the natural cutoffs of every map. For Chalet, this is mostly centralized around that library hallway area. You can mostly get things cut over towards piano too if you really want to, if you're going for that kitchen space. But you can see exactly where these Elevate players are. This is what is of utmost importance to Sonics for this top floor. So you'll probably see them push to that. You're not really going to see them try and go over and clear out library or anything like that. In fact, maybe we have a flank come in from that area a little bit later on down the line. But no, as for Sonics right now, they want to try and bully their way in through Solarium, but Ambi's just donated to the Flames, and so is the rest of Sonics. It's down to a 2 versus 5 that is, for all intents and purposes, pretty unwinnable for Surf and Canadian.
I just try to bully their way through Solar, as you said. Concussion Mine to stun the Clash to go in, but I think maybe disrespecting or not really giving enough respect to the setup.
Yeah.
Actually inside the site. We just have somebody walking in front of Shed, ends up dying as they repel into Solar. The Clash just retakes that position. Ambi, Rexon also go down, moving around on the opposite side of the map or down below. Now you have a pretty easy round for Elevate at this point as the Clash can find the remaining players. Stun Canadian, who tries to flank her in that very brief moment, hopping out a piano window. And Heikel also falling as Canadian is able to land the hop-in. One player dueling with Surf right now on the office balcony door. Zoto canisters will stop him from pushing forward. Allows Speakeasy to take that fight with Canadian, while Surf is stuck trying to defrost himself on the doorway. Impact grenades go out, will down the Clash. This is a 1v2 right now. Lengthy pre-fire, just spot one around the corner, but no headshot.
Madman.
Too many bullets lodged in that concrete, but even I got a little nervous towards the end. 2 1v-axes for Surf so far, but no such luck in round 3. Round 2, excuse me, is moving into the third round. Man, it is still such a close game between Elevate and Sonics.
There's very few players in the history of Rainbow Six that in a moment like that can truly make you sweat and go, are you actually going to get this? And Surf is most definitely one of them. Over the last 2 years, we've seen him do some absolutely irreparable stuff to his opponents, especially obviously inside of North America, but trying to pull some more antics here on the international stage. Almost gets it done up against Elevate, but they have quite a few bodies past that one, just trying to play things out patiently and get him to put himself in a poor position, and eventually they're able to get that last frag. Elevate with the very first round there, and for the Sonics, just not really capable of following through on what the strategy was. They wanted to try and wrap around that top floor, get some pressure in from Solarium, and then have that kind of hammer and anvil moment where you have the player from piano / that library hallway as well as the Eagle balcony crash in on the backcourt and try and take out these Elevate players. It just never really happens. That's the big issue. That's why we see the last 2 remaining players as Surf and as Canadian in the position that we saw. It just all went awry for Sonics on the front end of that strategy. So for them, might be a little recreation down the line when they end up crossing that bridge yet again. Maybe we see the blitz from Canadian to cause some calamity from the Ego balcony or something like that, but we can't be too sure just yet. What we can be sure of, at least in this round for Bar and Games, is that it's bound to be an interesting one. We have sense in a lot of people across the board, whether it be competitive Siege, just traditional Siege, your average good ranked player. Nobody really likes Sense all that much. They often kind of mark her as probably the worst option to bring on offense, and the reason being, folks, is because those light screens are very useful for Warden on the defense. Elevate doesn't have one of those. Also, the light screens can be broken up by explosives or just outright shot, so that definitely changes things up just a little bit. We'll have to see if they're able to build off the back of these light screens as they move in. We all obviously know what these are intended for. It's all down to Rexon to hit some nice shots with that glass.
And the Blitz pushing on in. Try to take down the Fenrir from the backside, but MC just on for 2. Rexon will spray through the smoke, but that movement doesn't actually allow him to peer through it itself. And all of that impact is going to come on the site itself. Rexon able to hop in, put the diffuser down. Rexon good for 1, and that nade removing the player in stock to play through the smoke. Sonics are still in a disadvantage, but as opposed to the start, this actually looks like a winnable round. MC's double kill, not doing a whole lot in the end, but still putting them in an advantageous position. Second nade goes out, but you're all out of that, Grixer. You got to win the fight now. Any time wasting, any falling off of the plant, if they try to commit, you got to win that fight! Trace them through the wall if you have to, but in the post, in the 2v3, Sonics win a round that was just starting to slip through their fingers.
It was well done. They needed to get that case down, Carter. And the biggest issue there for Elevate wasn't the fact that there was smokes and they couldn't see or anything like that. It was actually the fact that MC was nowhere near the site. He was the only person that had stoppage in his pocket. He had that nitro cell, and he was not home. And what happens? Well, Sonics hit some highway robbery, and they just take the round away from you. We talk a lot about difficult post plants throughout all of our different maps and that kind of stuff. That's one of those ones that cracks the top 5. If they're able to get that plant down by that window, Carter, good luck. That's all we have to say to you. Good luck in trying to remove those offenders from play and getting that case under wraps. Sonics get it done, and they will reclaim the lead after round 3.
Still around where they had to fight from that deficit. I like the call to commit to the plant, but it's still ultimately a 3v5, then a 2v3, then a 1v1 for the Sonics. Both their victories coming down to a 1vx, one for Surf, and now in this case, one for Grixer outside. So still a very, very competitive game, and Elevate keeping Sonics fighting for any bit of breath they can get once they get above water before they are dragged back down into the depths. Speaking of basement, retried by Elevate, as it was the round where Surf had to put the diffuser down, then fall back up fireplace stairs. Canadian down by an impact. Thermites in a 1v1. Is able to win it, but Elevate are keeping it close against SQ in all the right ways. Right now, it looks like we're going for another clear again. Canadian just going on the shield, off the shield with every single round. Now in this case, not on the Blitz, not on the Capitao, no, on the Cali.
Yep.
For a basement defense. You can get that utility with the Lances, but that's not where he is. He's outside a library double right now.
Yeah, it's either Blitz or whatever the hell flavor of the month that Canadian's feeling at that moment in time. Yeah, we get some good, a good amount of Capitao, but he's usually on a straight carousel of operators, and we're going to get that yet again here on Chalet. Kali really good when it comes to angle holding, not so much when it comes to more aggressive things, although she does have a pretty sparky secondary with that SMG auto pistol that she has, and we'll have to see if Sonics are able to make good off the back of this promise. They're not going to have a death mark fail, as more than likely somebody standing in a mute jammer, so they won't get caught out.
Ironic. Ambi has 4 people spotted on the death mark trackers. The one he hasn't spotted is the Legion offsite, sitting inside a bar right now. Everyone on that scanner is inside of the basement, whereas N. Heichel, sitting upstairs, curious if he has a mute jammer or not. They're just vibing inside a bar right now, just hanging out, seeing if Sonics don't do their due diligence or drone him out. Sonics have a lot of intel, by the way, only just getting a 3rd drone shot with a minute 14 left. And I'm moving down to the bottom floor, but I do think despite all that intelligence, maybe I've let that Legion slip through their fingers.
The big thing is right now is that they need to take their time. The only thing that's really going to be a stoppage moment here for them right now is any Goyo canisters that are around the area, but you do have Twitch, so hopefully she'll be able to hit her mark with those shock drones and then breaking up some of this utility. As of right now, things are working well over on the boiler side. They'll get the back wall open, and they know somebody's chilling over on the pillar. Some burnage, and Shed, he sticks around too long. Surf will get the kill.
And tries to C4, but that utility still too lethal for Sonics. They've killed a player close on pillar. This usually means, I was about to say, you can go in, destroy that barrel, and put the diffuser down in default.
Well
Sonics holding
done.
every single angle. Grixer going for extra credit. Looking for the 3K and the 5v1. But a backstab on fireplace stairs puts MC in an unwinnable position. Deathmark tracked for a brief moment. Will Zoto as well to try and shield his position, maybe stop anybody from swinging. For the most dominant round for the Sonics so far, 2 1v1s into a practically flawless round. 3-1 on their attacks.
Yeah, crazy successful. The biggest piece of that puzzle there for the Sonics is that Elevate don't really accomplish anything on their own game. That Legion, although slipping through the cracks inside of bar, not capable of finding anything that is conducive to success for the defense. And instead what we get is Sonics being able to wrap around on that backside, keep those 2 other active players around Blue, around the main stairs, and then just immediately blow Elevate out of the water. The biggest thing thing there is obviously having the Capitao implemented over on the Boiler side. The fact that he's able to dislodge that Kaid and then burn out the blue doorwell there, that is the biggest thing. If they don't have that utility, they're going to have to try and fight Elevate on the entry there, but instead, it's very easy for Canadian to transition into the site, get that plant down, and allow his players to do what they do best. Kill Elevate when they're trying to rotate back into the play, and they achieve that with flying colors.
The most dominant round so far. Exactly what you want. Put Elevate in a tricky spot. Now they'll use their tactical timeout. Look to win some necessary rounds on their defense. Often a problematic side to get rounds on the defense, on Chalet. You have to do it if you want this game to be competitive. If Sonic start running away with this, if they regain that momentum, they get the ball rolling. Might still be difficult for them if Elevate have quick attacks or are great on those cutoff angles after the side swap, but Sonics will still have such a strong lead that you'll be just like on Nighthaven, fighting back, just equalizing at every turn, never truly taking the lead away from SQ. So on basement, how will Elevate try to adjust this? Will it be a roam? Will it be an anchor? What will they do to try to disrupt Sonics?
Well, this is my favorite part, Carter, as you know. This is where you and I get to get into some discourse and go, what exactly do we think is the best option for Elevate right here? We saw them go for a small roam upstairs around that bar area to try and get in the face of Sonics eventually when they roll over for the fireplace hallway, but they never really break up the verticality in that space. Just like we talked about, they just have those players on kind of an auxiliary moment just waiting for the main power to be provided from Sonics as they bully their way in for wine. So for this time around, I mean, what Elevate's really trying to do is they're going to try and get in the face of the Sonics. We need to try and see them stop either these wall breaks or just try and find a moment where they can provide an obstacle for them. We'll have to see exactly where it comes from, but I'm expecting it to be more on that trench side.
Well, I also think if you look at something that's brought in by Elevate, before, all they really had to deny that plant was the C4 in the mute, maybe the Cade. But now we've got a smoke coming into the lineup where there was a mute before. Now we've got the Evil Eyes coming in to force SQ to destroy a little bit more utility while still having one C4 kept consistent from MC from the previous round and now. So you don't need to have somebody trying to throw a C4 in the middle of a Capitao Firebolt. You can get a lineup, throw that Toxic Canister, maybe get the Evil Eye in a position that goes unchecked. You can deny the plant as Sonics were able to do before. Shed peeking down through the big garage hatch. Will not be able to get too much damage on Norexin, rotating over to the back side. And Sonics have set up just fine right now. They've been opened up this snowmobile wall, are looking now to actually open up wine as well, get a lot of their options, figure out what they want to do. Without that Capitao necessarily cutting off angles like last time, it'll have to be something different for Sonics, even if the plant ends up in the exact same spot.
Yep, this is the beauty of a Canadian-driven team as well, my friend. They're taking their time. They're making sure that they cross their T's, dot their I's, and making sure that Elevate can't find a huge advantage inside of these opening minutes. Instead, they kind of discover where these players are and then start to wrap in later on down the line. And we're going to see it once again here inside of this round. Big difference here for Elevate in comparison to that last round. We have those bodies on the mid floor. We have some more aggressive plays over towards these breaches, but the results starting to look the same.
Starting to look the same indeed. The smoke looking to get aggressive. But a big point of bringing that operator was to make it so you didn't put anybody like Speakeasy or MC in an awkward spot where they got a C4 close and hope they get out alive as they retreat. Without those smoke canisters gone, I mean, they don't know this, but obviously we know there's no Capitao.
Ape?
Might be relying on Ape to hit this big flank. Whatever utility you have has got to do the talking. He's able to take down Grixer, and Canadian says, all right, we just got to go at this point. Don't let them gain any ground. Don't let them get into position. Catch them off guard as the Maestro gets on camera. Rexon uses that as his opportunity. Spots the feet through that little Selma hole in the breach on a long angle. Ape thinks he can out-duel the ace. He should have thought differently. Pushes in a connector, and that'll be easy for Canadian to wrap up. 4-1 right now. This lead getting wider and wider for Sonics. And Elevate's tactical timeout, their re-strategy, their regroup, bearing nothing.
They've got it, man. They've got it in the bag. Sonics pulled the exact same strategy as we saw last time. A different play, a different face shown from Elevate, but still the same result. And the biggest thing is exactly what Carter talked about, guys. They did not deliver on their promise with the utility. Instead, what they try to do is they try and get aggressive with the guns. But Sonics are ready for that. That's the one thing that you always have to worry about with play like this and what SQ has been bringing to the table. They will indeed wait there as the Ancient One and just see how long it'll take for you to swing an angle. They do not want to try and push in on a 5 versus 5, guys. They want you to get antsy. They want you to swing, and that's when they get you. That's when a player like Swarf will just completely cut your head off, and that's a round going the way of the offense. We get it once again here out of the Sonics. These offenses here on Chalet are looking so nasty.
Especially the past couple. Yeah, there's 2 1v1s in round 1 and round 3, but everything after that has been quite good from the Sonics. So now for Kitchen and Dining, final site to attack, final site to defend. Only site, by the way, Elevate have actually been able to win so far. Sonics trying to go for a full clear of the top floor, and they were completely shut out, trying to repel in Solar Side. 2v5, extremely quick into the round, within about a minute to a minute 20. So for Sonics to get a 5-1 half, a lead that takes a lot of effort to throw away. They've got to overcome those mistakes from the previous bout. Nice drone on top of the Wolf Head right now, spotting the Cade moving around the site and trophy as a whole.
Love that. Nice little discovery there. Rexon's going to start things off. He takes the fight straight up. What an absolute mad lad, dude. That's the site. That's the site. Everything else is upstairs. The Fink is going to get Canadian off the ground. It's hell in a handbasket, but Sonics are seeing a clear way through this.
I think there's a whole lot less vertical angles as well this go-around than previously, at least based on some of the player POVs I saw from Rexon right there, but the diffuser not going down just yet. We've got a couple in some key spots. So maybe not a whole lot of vertical angles, but just a little bit.
Grixer does have that case. They're leaning towards Kitchen right now. He's going to start the plant off. Will the verticality come into play? Where are these yokai drones?
There's one. It's about to step
Doesn't
up.
have time.
Oh no, it's got to fall down. It hits the cabinet on the way, and it's got no time to stick to the ceiling. It wasn't going to be the round, but at least it's a chance. At least it's a shot. All the shots from the Sonics afterwards just collide with the remaining Elevate players, so Speakeasy's got to do what every Echo hates. Get off cams, get on gun, and try to bring back around. Your team lost well before you entered the 1vx.
Look at the smile on that man right there.
First time I feel like I've seen good vibes on the Sonics today, by the way. First time I really feel like I've seen like
days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First time, I mean, well, the G2 game. I mean,
Well, yeah, obviously that one, but everything prior to that, I mean, not really great. Not a lot of smiles on this roster's face, but yeah, the G2 game definitely stands in stark contrast to that. But for this series, I'll definitely agree with you. This is the first time that we've been seeing some smiles, not only from Canadian, but also from Super in the background there, as they're very happy with the results and what they've been able to provide on this offense. And constantly, just in the face of Elevate, finding those big openers, and really that last round there, folks, just a call on the ball. Inside of the prep phase, they get a lot of info gathered, and then once they're actually active on the map and they get their chess pieces lined up, Carter, they have that discovery moment. They have that moment where they see the Kaid from that camera inside of Trophy, and they're like,
it's looking too nice.
I bet you're probably the only guy on site, aren't you? Because you have to hold upstairs if you're playing Kitchen, and Blitz just flies through West Main. Just high-octane efficiency out of Rexon. He doesn't even flash him either. It's practically not even Blitz.
Yeah.
It's just a person with a pistol, really, as he just immediately aims out and fries Kaid. And now Sonics, I mean, they have such a crazy lead right now. It's absolutely insane.
You also have that good coordination of people hopping in bathroom window, and just the window is upstairs to try and, once everyone's looking towards those vertical angles, the Blitz distracts them, then they actually get those kills upstairs.
The disruption was so good.
Yeah, exactly. The disruption, the coordination right there, really quite nice. Rexon, ooh, wants that kill with the Lion outside of the bathroom window. A couple players on the roam.
No, you won't, Rexon.
No, he won't. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm a bad influence, and this is why, folks. You see, I get my friends killed all the time. They'll stare at a window. I'm like, come on, baby. Why not? Why not?
Rexon's looking for the reswing on the Bar Games defense. He's wasting a lot of times on this side just by giving that information, giving that patience. I was about to say, that Lion who's been sitting outside bathroom window the entire first minute ends up dying to the Cade. Maybe from Ivy window, I believe? Yes. Surf either hops out a window somewhere, maybe mudroom down below. From an exterior angle, yeah, the mudroom window down below we just saw. Really nice coordination by Rexon and Surf right there to come and get that kill. Rexon now looking for another. Traded, but everything goes the way of the orange. I thought with how close Nighthaven was, Elevate's pick would be a bit more competitive. Outside of the first 3 rounds, it has been 5 in a row from SQ. I'm still stuck on that attacking side with how quick that defense was. I didn't even really believe the half had got started yet.
Yep. I'm just going to echo what Super said right there. Great teamwork. I mean, they played off of each other so efficiently there, especially with the outside bathroom balcony. That constant flirting from Rexon, keeping everybody drawn in as to what they could accomplish on that top floor, and the rest of Sonics activates, removing Elevate players all across the map and just making life so unbelievably complicated. And now an insurmountable task for Elevate. I mean, what exact degree can they reach? How high can they go? Because as of right now, you are asking for practically the impossible. 5 flawless rounds is what's needed from Elevate on this offense. And yeah, Chalet, the offense can be pretty nasty. It can be pretty feisty. But as of right now, the Sonics have a great strategy, especially just the way that they've been setting themselves up to play off of each other. I don't really see a way that Elevate is able to get through all of these rounds and do it in a convincing way.
It'll be very, very difficult. Extremely difficult for Elevate to do it, especially because that's weighing on your mind. Just the fact that losing this game out of SI contention, I mean, Elevate, I don't think even they thought necessarily winning this tournament was a reasonable goal, but with qualifying over Bleed, putting them in a difficult spot where they're stuck at 300 SI points right on the margins, where maybe you can qualify over them if you get a deep run.
Yeah, not only that fact, but like their game against Dark Zero as well. You know what I mean? Like a lot of things for Elevate during this tournament, but it would definitely be pretty poor for it to come down to this.
Yeah, and you start convincing yourself that maybe it's possible. Maybe we can make a deep run. Maybe we can make it to the end of Swiss. Maybe we make main stage, and then we can qualify for SI. But now as you reach this point, you got to win 5 rounds in a row just to secure overtime. The task really becomes daunting. Not only we have to do in front of you, but what might have happened before. Just one Selma Jammer, and it's muted.
Perfect representation of what's been happening in this game.
It's like, let's open the breach. Oh, we have to get a mute jammer first.
Well, looks like it's going to be a little bit of a strategy change here. We might see a very aggressive Elevate.
Yeah. Oh, that's Diffuser.
That is the worst thing that could potentially happen.
The game's over.
They put it all on black, folks, and we roll the roulette table. That's now down to Ape. And nothing against him, but I highly doubt that we make it out of this alive. Elevate, but let's just be honest. All Ape
now
to try and win this. No case, no face, and Sonics, but practically the flawless round delivered at the dying moments of Chalet.
Still have Diffuser. That's the thing that's annoying the most. Sonics aren't even peeking you. There's no ego here. There's no overconfidence.
Hey, it's always those high percentage things, man. And that's the thing with Canadian. You're going to see the most high percentage situation put forth in front of you, and we're going to get it yet again here. Some shots over from Trophy. They know where this player is, and this is basically all she wrote.
Exactly. It's almost an insult that they respect you this much.
Yeah, right?
Respect you so much as a competitor that they won't peek you. They'll fire about 3 bullets your way and just let reality set in. Ape creeping forward. At least get this one. At least get that one. Just for the confidence, just for the commiseration. But no, 7-1 for SQ on their second map. And that lower bracket run continues. 2-0 over G2. 2-0 over Elevate. A closer game and yet the same result. One more best of 3, one more shot to make it to the main stage of Montreal.
It's beautiful, man. Beautiful stuff for the Sonics over these last couple of days here. Not a great start to the Montreal Major, but, I mean, they are starting to make me a believer in this roster and what they have to offer at this tournament. Elevate, a very feisty team, a team that is not scared to take big fights against their opponent. They are finally put into their grave, laid to rest here in Montreal, as they will be sent home after this series.
And you look at their record throughout this tournament, it's honestly not a bad showing. You have a very close 8-7 loss to Secret. Then, of course, you get that huge 7-5 upset over Dark Zero, going up 5-1 in the first half. And really, your worst result was just that Chiefs game yesterday. 8-7 against Secret, second best team in EU. I'm fine with that if this is my first LAN. Then you get that win over Dark Zero. I'm more than fine with that. but then you lose that one game in regulation, and then you lose this one best-of-3, and all of that effort, unfortunately, goes to waste. You learn a lot, but your run at Montreal ends here. For SQ, this will also be their best major performance since Copenhagen. As Atlanta, they went out in this exact same match, 1-3 against BDS, and then they didn't even qualify for Manchester. So let's see if they can make something a little better. Overall, looking at the stats, I mean, I think it's a lot of what we expected. It maybe would have looked a little grayer if we just had Nighthaven or Chalet was closer. Boy, you got a 7-1. Only one round going Elevate's way. Everyone is going to get a boost to the stats.
Yeah, I don't think that Elevate was prepared for Sonic's offense on Chalet at all, and just how slow rolling it was. Very, very convincing and on proper time, and obviously well coordinated, but I think Elevate was constantly trying to catch them off guard. It was just the fact that Sonics were more than capable of relying on their patience, relying on their gunplay, and finding those big moments to open up the bomb site and get those plants down. It was obviously on full display when it came to the executions downstairs, especially in the fact that they practically got things to go off in the exact same way around Wine. I mean, what more can you ask out of SQ? It's a job well done.
And let's just highlight Surf again, because obviously 27-8 today, but
that guy's nasty,
in the past 2 days, he's played 4 maps of Rainbow Six. He's played 36 rounds.
Okay, what is it?
In 36 rounds, he has 47 kills. Over a 1.0 KPR against G2 and Elevate today. Obviously, as I said, this is not Surf's first stage. He is not a complete rookie.
Yeah.
And as Sam mentioned earlier, we've known Surf can do quite a bit. Well, we've known he could do quite a bit for quite a while now.
Yeah.
But with this performance, I think a lot of the promises people who've teamed with him have made, what we have seen in some of the teams he's been on, is finally being made good. And I think we are well and truly understanding just how much of a threat Surf truly is.
Yep, Surfing USA, ladies and gentlemen, but that's going to do it here for Carter and I for the day. A 2-0 in favor of the NA boys, although Nighthaven looked like it could have been a little bit of a different story. We're going to throw you to a break, and we're back. We have yet another best of 3 for your beautiful eyes.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Why are you called Bolo, and how do you feel about
Ooh,
being Bolo?
that's a common question. Bolo. I mean, boring answer. Boring answer. Bo, like the pronunciation, like the spelling. You know, I know it's got some deep French stuff going with it, but I just liked it, and I was like, okay, well, that's just someone's name. I can't just steal someone's name and throw that as my gamer tag. So I just threw Lo, slapped it together, called it a day, and here we are.
So it has nothing to do with a bolo tie?
Nope. No bolo tie, no, police bolo, no nothing. Just, on a whim, liked it, loved it, sent it.
And when did you choose it? How young were you?
Ooh, I probably had that I was probably like 13, 14, something like that. I'm 23 now, so a bit.
And if you were forced to choose a new gamer tag, have you ever thought about that? Like, I would actually like to have this instead. Or would you change it at any point?
We don't think about plan Bs. None of that. I'm just so used to Bo. Sometimes I forget my own name, right? It's just Bo. So couldn't imagine a different world.
Why did you choose the gamer tag that you have?
I don't know. I think I had it way back when I was like 14, 13, playing like Call of Duty. Just like picked a random word from the dictionary that looked alright, and yeah, I liked the meaning of it, and then went from there.
And now that you've had it for a long time, like, is there more meaning for you now in Virtue, or is it just?
I couldn't care less. Like, yeah, it's just a gamer tag.
And if you were forced into choosing a new gamer tag, had you ever thought about, like, I would actually like to be called this instead, or like, what would you choose?
Not really. No, I haven't thought about that. No, if I had to choose something else, it'd probably just be my name. Yeah.
So you don't think that it can, like, maybe like create a brand for you or anything like that? You're fine with Virtue.
Actually, in terms of like creating a brand, if I was thinking about that, yeah, I'll definitely like choose a nice name. That's like that can be onto shirts or whatever.
Why did you choose the gamer tag that you had?
Right. When I was choosing my gamer tag, I was about 14, so I don't think I really spoke English. So I was just looking for some cool words that I could use, and I came across Savage, and I thought, okay, that's nice. But obviously Savage was a very common word at the time, so I had to add a little bit more. So at the time, for most of my career before I joined a team, my name was always just Savage. So, and then when I joined a team, I just cut out the just and just put Savage on. But yeah, at the time I didn't even know like the meaning, so it wasn't because a personality trait, it wasn't because I was a savage. It was just a cool word that I found and I used it, and then I stuck with it. There's always that Fortnite player, Mr. Savage, but besides that, I feel like it's not that many players with that name, and some people like to make jokes about it, playing into it. I always hear, he's living up to his name when I make a good play or something, so it's always cool to hear.
And if you were forced to choose a new gamer tag, what would that be? Like, do you have any ideas? Have you ever been thinking about, it would be cool if I was called?
You know, I had another gamer tag before I was 14. Like, I had this gamer tag, but I thought it was too much of a kid gamer tag, so I changed it. But I'll probably go back to it. I actually quite like it, which was Luki Scarz. So Luki was like just a name that my friends called me, because I'm Lucas, obviously, so Luki makes sense. And then Scarz, because I like cars a lot. It was Luki Scarz. It sounds okay, and it has some more meaning than Savage to me. So I'll probably go back to that name, if anything.
I would like to hear the story behind your gamer tag. Why did you choose it? When did you choose it?
This is actually a good one. I don't know if you know this, but my real name is Nathan. So I took Nathan, took off the and then made it to Nath. Or to be fair, when I played football throughout growing up, everyone used to call me Nath anyways, as a nickname. So I've just stuck with it.
So it wasn't really chosen by you, it was more the friends around you that started calling you Nath?
I mean, it's quite common in the UK, like if your name is actually Nathan, you just get called Nath. So yeah, it just looks better.
And if you were forced into changing it, where would you go? What would you do?
If I was forced to change my name?
Yeah.
I would definitely not call myself Bolo. I don't even know. I'm the least creative guy when it comes to stuff like that. So,
Are there any like books or something like that that you're into, like any universes that you would draw from? Or would you just say, I'm not changing it?
I wouldn't change it, no. Short and sweet. Nave.
Well, it's time for the B-Stream Bandits. That's right. We've got a poor Xenox who has fallen under the man flu temporarily. Hopefully, he will be feeling a little bit better.
Let there be light. Let there be light.
And just like that, praise.
The god has entered the room.
That's it. The god has entered the room. You're damn right, Michael. The rap god. Maybe like grade 3 rap god, but that's okay. The reading level is not quite there, but the games today are.
Yeah, look, I do apologise in advance to everybody in the B stream, B for best, that is going to have to endure this wonderful of casts. But Rob, thank you for jumping in.
Look, I do my duties around here. Michael, you know me. When someone comes a calling, I'm there.
You are the man for the job at this event for whatever reason.
Apparently so. Apparently I have become a knight in shining armor. But look, we can probably move forward and discuss a little bit more about the matchup that we've got. For those of you that, of course, might have been tuning in for the entire time, Liquid and Secret go head-to-head in a qualifying match for the quarterfinal for the Arena, which, of course, these are the most exciting games. That's why they got the best talent for us.
I tend to prefer the elimination games, but you can go with that. Yeah, over the course of today, we've had quite a few teams already qualify for main stage, so it's been quite exciting. I personally have not had an opportunity to cast Liquid at this event, and the secret match in which I did cover was pretty close against Elevate, so expecting this to be an intriguing matchup. We look across at Team Liquid, who, much like Team Secret, 2-1 record at this event so far. Success against G2 and Chiefs here in the second phase. I will say though, both of those teams probably not the best of benchmarks. They then went on to lose against a fit and firing W7M in a 0-2 fashion. So Liquid go into this one for me as having a pretty difficult form guide really to go off. However, I do still back these guys in with the amount of experience that they have to probably be very competitive in this matchup, if not slight favorites.
I guess at this point in time, you know, you look at the teams that we have left, Secret obviously being one on the name, BDS, Virtus Pro, you know, like, actually, have any of them gone through? I just realized I was not here for the entirety of the second match, the second series today. I apologize. That's how quickly we had to turn this one around. Regardless, I think you look at Liquid and you look at them as being... They are probably one of my favorite teams to at least push to semifinals and compete with these teams. Now, granted, will they be able to do that? As you said, we don't have the best kind of gauge to go off. Loss against W7M, a win against G2. I mean, how much stock do you really put in that? I just don't know. I don't know what to expect. But Michael, you said you've got a chance to cast these guys, or was it Secret?
It was Secret that I got to cast.
What do you want to start talking about then?
Don't call me Michael. We might run into
Me and Michael.
We might run into some friction.
Rob and Michael.
Robert?
It's not the Jake and Gus show anymore. It's the Michael and Manic show. Hang on a second.
Hey.
Hang on a second. There's something in that. Just like there's something in this roster. That's right. An Australian man leading at the front. Virtue. He's been doing all right this event. His content may be one of the funnier snippets that I've seen in a hot minute. So it's good to see the character hasn't left him. But your match that you watched, how long ago was this now?
Yeah, so that was back in the first round here of the Swiss phase over on Skyscraper, tight 8-7. Secret able to lock it out with a pretty fortunate OT defense. So how much you want to read into that, I don't quite know. As they progressed through the tournament, unfortunately they fell 3-7 to Falcons. And then again, another very close OT against a team from APAC, that being Scarz, back on border where they found success on, again, maybe the favored side of attack OT. So maybe the gods have been with them a little bit in terms of that OT rotation. But nonetheless, Secret have been solid and I think can be very competitive in this matchup. But I guess it reflects the storyline of Liquid a little bit, where just the form guide is just a little bit difficult to ascertain as to how they're going to go in this particular matchup. And best of 3, of course, will shake things up dramatically a little bit as well and test the map pool depth of both rosters.
Yeah, I guess like looking back at their games, there really is a lot of questions that we've got surrounding this roster. Maybe some APAC teams just showing their form, or do you think maybe Secret just showing maybe less quality than we'd hoped?
I mean, you can look at it from the glass half full or half empty perspective. Should they be getting pushed to max OT against APAC teams? Probably not. However, they were able to close them out with the experience that they have been able to garner in so many close matches over the years. So take it as it comes. In terms of the map pool, we'll take it as it comes as well. Clubhouse up first, followed by Border. And we'll see how that shapes up in terms of the decider as well. There's Consulate, Lair, and Bank still in the pool. To reiterate, Clubhouse the selection of Liquid and Secret for Border. Bank is the last map standing, and so in terms of how this shapes up for both teams, I think they'll be rather pleased. Clubhouse the third preference map of Liquid, and one in which they don't frequently ban themselves. They're pretty happy to leave it up, at least over the last few months.
Yep.
Secret on the flip side for Border, it is another very high preference map for them, and a 2-0 record for them over the last few months, most recently against Scarz.
Yep.
And then in terms of Bank as a decider, that's when it starts to get a little bit more dicey. Secret have a 5-7 ban record for against, and then in comparison, Liquid, I hope this is actually correct and not a pure coincidence, but also 5-7. So
Interesting.
A bit mixed in terms of how often and how frequently they actually want to approach the map.
Well, I guess Border for me should be interesting with it being a second pick for Liquid as well. So obviously Secret leaning into their own, I guess their own favour. Wait and see how that one pans out as we get deeper into this series. But starting on Clubhouse here, I'm always excited. I always enjoy watching something a little more standard to kickstart when I haven't cast for a while, Michael. I don't know if you got a chance
What do you mean?
to watch.
You're in the cast. You casted last week, mate.
I don't think I would classify that as a cast. They were best of ones. I'm pretty sure me and Link spent half the time talking about things unbeknownst to the audience. So, look, at the end of the day, qualifying match, both of these teams still have a last opportunity should they need it tomorrow. Well, I mean, one of them's going to need it tomorrow, which is kind of terrifying to consider the fact that either of these teams may well miss out on an arena performance. But that is just the way the cookie crumbles in a Swiss format. It's brutal when it gets down to the wire. Going into this, I mean, without really having much stats to back this, I'm probably leaning Liquid purely because Brazil diff, baby. Brazil diff. What are you looking at?
Oh, I'm just having a look at points, just to kind of ascertain as to what this may mean in context for Six Invitational. I guess, unfortunate, but fortunate for the teams. It's unfortunate from the perspective of maybe a neutral observer, but fortunate for both rosters. They are both confirmed for Six Invitational 2025 on points.
That's nice.
There is every world in which, and a very real chance in which both Liquid or Secret jump Beast Coast because they're not in attendance of this event. Currently, they trail them by about 60 points.
How important is that?
Not incredibly important, but we're going to find something interesting to talk about in terms of global context. And it will, of course, mean that the winner of this match will, presuming they end up going on to make more points, will jump their opposition on the global standings as well. So it's 4th versus 5th in the world. Maybe that will make for a good game.
Well, it could. It could well do, Michael. I'm excited for this one. I'm excited to get back into a server and cast again. Maybe this time with some real talent. Who knows? It's kind of a little...
Wait, who was the real talent? Lynx or me?
Oh, actually, to be honest, I'll leave that up to the audience. I'm going to keep my hands clear of this. But we do go underway with a qualifying match here for Liquid and Secret. It's not do or die yet, but you do not want to be going into the last day of the Swiss format trying to secure a place in the playoffs. So we kickstart Clubhouse for this one. Liquid will be starting on the defense, and indeed, it is their map pick.
So Flores and Montang to kick off the bans for this first map. Monty very prevalent in general, but especially on club, there's a lot of set plays centered around the shield. Flores as well can be really good for util clearance, especially if his army is to sneak through this defensive ban phase, which will be the case. It's the double hard breach denial off the board, Bandit more prominent top floor, and then you have Kaid for basement. And so with that, we should see the teams freed up on attack a little bit more. We'll see how that impacts inside of the server itself. To clarify, Secret will kick off on the attack, and so onus will be on them to have a strong start and set the tempo for this matchup.
Just a quick note as well, I guess it's kind of interesting to have a look at most played operators over the last 2.5 months on Team Liquid. For Lagonis, you know, obviously shield player with a lot of blitz, a lot of Monty, but for me it's the dynamic with Thermite on this map that I'll be very interested to see whether or how they decide to juggle that. Obviously two very important, crucial parts of Clubhouse in general. You've got your shield play nowadays, which once upon a time might have just been a little bit of a classy pick. Classy is probably not the word I'd use, but Thermite obviously a mainstay in so many lineups. Obviously you can bring multiple other operators to substitute for that, but something to keep an eye on for Liquid once they swap to the second half. Secret starting on attack, setting the pace hopefully. again, I think that this realistically should be a good match. 4th and 5th, you said, overall in the global standings?
Yeah, in global standings.
Yeah, interesting. That's exciting.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever cast a game with such high
This might be the greatest game of Rainbow Six you will ever cast from.
It is. It's certainly the greatest we've ever cast together, I can tell you that much. I think the last time we cast was like 2021, some Korea international event. But we keep our attention here. Important match, qualifying match, it's always fun.
So top 4 down for Doom. The Brava in play, and those clutch drones will be a rather effective tool in this round, especially in the face of the utility presented by defense. You have the Yoko drones from Palu, the F-Not mines from Nesk. Both of those, if you're able to take them out of play, or even steal them for yourself, of course, could definitely be helpful. Default cameras as well. That is Doom controlling that default. Watching down long and short. And he'll look to progress forward. Again, with the Kaid band out, opening up the hatches here is pretty easy work for the attack. Liquid identify that. They're pretty eager to sit back. Doom trying to hack some of that utility, but ultimately is shut down. So good awareness from Liquid. What are your thoughts on this round so far, Rom?
Oh, look, you know me. I'm a masterclass when it comes to analysing this game. I have knowledge that you just would not be prepared.
You can't even put it into words.
It's honestly, it's just one of those things. Look, I do expect a little bit of pressure down toward blue. Why is that? Because that's where the observer's gone to.
I promise that's the one and only time I will throw you under the bus. You are doing me a favour. I didn't want to have to solo cast this.
Well, it could have been a lot worse, Michael. It could have been a lot worse. I could have flown Dev over to cast. Shout out Dev Martin, not here at the moment, but you know he's always nice. This will be interesting. A little bit of attention across the church side. The opening kick for Secret. Nice little trade in amongst the mix. Savage holding down the line. And in for Secret at the very least. Early here in this map.
Yeah, a bit of a stack over towards short now for the attack. As Savage will attempt to plant. 40 seconds on the clock. Denial to come through, but it may be too late here from Lagonis. Smoke canister not even landing on the mark. Savage still 79 HP and able to collect them. Not that we saw any of it. No fault of the observers. Liquid walking in one by one.
Oh, wow, that
lining
sucks.
up there down long. And that's a clean opening attack.
Yeah, that one sucks. A lineup even behind the smoke canister. It is what it is. Here's my statistical analysis.
I will say, as I
breakdown.
started the end round play-by-play, I was like, oh, crap. Rob,
Here we go.
Rob might
Here
be
we
at
go.
stride.
Now we're really going to have to do it. I don't know. I guess impact of no wall denial whatsoever. You don't really have a lot that you can face check toward Church either. Once that anchor on site is gone, I think it was Nesk on the Azami. I mean, you really don't have enough of a control there. It kind of just opens that side of the map, and you don't have lines of sight through to either default plans. That's another big issue there for Liquid. The second Secret get into sight, there's not enough to deny him. Smoke canister comes in too late. It's too little. It's too late. But I guess Secret, they are setting the tone. I think that's pretty decent timing from them. I think that they found picks at what, maybe the 40, 50 second mark. So, color me interested in this match, Michael.
Well, it is 4th, 5th in the world.
How do you even cast games like this? Jeez, you guys,
Great under pressure.
You are the best of the best.
I think, especially with how the operator bans have played out in that last round, probably reflective of that expectation is that I think defensively, the big win condition is going to be all about plant denial.
Yeah.
But with limited wall denial, especially on like a site like basement where it's even worse, being able to deny the plant is critical. We just didn't see that pressure be good enough for Liquid. They also didn't play the Warden in the previous round, and they won't play it here as well. And so expect the Ying to continually be quite a threat as well. No Ying here for the second round, and no luck from Ruby on the drone. But the Cap Tower is in play, and so with that smokes, typical utility belt that can be used to clear rafters. Main breach, again, pretty easy going for the attack, but that's the nature of the bans. 2 minutes on the clock, and Liquid aren't going to look to play overly aggressive. Meanwhile, Shock Drone getting to work over towards Garage, and that a valuable tool in dealing with the Goyo canisters. It is a 2-stack rafters here from Liquid, so identifying that this is a position in which they really want to hold. Try to absorb as much of this utility as possible. Bolts are coming through though. We'll see how Liquid reacts.
Oh, Wow, Nesk trying to go a little deep there, gets caught out. Surely doesn't sit in the fire and flames. He will live just on the brink of death. They hold Rafters control for a while longer. Secret didn't put any attention there after they found Nesk, so maybe happy to sit back and play a little more quieter while they wait to see what Liquid do. So many times we see at this point in the round, you've got to get aggressive on the defense. You've got to try to even things out a little bit. So Secret may be hoping for something, a pitfall from the defense to open things up.
Yeah, I thought Mayer's position would go unchecked, but there was a yellow ping there over towards Rafters, so he can now be cut off, especially from this main breach.
Big.
And the line is held by Virtue, who's had a very strong tournament thus far. Has been a standout player, especially when some of the other fragging power on Secret hasn't been at 100%. Virtue's always been rock solid and consistent, really a hallmark of his long career as a whole. 4v2 though for Secret as they look to wrap up this round. Still double Nitro though in play from Liquid, so don't rule them out.
Canister right by the side as well. That's going to make things a little more difficult, so it burns a bit more time. Secret with 4 players on the board, they've got a lot to work with here. But they've got to dodge these C4s. They've got to start burning them out. 25 seconds. They're still not in yet. Bonus. That's preemptive, but it's big.
Well, there was a drone inside of Cash. 20 seconds on the clock. Palu's position is known. Nitro lobbed. Not successful though. But the shots are. But so too is Virtue. He's better in the 1v1. Wins that fight out. Big one for Secret.
Well done, Michael. Good, great play-by-play.
Well, it wasn't great. I said 1v1. I think it was still technically a 1v2. I meant more so the 1v1 duel,
On-site,
right?
yeah.
And it was actually a big fight to win. I don't think that was a particularly favorable fight, but yeah, still able to win it out. 2 straight for Secret.
Yep.
And Liquid, again, I keep talking about the win con being plant denial because wall denial is almost impossible. Again, falling short of the mark.
Well, these bans just make this map so critically, I guess, just important that you find other ways to slow the teams down.
Yeah.
Like right now, you have no options there. You have Kennel's wall open, you have Construction wall open, you have the entirety of basically Garage being contested within the first minute and a half. And Liquid just, like, yes, they've got some things to deal with it. You know, obviously the dock stimming, it's fantastic. But when Nesk has to swing downstairs, it just completely opens things up. And then you've got, what, a minute 25 left on the clock where Secret are just kind of poking and prodding around the map, waiting for a reaction from Liquid. And hopefully we will see these defenses come up with some innovation, come up with a way to slow things down. Maestro. So Gym Bedroom, I mean, God, if you think it's not fun playing without wall denial over toward Cash CCTV, enjoy this side. My God.
Yeah, this is where split theory is going to be really critical. Secret will want to open up as many of these walls as possible and then assess their options going forward. They do have the hard breach, and so with that they can open Jacuzzi, CC, Con. Won't be that hard.
It's just a no contest. Or
yeah, there is the Zodo, but
yeah, okay, they have the tube over the wall.
Again, it's in the grand scheme of a 3-minute action phase, it doesn't really waste that much time.
And he's already used a second Zodo, so have fun now, Liquid. But I guess that you just have to turn your attention elsewhere. You have to find other ways to try and mitigate Secret and early access to the sites and early access to the ground floor. Well, I shouldn't say ground floor, I should say second floor here, but it looks like they're going to put a bit of attention from ground floor up, maybe clearing over toward red stairs. They're getting a little antsy toward the top of red, but opts to back away for now. Secret decently stunned out to begin with, at least across this side of the map. Things could change very rapidly though. This is Army over toward Rafters. That could really burn some time. Is that going to be a swing? Oh, do it for me. No, that's all right.
Wouldn't be the best play. Oh, Maya was repositioning over to Brewer's Breach. So you can see Liquid looking to aggress. So instead of maybe looking to double down in terms of plant denial, they've gone the other direction.
Does Secret know? I feel like Secret had an inkling because they've just all decided to move across to the other side of the map, resets. That's what you need to see from a player. That's what you need to see from an anchor. And still C4 in pocket as well. I mean, 3 versus 5. Okay, well.
Yeah, it looks like maybe Secret tried to go rather direct through Jim off the back of getting stalled on the map clear. So
I feel like they had to have known that there was reaction from Liquid there. Like the second you saw two players head toward or at least a third player, a third member of Liquid kind of take attention across from construction, across from site, move across, well, thank you very much. You think it's a little freer, but I'd love to see that from Reset's perspective. What's he done there? Just unbelievable. But they'll take their time here, Secret. They'll use it as a tack timeout, a way to start to really isolate what they can do. Guess, you know, there's really wasn't enough pressure early on in this round, so Liquid were able to stall out.
I will say, Rob, this veto has been very friendly for you.
I'm telling you right now.
Pretty much the 3 oldest maps in the pool that you all know and have casted before.
I'm telling you right now, people don't understand.
Imagine we had like a Lair or a Labs or something. You'd be absolutely screwed.
As a caster, I would be quite lost. I would be quite lost. Doesn't matter how much I've been watching the game, playing the game, it's still... There's nothing quite like commentating. And I can say that to everyone. This is the B stream, so we're going to get real with you for a second here. We're going to be real with you. I tell you what, it's not fun coming back to cast after 3 years and trying to find your feet again. But I'm actually enjoying it. And Michael, I couldn't think of anyone better to do it with than Lynx.
It was a better round from Liquid.
It's much better. There's much... question, is it better from Liquid? Is it just lacking from Secret? Because...
Nah, I think it was Liquid.
Yeah?
The map extension was really good. They didn't give anything away for free.
I guess if Resets doesn't hold for 2 on site, then
yeah,
the whole conversation's different.
Yeah, he loses that or even gets traded, it could have left them quite weak on site.
There's only one other player anchoring on site, so realistically, Resets has just saved the round there. There's Jacuzzi wall open, you had gym window being contested.
Yeah.
God knows what happens. I mean, that's Secret having the entire back half of that site there. Like, good luck retaking that as well.
Well, Liquid went for a pretty aggressive map extension in the previous round, and I think they're emboldened now to give up on Plant Denial and instead really lean in to these extensions. So we will see the full castle roam employed. Complete top-down defense.
I think a team just won a round on A stream. I don't know.
No, I think that was just Liquid getting really excited for this mirror trick.
Well,
which
didn't
really even work.
We have fun here.
Is able to rotate that over towards Cash though, and so Liquid will double down on their efforts here on top floor. We'll see then if Secret look to approach it more directly, the side itself, and ignore this roam. And this body language from Doom indicating that may be the play.
A lot more direct this time, and there's no way Liquid are going to be able to hold this off. What, 1 player on site? How are you going to do this? You've got 2 players coming down main. You've still got attention over towards Secret. Ooh. Lovely shot from Doom. That is a great reaction. There's a player from Dirt that's been able to walk in with the kit. Liquid are locked out of sight for now. However, they have found crucial kills.
Yeah, they have the man advantage. We'll see what kind of read they have though here. Lagonis down main, one spotted short. Able to collect that headshot onto Groovy. And now it's Doom all alone. They tried to go direct, and whilst they got the plant down, Liquid on retake, far too good.
Yeah, I'm not going to oversimplify this, but I am. Losing your ones on a retake is never going to allow you any room to move. I mean, if, you know, at the very start of that fight, whoever that was coming down main, if they lose that fight, 1, you've got no pressure toward the backside of main, and 2, the rest of your players are coming from blue. So all of a sudden, your attention completely changes. I like it from Secret though. They're identifying where these issues are arising. They're just not executing.
They've literally gone for pretty much the same strat in back-to-back rounds. Both teams, right? Liquid went for the extension back on Gym, whole map, or whole second floor at least. They did that again in the most recent round where they went for a basement through the second floor roam. Secret, back on Gym, tried to have a single player exploit, get in towards site, force the retake, and whilst it wasn't quite as successful as it was in the last round, it was the same kind of idea, right? Where Secret identified, there's only 1 on site. Unfortunate to lose the first pick, and whilst it was a snappy trade, it then just gave that small opportunity in the midst of all that chaos for Liquid to go for the retake. They were successful in winning out those fights, did a really clean job in identifying where those remaining attackers were once the diffuser was on the ground. And so, whilst I don't think strategically it was really that abhorrent from Secret in the last couple of rounds, execution just fell short. And Liquid able to really exploit those advantages.
Oh no, oh no. Oh, that would be, oh my god! Virtue's so lucky to be alive. He knows it as well. Gray screening out. that's
Should have
a
been a kill.
tilter.
Yeah, should have been a kill.
That is an absolute tilter. And now Secret are going to have to be even more cautious on this clear. If they decide to do so, who knows? They may just continue to go direct and hope that eventually it works. I guess they go with the motto, if it is broke, fix it.
Yeah, it is bar for the 5th round, so a bit more of an unorthodox selection here from Secret, or from Liquid rather. And Secret will need to find a way to break this down. Contact stock. Nesk survives, but this Vigil continues to be a threat.
That's the beauty of Nesk now. I mean, if you give Nesk a bit of a license here, that can really cause a lot of problems for Secret. Not only a sharp player, but just then having to kind of check every last bit of detail as you're entering this map. It's not going to be fun.
Yeah, Nesk over the last few months does have the worst cost.
Love that.
On Team Liquid, 61%. But if he can get on a bit of a roll in this match and remain consistent, he will be a threat. Meanwhile, Secret now have control up above. Savage on the buck. Use that skeleton key to create lines of sight. And if you are wondering where I got my stats from, Rob, I'm looking at the last 90 days, just for context.
No, that's... Well, thank you, Michael. I really appreciate that. I needed to make sure
Okay,
I
you
had
didn't
the
have to do
correct
that.
statistics.
I don't speak like that.
I was actually having a look to see what operators Nesk has been playing recently.
You did sound like Jesse, but you did not sound like me.
Yeah. It's a bit of a stab toward one of the greatest casters to ever touch the game, but that's okay. Shout out my analyst of SI 2024. I stand for him. Well, stand for trades as well. Liquid probably come out the better there because you've got 2 players low. Nesk knows it as well. He's been left alive. He's been left to roam. He's been left to be an absolute nuisance. And Secret, well, are they going to be able to pull that thorn out of their side? We'll wait and see. Savage just goes direct. A little bit better from Secret here. But they haven't opened up much of this site. They haven't opened up much of this control.
Yeah, and Reset's still lurking over towards, oddly, Secret itself. I think they have a read on this, though. Secret on the attack. And Virtue comes in for the pinch. Yeah. So 2 below is Savage, but he will fall as well. 20 seconds on the clock, and Resets finds his 3rd in the round, the 2nd in the spray. And Virtue on 14 HP. Left to try and clutch this one up. He's been good this tournament, but with 10 seconds on the clock, surely not good enough to win this one out. Headshot with the pistol. 10 seconds on the clock. Hardly enough time to get towards the itself. Maya on the Gonus can sit back and wait. Maya with the swing and the UMP for the final kill. Team Liquid keep the good vibes rolling.
Not only the good vibes, but just their adaptations. They figured out in the first 2 rounds, okay, we're going to have to play this game differently. We are not going to be able to play this like a typical defense on Clubhouse. We can't sit back. We can't go for plant denial. We're going to have to get in their faces. We're going to have to get aggressive. We're going to have to extend. And right now, Secret are really struggling to deal with it. Liquid are looking incredible. And if they can keep this on a roll, I mean, I'm really keen to see how Secret play their defensive half now. Now that this is what we've seen, how do Liquid now approach this once we flip sides? Because it's all well and good to sit here and praise them for the 3 rounds on defense, hopefully a 4th here. But then we can start to isolate the conversation a little more and start to ask the meaningful questions, which I will allow you to do.
You ask the questions and I shall answer.
Yeah, well, that's what I hope for. I mean, that's basically the premise of my entire job, Michael, is ask the professionals the right questions. That is literally my job. I don't have a job to do anything else. Maybe say hello to the audience and goodbye to them, and that's it. It's a very it's a simple farmerman's life. That's what it is. I take my stock every morning and make sure that the cows are well fed. I just keep people happy.
Gym bedroom. Round 6, final of the half. Triple hard breach in play from Secret. So they will be looking to open up every single wall.
That was satisfying.
And the Habana to open up every single castle barricade. Mirror is in play. Potential for an impact check, although that probably won't be likely with Myra only having 1 in the pocket. So that's Jacuzzi dealt with. And so far for Secret, not really too much to complain about.
Well, now they do. Now they've definitely got
Right
something to complain about. That's the lying down as well, which can be a pain in the backside for Liquid, especially when they're extending. and extending as far as they are. Not that they're extending incredibly far, sorry. It made it sound like they were just all over the map down in basement. But now they're going to be careful. Secret are starting to suffocate around this map. They are going so much more direct than what we saw earlier. Yeah, early pick here, which just continues to hinder Secret and their attack. More direct here as they find one back.
Yeah, minute 45 on the clock. Virtue still stranded outside. Kit in hand, so too Savage alongside on the Habana. Prompts a rotation, potentially for a Logi drop, to try and pinch out this position alongside Groovy and Con. Exothermic will, of course, give away this play. And Virtue, just as confused as you and I.
Looked like a bit of overkill.
He might drop with the pallets. This could be a play. We'll see how Paolo reacts. He's in the firing line.
Well, the problem is, pretty much everywhere Secret wants to enter, its entire chain. And Liquid have the numbers here. Nesk with a very early C4 finds one, and it's all done and dusted. Virtue was not allowed entry into logistics, and Liquid continue their fine form here in round 6. 4-2. 4 on the trot as we head to the second half.
Yeah, that's a really remarkable turnaround from Liquid. It became evident very early on in that half that sitting back and being reliant on Plantanar was not going to be the play. And so they adapted. They spread their wings, played very aggressive around the map, even in the face of hard breach style not being available outside of a mute. And it was really effective. Secret tried to exploit pockets of space. There were very few opportunities, and even the ones they did present, they weren't able to convert.
I would love to hear the comms right now. Attack timeout at the half switch, guys. I don't think I've seen that ever.
Quite rare.
Like that is something that I mean, for me as a viewer, unprecedented. But also, you know, there are many games on at the same time. But that is such an intriguing time to take it. Secret lost 4 rounds in a row. Clearly, they think that there was no point in taking attack in that half. Otherwise, they would have done it after maybe 2 rounds lost, after 3 rounds lost. Now, we get to see what kind of impact coaches can have. We can start to see what the inside of Secret looks like and how they're going to approach this. I can already see one operator that has changed dramatically just from the first half. It's been brought at the very start of round. Oh yeah, round 7. I was going to say second half, then I got confused. I lost
Well, to be fair,
I don't do it anymore.
The attack timeout before round 7 is enough to throw anyone off, because typically you would use a tactical in response to what you've already seen in a round of that half, right? Very intrigued to see what that may translate to inside of the server and in terms of the operator that you're mentioning. I'm assuming you're talking about the Blitz, right?
I am talking about the Blitz, thank you
Look at
very
that
much.
synergy, incredible.
I whispered it under my breath. I should have said that with a bit more bravado with my chest, Michael.
I was going to say, Jake would never do that.
No, but Jake would also be talking about some of the rare
He is a rare unit.
I love that, man. Shout out, Jake.
Jake.
Hope you get better from the man flu.
Jake Xenox Vendity.
We're here for you, mate. Make sure you just stay away from me for now. Despite what people may think, I actually don't start working until Friday.
Hey, you have somehow scammed the system
Mate,
with 2 work days.
This is just the way it happens.
You'd be flying home in your private jet. Maybe your business class upgrades.
I'll hit up Taylor Swift on the way over. Well, I'm very curious to see how Liquid decide to attack this and how they decide to approach it. Lobby presence to begin with. And Secret, I'm not going to lie, I was talking way too much smack with you. I haven't seen whether they've extended. They've got 1 player upstairs.
2.
2. Oh, okay. Well, that's not fantastic for Liquid either. That's the Deimos as well.
Yeah.
Ah, that's rough.
Which is going to make the roam clear more difficult. And the Blitz is dead, so the round is over.
I mean, like, on an extended roam on a basement site, there's your win conditions
Well,
gone.
Liquid are trying to do exactly what Secret did, which is completely avoid the roam. And they haven't even got into sight, which Secret rather were able to achieve. So this has been a little bit of a disaster.
Oh, God. Okay, there you go. That's one way of doing it. Liquid, they bounce back nice and quickly, and now things start to open up. Though there's a player still in cash. This is pretty devastating, Michael.
Yeah, well, I think Jim might be in a bit of strife here. About to be flashed out. Candela in hand.
No! It gets worse.
You're kidding me.
Like your day, bad to worse, Guz.
Yeah, I've had to endure a couple of APAC losses today, and now I have to cast with you, so it's been awful. But for Secret, this first map may be even worse. A round that should have been theirs is flipped very quickly. A little bit of luck for Liquid, but we'll see if they can convert. 3 versus 2. 50 seconds on the clock. Hatches to be opened up, uncontested. No Kaid. Banned out. And 3 Candelas still available to fire.
How are you going to approach this Secret?
All good drone.
Fantastic drone. I mean, that's round winning. If the other drones up in cash weren't round winning enough for you, these are incredibly impactful. In come the Candelas, and down come Secret. Well, Liquid, I should say. Secret are trying to hold at the moment, but they're just not able to. They've been forced entirely back now in Liquid. They've got their lay of the land. They can sit back. They can relax. They can get this plant down and play in a post-plant position from a 5 versus 3. It's crumbled in their own hands, but yet a hero play could still be on the cards. A 2 versus 1 that could spiral out of control. Liquid do not want to let this one go. A huge opening attack win if they can make this work. Oh, no way! They might not be able to. Nesk, 1v1, tucked away in the corner now, trying to play for time, but Nesk is brilliant for Liquid, and that is a critical round that Liquid will absolutely eat up.
Oh, talk about a demoralizing round for Secret. Phenomenal start, then Liquid able to bring it back. Great drone in Church for the late round, facilitates the push through and the plant down. Secret then, again, find more hope to hang on to. And the 1 versus 1, though, not converted. And that continues a round streak of 5 the way of Liquid. From 0-2 to 5-2. Liquid have absolutely taken a stranglehold here on club.
That should never be Liquid's round. My word. I mean, I guess if you want to contextualize it a little bit, sure, they lose the first 2 players. And sure, those first 2 players may be the most impactful operators they have on that site. But I don't know. I really don't feel like that should ever get to that position. It's incredibly brutal. The 2 players left up on the top floor. Liquid make the right choice in dealing with it.
So over to Gym Bedroom then, round number 8. As Secret try their very best to gain some control back in this matchup. It has been a rough 5 last rounds for them. Finding it very difficult to convert any kind of win conditions that are presenting. We do see Secret bring the Warden out here for the 8th round. However, the Ying has been exchanged out. By Team Liquid on the attack. Instead relying on other crowd control tools like the Grim and info gathering as well alongside Deimos. Which oddly enough was taken off the board as the first death for Team Liquid in the prior round, and we thought that may see them struggle in the roam clear, but the drone work from Liquid more than made up for that in the previous round. I think they had about 6 up for the final push, and plenty of those were relaying a lot of key info for the rest of the attack.
Some great context, Michael, thank you. Some really early critical work done, the minigames for Liquid. Without really one half of that minigame, you don't really have any wall denial to deal with. So it should just be freebies, which now kind of forces Secret into just such an awkward scenario. You've got all of Jacuzzi open, you've got your cash wall open, or your CCT wall open. Now Liquid can just decide where they want to apply pressure. They can decide what players from Secret want to feel the heat, but there is a player flanking all the way down into the garage, I believe I saw. So that could make things a little more interesting. Oh, Okay, well, that can make things very interesting.
Well, he got the down, not quite the kill.
Resets went down at the same time, so, I mean, just like that, it's a 3 versus 5. Yikes.
Is this the moment for Secret to finally break this streak? They have not won a round for quite some time. Adrian up close, defending this Jacuzzi entry point, and the spray is unsuccessful. Surely not like this. Oh, surely not like this. Nesk able to brute force his way forward, but June prone. Finally finds the trade. Position, though, should be known. And he is cut off, but unfortunately, Lagonis falls. Maya is able to get the kill, but vaults through and dies. Team Secret finally able to get another round on the board.
They cracked the algorithm. They figured that one out. You should consider a career in play-by-play casting. It's the Michael Guzgari.
Been there, done that, and it was not good.
It was awful. Just ask any viewer of the of the 2019 pros.
Yeah, thanks for that.
No worries, mate. Doxing.
Did you like the little, is this the moment?
Is this the moment? We are going. What we'll do is, okay, we were going to keep it a secret, but I think it could be a little bit of fun now for everyone at home. We're going to play a little game with you. There's some little Easter eggs we're going to throw in here and there, and you can decide what Easter eggs are which. Mr. Jake, Xenox, and Diddy can't be here in person, but he can be here in spirit. Throughout this game, we're going to throw in some little whips, some little moments of magic from Xenox across his career.
Yep.
And you can pick on, you can pick up on which ones it is. Let us know. It's going to be shocking.
If you watch the SI24 Grand Final, there's surely at least one or two that you will recognize.
Unfortunately, I might not have the voice of Jake Xenox, but I also don't have 10,000 screaming Brazilian fans in an arena, so. Or the best game to ever touch this, I mean, this genre of game. God.
It was up there.
That's a throwback.
Feels like SI was only yesterday. Or like a couple of weeks ago.
Just a few more.
Back in February. We're almost done for the year.
Yeah, I know. That's insane. We're almost preparing for next February.
Next thing you know, it'll be SI25.
And where's that?
In Boston.
Sure.
You gotta make it. You gotta make it first. Fortunately for both of these teams, they already have.
They're good.
They're chilling.
They're in pocket. We're happy. As Australians, we're not that happy, but we'll talk about that at another time. We don't have to hijack a stream here.
Yeah.
It is what it is. All right. Secret will be pressed here and pushed to their limits. That's a lot of utility already taken off the board here. Keeper barriers, yes, they regenerate, but only to a certain point. And if Liquid can continue to ensure that that Rafters position is just under constant fire, this is going to get very uncomfortable if they decide to turn their attention.
Yeah, it's a double stack Rafters. We saw Liquid employ that on their defense, but with the Dock in play to counteract the Capital. So we'll see how Secret look to deal with it this time around. Unfortunately, though, Adrian has fallen first.
Wow, that is a devastating thing to find. And now you are literally 1 of 1 on the Rafters with absolutely nada. You have nothing to your name but a couple of impacts. A rejuvenating Keybop. If at all. Nope. I'm wild. I've lost the plot, Michael.
Yeah, not in this economy.
I have lost the plot.
Resets now. In storage. Perhaps looking to make a play up lane.
Oh my god.
Will Savage have the read? Needs to be mindful to his left and his right. A classic pinch coming through from Liquid. Virtue elsewhere though, able to find resets and in fact able to find Parlo as well.
Jeez.
A big play from Virtue brings this round into the realm of possibility for Secret. That being said, Nesk steps up to the mark and it's a 3 versus 3 with 50 on the clock.
A lot of control now for Liquid to play with, and with how much left on the clock they've got to play with, this makes life a little more difficult for Secret. An early preemptive C4 caught off a player back in the first half, but it won't do it this time around. It's a 3 versus 3. You've still got 2 C4s in your pocket, so there's a lot to play with here if you're Secret, and that time is dwindling down quite rapidly.
20 seconds then. We talked about plant denial before, and it needs to be absolutely spot on for the Secret here in round number 9. The Nitro lands 2 versus 2. 10 seconds and a pre-place down below in towards that default position. Liquid need to pivot, and that's exactly what they do. They know Virtue's below, they collect the kill, and Liquid respond.
Nesk with the plays. Unfortunately, Savage just not able to hit the mark there, and that is, I mean, Liquid make the right decision. The second they hear that C4 getting ripped, the second they know that Secret are going to put them under the pump, 2 players just immediately emerge forward, put pressure on Cash, force the player back down red, and Secret have no more room to play with. They've got no time on that clock. I mean, it was coming down to the wire for Liquid, to be fair, but that's map point, and I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Secret have not been able to compete anywhere near to the standard that they needed to here on Clubhouse. And sure, you could make it down to the bans, you could talk about the play styles, you could talk about the adaptations we've seen from Liquid, but ultimately, at the end of the day, this is now putting Liquid in prime position for the rest of this series.
It is their selection, but I think the way in which they've approached the map and executed the game plan has been pretty clean. Tempo's been fun to watch and yielded results. I think it has kind of pigeonholed Secret in many of these rounds into a play style where they don't look as comfortable, or, you know, execution not quite hitting the mark on the day. And Liquid have stuck their guns and pretty much committed to that play style from the point in which it started working, which was all the way back in that 3rd round. Secret's only been able to find one since. And going back down to basement now. We'll see whether or not that's something that they can use to maybe lay a bit of a foundation for a comeback, but easier said than done with the Kaid ban in play. It will force Secret into a roam. And this composition from Liquid really effective in helping deal with that. The Dokkaebi and the Deimos combo should really aid in identifying and hunting down those offsite. Currently, there's not a single player from Secret on the basement floor. Every single player, 1st floor or 2nd.
Well, will Liquid identify that and make a decision? Typically, we've seen the drone game from Liquid, the information game in the early portions of this round play absolute dividends for this roster. And now, June goes aggressive, but it's not going to matter. Is that a jump out from Secret? I think it is. They haven't been able to convert the kill, though. That's pretty devastating. In fact, that's really devastating. Palu's been able to find a free kill. Make it 2 with Savage going down. Stick a fork in it, Michael. It's all but done here with only 3 players left. All of Secret were extending, and none of them found what they were looking for.
That's a weird analogy. Stick a fork in it.
You haven't heard stick a fork in it, it's done?
No.
It's like a meal. When you're done with it, you stick a fork in the steak if you... You really haven't heard that before.
But if you finish the meal, there's nothing to put the fork in.
Well, you put it in the plate or in the table. If it's a wooden table, you just jam it right in there. You don't give it a choice.
Yeah, I think this one's over.
Yeah. I mean, look, we've seen stranger things happen. We've seen multiple 3 versus 5s go awry.
I mean, Virtue could make a play. He did it in the previous round to keep it competitive.
They opt not to. I mean, for me, that's telling me that they have information than what's going on. Or at least they have an idea as to what to expect. Pretty critical round here for Liquid. You don't want to let a 5 versus 3 go kind of just barreling by the wayside.
Yeah, they just take this opportunity to compose themselves. The shot callers will get everybody on the same page. 35 seconds, Candela to be cooked, and they'll look to pinch this through dirt.
Lagonis leading that charge in dirt, but this is going to be really uncomfortable for the players of Secret. They've all backed away, but lovely 2 opening picks, resets with a very quick trade. Nesk on the backside, and now this is where it comes down to. Resets, Palu, what do they have in the bank? They're going to sit back, they're going to wait for this to unfold. It's all falling apart here. A 5 versus 3 goes awry. Secret are not done in this series. Well, I shouldn't say in series. In this map, they're nowhere near done. That should be... I mean, that should be it. We should be going to map 2 here. Liquid. That's uncomfortable.
Yeah, really clean that from Groovy to be able to get that one across the line. Good composure. Really falling apart there for Liquid in the final steps. The Ying was really not that effective. The clear through blue and transition over towards the armory was a challenge. And then, yeah, that clutch factor in the end to be able to win that one out. Really good work from Secret just to keep this match alive for a little while longer, but as I sort of alluded to in the prep phase, basement is the kind of site where you should expect a little bit more success. So we'll see if that translates now across to the remaining sites, keeping in mind that Secret do need to commit to a full rotation to push this to overtime. They elect to go to Jim's bedroom then for the forthcoming round. And they will probably find comfort in the fact that back in round 8 they were able to win that one out. See how they play it this time around. Pretty heavy repick from Liquid, so their composition will shift around. Double hard breach. The blitz is maintained. Grim, interestingly enough, also in play. And that could be an effective tool for the clear. Looks like we are going to see that extension from Secret across over towards Cash. And Doom to start things down below in Garage. May look to eventually play Rafters or Cash, where those keeper barriers can be quite effective. See how Liquid elect to play into this.
For only the second time this map are we seeing a shield, which is baffling to me. Then again, I am but a mere humble APAC man. You are a mere mortal. I am but a mere mortal, especially when it comes to any kind of clubhouse game. God knows how long. But the last time we saw the Blitz played, it had absolutely zero impact. Liquid still managed to clutch that up though, regardless. It's in a very similar situation, a 5 versus 3. Both teams have been in that position and both teams have been able to claw it back. Secret now, maybe with a little bit of the momentum swing, but you're going to have to double down here. You're going to want to push this yet another round, and Liquid honing in, making a decision. Plenty to work with. However, that drone economy has rapidly decreased.
So will it be a Logi drop then, spearheaded with the Blitz? More than likely here from Liquid. Just the one Nitro available in response from Groovy. Gas Babes also could play a role here for Secret. You can see the layering of that utility over towards Logi at the moment, but the attack not quite to follow just yet. Virtue's position known, being pinged out by the Grim. 7-9 for him so far as the shield drop comes through.
Adrian. That's a lovely piece of timing there from Secret. They go aggressive when they need to, but now Nesk and Palu have to bring this back. They've got one player in sight. Virtue. He's going to play big here, but it's Savage around the backside of the Jacuzzi that swings out at the right time. A 1v1. Savage gets aggressive and shuts down Nesk before there's any opportunity in this one. Secret, it may be close, but boy, are they pushing this the distance.
Again, another very clean round there from Team Secret. Prompts a tactical from Liquid. They just really struggled to get value there from the Blitz. The response from Secret, the rotation of the impacts over towards that position was really, really clean. Virtue was able to vacate that position and keep his life. All of that in combination led to the entire strategy for Liquid to fall apart. With that, came down to a 1v1, but the trade game sharp from Secret once more. And a match that very much felt like a few rounds ago, Secret were about to wave the white flag, has now pushed us all the way to a potential OT.
Really enjoy that play from Savage as well. So many times we see teams just kind of invert and play for time and play defensive there. He decides to get aggressive, peek down hallway, and then continue on that kill to force the fight into logistics, which Nesk is just absolutely not willing to, or really not waiting for, I guess. Why would you? Why would you expect the player with the SMG-11 to continue to push your position in a 1v1 where the time is starting to crunch? Really enjoy that from Secret. Furthermore, now we start to get down to that wire. Something was obviously said in that timeout because Secret had come into this game to play. And although these rounds are close, it's still... it's the magic of a major.
The magical major with Michael and Manic. In Montreal.
The maniacal men? Did we get there?
I don't know what you're waffling about.
Is that even a word?
What?
Maniacal. I feel like it sounds like
maniacal.
Oh, my producer confirms.
Maybe it's a very naughty word and we just lost our jobs. I don't know.
Oh, God, don't. I remember used
nice.
to reading out
Nice knowing you.
Twitch chat comments. That was always a very dangerous game, especially when you ask someone how to pronounce their name. That's when things got very dangerous back in the day. There we go. Maniacal is a word. I'm happy with that
Extremely, what was it? Extremely violent or wild behaviour, I think.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Michael? You
That
fit
makes me think of
to
you.
a T. You fit that to a T.
No, I don't.
The suspect is 5'11". Maniacal.
I might be the most passive person on the
has
planet.
a mustache with slick back hair like his co-caster.
Okay.
Actually, he's gone forward this time. You've gone backwards, he's gone forward.
He's gone home. That's why you're here.
That's very true. They've sent him on his way. No, style. They're not going to stick around for this one, Secret. They've backed away, at least during the side of two. And Joom with the opening pick. It's Nesk as well. I mean, I don't even need to bring your attention to how well Nesk has been playing, but multiple times has he been the difference maker. Multiple times has he found the multi-frags in critical rounds, in positions where you think that Secret has been dusted.
Yeah, that's really going to hurt Liquid. And on top of that, it's the Lion scans taken to the grave as well. Minute 30, and the flames to be dispersed by the Capital. Maya falls, but in the meantime, Joom officially has died.
Oh, no way Joom went for that. He impacted the wall to try and find the fight with Palu. That is, I mean, that's a decision that you make, I tell you what. In a round so critical, where Joom's having a pretty decent start to the series, that could have made things a lot more fun.
Well, they get Maya up as well, which is important. Sure, only 20 HP, but he can send forward and be a bait for a Nitro, gain a bit of info. Could be a difference maker here with 50 on the clock. 4 versus 4. The pivot from Liquid. Lagonis with the diffuser in hand, downstairs in stock. His movements will dictate how Liquid go for this approach. It looks like it will be a main breach plant. Maybe he'll tuck in hard right, or he'll look to dash across to default.
I'm super curious as well. You've got Savage in the corner.
Well, there's one
They've got no idea.
Yeah.
They've got no idea. Savage has been here this entire time. He won't need to worry about it. The players fall as they enter. Liquid's chance in this one of finishing in regulation now rest on 1 HP. Lagonis, 12 seconds left. This one is absolutely well and truly done and dusted. Secret have brought back a 4-2 half to send this to overtime.
Very good work then from Team Secret. And I tell you what, that half-time tactical timeout may go down by Twister as one of the best I've ever seen. Remarkable, really.
Something's been said. Something was identified, and something was... I would have loved to be able to wind back the clock and listen into that. Jeez, Liquid are loud. I have absolutely no idea. Oh. Michael, are you ready? Who? Thank you. I'm so glad you didn't. You have a tendency to leave me out in the lurch, so thank you for leaning into that. I will appreciate you, as I know you appreciate me immensely. It could be worse. You could be casting with Parker. Just remember
Actually,
that.
yes, very true.
Just remember that.
Very true. Been there, done that. Never again.
Well, the important part of this conversation, Liquid start on defense. Now, a pretty important part of that conversation is both teams were able to win a 5 versus 3. I think maybe I'm tripping there, but both teams have won 5 versus 3. At least one of them has been on that defense. I think both of them were, but in any case, that now makes this conversation maybe a little less impactful. What are you looking for here?
Oh, they gave up. Didn't go for it.
Couldn't be bothered. Couldn't be bothered. Nice bit of information though, and just like that, Liquid find 2 picks, 3 picks, 4 picks. Secret fall apart at the start of the attack. At least he shoots out the C4. No, he doesn't. He misses entirely, but it's behind the breach. I am baffled. What just happened?
That was wild. every single entry point shut down then by Liquid. Secret unable to find a single trade.
I wish I saw...
Your guess is as good as mine. I believe that was Nova in the comms.
We definitely just got a sorry.
With the sorry. hey man, look, I'm not even trying to be nice, but that was not your fault.
When do you expect that? I think that was a kill from every individual player on the team. Like, good luck catching that.
That was just a siege moment.
Unless somehow you're on a delayed feed, say goodnight to that. That is absolutely hopeless. Well, this game really has some legs in it, I tell you what. I'm looking forward to Border, especially given how good Liquid is on Border as well. Second preference overall. This could be a really devastating best-of-3 for Secret here.
Yeah, man. Imagine after expending all that energy as well to mount that comeback and push to OT, you just flounder like an 8-6. That would not be a great feeling.
Especially with like your attacking round, you literally just... that was like throwing pickles at a window and seeing what sticks.
Yeah.
To be fair, pickles stick a lot better than that, so that's a
I
terrible
don't even want to
analogy.
know how you know that.
Shout out the old McDonald's and Stratdale. You know.
I've been pleasantly surprised at the quality of the McDonald's here in Canada.
Yeah? I'm going to start talking about that. Apparently they've got, what's that dish called?
Poutine.
Yeah, I'm very careful there.
I haven't tried it. Haven't tried that yet.
Yeah. Well, apparently it's a McDonald's, and the Uber driver I had on the way here said it's very good. You should try it, and so too should you try a run out.
Maybe don't try
that.
that.
Is Doom, but that is not the money. That is not what you want to be seeing if you're a Secret fan. That is a very bold choice. You are committing to that. And unfortunately now, I mean, I'm not going to say you can wrap that one up, but I mean, that's a devastating start. At least as the Vigil. It's kind of the entire purpose of playing an operator like Vigil is to have a bit of fun with it.
Well, it does mean, though, that the cameras now have been forfeited to Liquid, and Palu collects that and hacks it. Defaults plus the BPC.
Oh, no! Oh, my God, Savage. Oh, my days.
He's gotten away with that one.
Was given an opportunity, and now Virtue looks on a flank into logistics. The timing on that, whether he got an audio cue, maybe a comm, it's really just all but over here for Secret. They've got to hope that they can play for spoils. Either deny this plant or pay for the post. It does not look like it's going to happen. They're isolating these players on site, and it's all done and dusted. That is all she wrote here for Clubhouse. Liquid kickstart this qualifying series with a very interesting Clubhouse.
Yeah, look, it may be a bad day to be an APAC fan, but at least you're not an EU fan. That has got to be one of the most devastating losses I have personally witnessed at this event. The fact that Secret were able to crack the code in that second half, win 4 out of 6, do a really good job to push it to OT, and then fall short of the mark like that has really got to hurt. I'm hurting inside. I'm not an EU fan. I'm not a Team Secret player. And so we're really going to have to see them bounce back in this second map, which unfortunately is the selection of Liquid. So that's so rough for Secret. Like, I can't understate just how difficult this is going to be for them for the rest of the series.
I mean, that's just it, right? Border, we were just talking about like the fact that it's second preference for Liquid after you've seen that, after you've seen Nesk do what Nesk just did. I think it was 18 kills in the end there. I mean, it doesn't really run a lot of hope, and it doesn't really bow too well for the cross-regional conversation now, does it? It kind of, it sticks a little nail in the coffin, but it's an interesting one at that. I feel as though in this matchup, Secret might have something, maybe a little bit of magic, Michael, hopefully.
I think so. But the preference being so strong for Liquid, Team Secret, maybe lacking a bit of X Factor again in this matchup. Team-wise, they were decently well-rounded, but I just find it so difficult to see them being able to recover here. Who knows, though? Maybe Twister can perform another minor miracle.
Well, you never know. We do head to Border after this short break. That was certainly a game that was one to remember or forget. I'm not entirely sure. It depends what you're a fan of. Unfortunately, Secret, they brought it all the way back in the second half just to fall short in overtime with two very strange rounds, Michael. Honestly, it was a very close game. It was a very entertaining game. We had a lot of 1v1s. We had a lot of really great moments, but ultimately Liquid just showed form in the final 2 rounds of overtime.
Yeah, massive 18 bomb from Nesk back on map number 1 of this best of 3. The selection of Secret was Clubhouse, but unfortunately they didn't get off to the greatest of starts. Well, they did, I suppose, in the first 2 rounds, and then Liquid pretty quickly clued into the playstyle and the win conditions that they needed to really play into defensively. And the second they flicked that switch, started to roam around the map, play more aggressive and not allow Secret in, they really struggled. And then even in the second half, again, Secret, whilst they found some success defensively, after a tactical timeout taken at half-time, which is very unusual, but rather successful, they grinded and they grinded and they got themselves back into an OT position. The last 2 rounds of this match were just complete blowouts.
Yeah.
So it doesn't give them probably the best of form and confidence heading into this second map.
No.
And Border, especially if it's your opposition in selection, is the kind of map where you need to show a lot of initiative, a lot of confidence. You're going to be in a lot of isolated gunfights, and you need to back yourself in to win them.
Well, the last time we saw Liquid play Border, they were going up against the former world champs Furia. They lost it to open up a best of 3. The last time we saw Secret play it, yesterday against Scarz. An unconvincing 8-7. Nevertheless, it was a victory. We get underway here with Border for what could be Secret's final chance here in this series. A reminder for what's on the line: Liquid, should they win this, will go through to the quarterfinals. Secret will progress to tomorrow, where they will have to play in one final game before they determine their fate here at the Montreal Major.
Do you know how the A stream is going, by the way?
I don't, but fortunately, Xenox had this ready for me. It's already up. We are, let me just double check that I'm actually refreshing this. There we go. I don't know if you heard that, but it's 1-1 on map 1. Yep, Dark Zero SSG. So it's the very start of that series. That's a banging series, by the way. That is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Well, I'm also posed that question under the guise that perhaps the BDS VP game went to a 3rd map, but I guess that answers that question, and BDS were able to get that one across the line.
If you'd like me to find out, Michael. 8-6, apparently.
Right. It's the day of 8-6s, apparently.
Apparently it is, which means BDS go through to the quarterfinals. Virtus Pro now have to go through to their final chance tomorrow. Boy, it's been a strange old major.
I thought it might be. Yeah, so BDS will join Falcons, FaZe, and W7M.
Yep.
Cool. It's going to be some very spicy 2-2 games tomorrow, I think.
Yep. Typically the way on these final days of Swiss, they're always very spicy.
Yeah.
They're a lot of fun to watch. Can also be a little painful to watch at the same time. The duality of man is summed up in the final day of Swiss. Elimination, qualifying, all in one. That's where the true excitement comes in. So let's get underway with map 2 here now. If you thought that Clubhouse was aggressive, if you thought Clubhouse was going to be entertaining, I can only imagine what both these teams have in store here for Border, a notoriously aggressive map in general. You right there, Michael?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic.
Great.
I'm having a great
I'm glad we established that. Well, in terms of bans for this one, because I don't know if we actually touched on it yet. Nomad and Monty for the attack. So Nomad's a bit of an intriguing pick there from Liquid. We'll see what kind of an impact that may have when Secret jump across to attack. It also means that Liquid needs to be a little bit more conscious of flanks. Defensively, it's a bit more standardized with the Azami mirror combination. The Osa brought out here for the first round indicates to me that Liquid are going to look to be rather direct through archives. Palu's been able to maneuver it down below, so that skeleton key can be used to dislodge key positions for plant denial. And in the meantime, Myers set up on the balcony. So the cross is established, and honestly, Liquid aren't too far away from potentially teasing a plant. But it is triple nitro for Secret, and so they have the tools to potentially deal with this. Legion targeted by the Deimos, that death mark positioned nicely. There's one nitro, that one perhaps dealing with one of the Talon shields, and in the meantime, Groovy has found resets. Another Talon to follow though, as Groovy finds his second.
Yeah, why not find a double? And now things are starting to trade back a little bit here for Liquid. Try and stick this plant. Lagonis has some support. Palu sitting in the back lines. Groovy goes down, and now a 3 versus 3 post plant. This gets a little bit more interesting. How does Secret retake this? How do they get into position? Nice C4. It'll take out Lagonis. It also takes out that Talon shield, which could, in fact, act as a double-edged sword where Palu is. He's all the way looking to be a little bit of a menace, but this is slowly and surely going to become a problem for Secret. The time is dwindling away. Do they have the line of sight? They absolutely do. Palu now with vert control. Just has to sit and wait, but Savage has the long arm of the law, but it's not long enough. Oh! No way! No way! That should never happen. Palu is so unfortunate in that. What a play from Savage.
Wow. Has the high ground advantage, but even still under an immense amount of pressure and limited time to find that kill. But positioned perfectly, lands the critical blow. And with that, Secret able to pull off a bit of a heist in that round, a successful retake. Man, it looked so good for Liquid for so damn long.
It did.
And
it did.
Secret able to bring it back.
Yeah, losing that fight out on window, though, that's pretty critical. That's mission critical, if you ask me. Palu in such an unbelievable god position, if you will. Just unable to get it done. I have no idea how cursed my mic just sounded, because as I stood up, my headset ripped off one way. I tried to fix it and it ripped off the other way. So I hope that it wasn't too cursed for those at home.
Such an amateur.
Honestly, I actually feel like a fish out of water right now, Michael. I feel like a fish out of water. It is unbelievable. The sights on this one, I tell you what. But a really fun first round, if I'm being completely honest. It follows on from what we saw from Clubhouse. And if you were to have a spectrum of boring through to interesting, this is definitely, the needle is definitely spinning further in that way of interesting, and I'm sure that this matchup is 100% going to follow suit from what we've just seen. Fiery.
Yeah, that round adds to a lengthening list of pretty insane defensive retakes that we've actually seen at this event so far. It goes without saying that once the diffuser's on the ground, typically speaking, it bolsters the winning chance or winning percent of the attack massively. Retaking in Siege is often incredibly difficult. And whilst it certainly wasn't easy in the previous round there from Secret, they did pretty much everything they could as well as possible to bring some win conditions back into play. So we'll see how Liquid respond here in the second round. They go down below over towards Workshop. In terms of the attack comp, does differ a little bit. Striker in play.
I love that we get to
I love when NA teams play. The shit talk is incredible. I mean, they may not win many events, but they're very loud in losing. They did win the last major, so...
Well, they kind of just
they get a concession.
Eliminates that conversation. Nice buddy system from Secret, at least finds a trade. They don't get the advantage, but they do take out resets. So it's not all lost here. As Liquid continue to poke and probe around the map, trying to find an entry. From supply now. Alongside, I believe Lagonis was side by side, so there's definitely two players looking to put and apply pressure. Secret have a lot of vertical control over.
I think it was Maya, yeah, it's actually a 3-stack. Yeah.
Wow, okay. That's a decision.
Yeah, we'll see how it works.
Those beepers are working overtime just to alert Secret of their position. Well, you don't continue to play around that one, June. Unfortunately, you're a little too late on that one, as Secret have full control of vertical. But what does that mean if Liquid can get into position with Savage going down? Those chances just continue to increase here for Liquid. June with a lovely little trade.
Hello?
Well, it doesn't matter if you've got vertical. Don't even worry about it. Just play for the post plant. That's how we do it here in this matchup, Liquid and Secret. This is not fun at all for Secret. They know absolutely nothing. They are going in completely blind. You can see it from their point of view. Liquid take a round where really they shouldn't be.
Yeah. The horizontal stack from Customs across proves to be the best way in which to approach that site for Liquid. A stark, contrast to the previous round where Secret put their best efforts forward in trying to deny the plant. There in the second round, there was no attempt at all. No line of sight, no utility, and seemingly a pretty poor read as to when and where that plant was actually being executed upon. So I love that from Liquid. They clearly don't feel the need to play for Vert in that particular round, and they pull it off quite nicely. So good response. And for the third round, we'll see how they look to shake it up once more.
The only thing I can think of is maybe that Deimos is just tracking the one player that can play for that exact Vert position. Just a little bit antsy. Honestly, it is what it is. 1-1, Liquid will be happy with that one. It's essentially a freebie. Thinking those positions for Secret were going to play dividends, and they just don't. Moving on to the third round now. Third round, the Secret will really want to be a little bit more convincing with. It's being brought here for Lagonas. Something that we saw rarely on Clubhouse, and when it was used, Lagonas had absolutely zero impact in both rounds. Died early in round 7. I think it was round 11, lost a 1v1 fight with a player at Jacuzzi, who I believe was Savage. So it has not worked out thus far.
Yeah, good drone work early on here from Liquid. All 5 defenders identified, and so that gives Maya the freedom on the Deimos to track who he wishes. And we'll see what kind of value can be extracted from that over the course of the round. It looks like once again they will spearhead things from detention through customs. And maybe this time around a bit more presence up on the Vert. East stairs actively held, this time by June.
Oh, no way, no way.
Yeah, that's pretty dirty.
That is hilarious. Well, Groovy with the opening pick with Nesk going down. There goes, well, Nesk's impact, sorry, from map 1. Hang on a second. Is that a push coming down from main stairs? Do they back out of that then? I believe they do. Gonas getting in position here. Might have a bit more impact than what we saw in map 1. Palu with an opening pick. Now starts to make things a little chaotic here for Secret. A free pick on the backside. Maya finding that over the shoulder. C4 is perfectly placed, but it doesn't kill him. What? 5 HP. That is so unfortunate for Team Secret, but they still find the picks here. Player out on main window. It's Groovy to try and make contact here. Lagonas might just stick this. There's no one in position to deny, and Resets is waiting for the players to cross, but it's now with 5 HP, all on the hands of a pistol and a shield. And it's going to remain a dream for Liquid as Secret retake the site once again.
Yeah, good work from Secret. To be fair, they're probably the deserved winners of that round. The Nitro, very unlucky not to net that kill, and if the diffuser was on an island, I think it would have been rather difficult for Liquid to recover that and attempt to plant once more. So ultimately rewarded, able to overwhelm the Blitz in the 2v1. And overall, just a much better played round there from Secret. Some good aggression in the early round to disrupt the pressure above. And then from there, pretty decent consolidation on towards the site itself. Now, Rob, I see it. But I don't believe it.
No?
The Cav in play.
That's wild.
For round 4.
That is a decision that you actively make. You actively have to make that decision. Now, I guess just for reference, June was playing the Azami and the Fenrir on map 1, and slowly toward the end of the map started to transition into the Vigil, and now looking to play like an absolute menace after mainlining for Vigil in the first round. So go ahead, show us what you got. If you're going to pick the Cav, you better damn believe you're going to have the impact.
Yeah. I'm presuming it was hidden successfully during the preparation phase. And now we'll just chill out over towards supply room. Could be an impact later on in the round if Doom elects to play it a little bit more passive. With the Deimos on the board, you don't want to reveal yourself too early, be susceptible to the death mark.
I guess you're kind of sitting back and hoping that they just don't train properly downstairs, which they might not. Savage, what on God's green earth is that? Is that a default? Is that just a fortunate peak? Is it an audio cue? I don't know, but Doom has found a kill in the meantime as well. At least Lagonis finds one back, so it's not all lost here for Liquid. They do drop the Deimos though, and that is going to be a very interesting talking point should June be able to continue to run amok here on border.
Maya under fire.
Oh.
And now up close, June with the pistol in hand should be able to net a kill and will do so successfully. Follows it up with a second.
No way.
Falling apart here. Team Liquid in the 4th round. Palu all alone, 1v3, 5 HP, and this is not a round that he will be able to win out. Surely, you wouldn't think he will win this one out.
No.
Will he? No.
Oh my God.
There was a split moment. There was a
God.
very small moment I thought they may line up, but no, good trade from Secret and a solid round overall.
I will be honest, that round just epitomizes what we have seen from these two teams over the last 2 maps. Doom with a 3K, I believe, on the Cav. Opportunity for a bit of salt in the wounds, but regardless, Liquid just unable to deal with it. I think it opens up with Savage swinging and just finding a free kill on the rappel. It's a little bit devastating if you're a Liquid fan, but nevertheless, Secret are looking very comfortable here on border defense. And Liquid are going to really need to ensure that this map doesn't kind of spiral out of control. What's your pass mark?
For Secret?
Yeah. Sorry, for Liquid, actually. On a first half attacking border.
Tough. I typically view border as a rather 3-3 style kind of map.
Yep. So realistically, 3-3 might be the pass mark.
Well, I mean, the reality is, Liquid have successfully gotten the plant down in 2 additional rounds on top of what's already occurred, right? Where Secret have had successful retakes, so that alone really does kind of shift the needle a little bit.
Do you even count the one where the Blitz got that down?
Ah, yeah, to be fair, that one's probably a little bit...
Technically, it
probably
is
stretching the truth a little bit on that one,
but regardless, that first round...
That one was definitely a legitimate retake.
That probably could have been a lock and key for Liquid.
You
in this
flip that, it's
conversation.
2-2, and it's a lot closer. Right?
It's a lot different. The conversation is not even in the same vein. Look, I mean, you could even make claim that Resets losing that fight at main window, that was the difference maker on that 2 versus 2 post plan. So there's many conversations to be had here that Liquid could be even, if not 3-1 up, which I mean would just completely turn the tides of what we're talking about right now. Regardless, it's a close map. It's an interesting map. Maybe we see a third?
Is it a Team Secret map?
Hasn't been... I don't think it's been convincing enough to say for the first 4 rounds. Also, Savage going down early. That's not a lot of fun, but EDDs will be trapped pretty much everywhere. And with Lagonis, if he's not live droned ahead, I mean, he might end up being able to walk into one. Just theory crafting. You can tell him a host.
And I will say at this point in the match, I think it definitely shrugs off the theory that I had earlier that maybe after the fashion in which they lost Clubhouse, that Secret could drop their heads a little bit. It seems they've been able to refocus and gather themselves up really nicely here on the second map. At least so far. Deathmark on to Virtue, and a plant attempt from Lagonis.
Why not? You've got complete control of the site. Zoom's nowhere to be seen. He can't have a single piece of impact.
Not again.
Secret
Not
have
again.
just shut them down as Liquid go for 1v1s. This map, this series continues to break the norms. It's a 2 versus 4 post plan here. Liquid still have a little bit in this, but Groovy with the wide swing. It's now all done and dusted. He'll find 2. And Secret continue to just absolutely tear apart Liquid in these post plants.
Wow. That's now I guess 2.5 successful retakes.
That's fair. I'll give you that. 2.5 is fair.
Technically 3, but for our purpose, 2.5. Man, that's going to be so frustrating for Liquid. Yeah, again, they've identified weakness on site, had a genuine window of opportunity to pull off the plant. And, I mean, at least in that most recent example, the plant goes down, and immediately 2 isolated fights elsewhere, a fair distance away from the objective, go the way of Team Secret, put the remaining 2 players under an immense amount of pressure, and then Secret have done a good job to identify where those players are, sink a bit of pressure onto them, and be in, you know, relatively tradable positions, and regardless, still won them out confidently. So, head-scratching stuff at the moment for Liquid. I mean, a 1-4 scoreline.
This game looks incredibly one-sided. Like, if you're just tuning in to the B stream, best stream by the way, you're sitting here going, my God, Secret are taking them to town. Not the case at all. The kills kind of somewhat, I guess, tell the picture maybe a little better. 21 kills to Secret, 17 to Liquid. But there's just been so many of these post-plant situations. There's been so many of these moments where Secret are, I wouldn't say they're wiped out completely. That was a 5 versus 4. That's not out of the realms of possibility regardless. But it's the manner in which Secret are finding these rounds back. It's how quickly things are flicking. I mean, Groovy just absolutely sending it out onto the balcony there and finding both kills with the bonus and a shield. That's mind-boggling enough.
I didn't want to mention this too early just because I didn't think it would be relevant, but I think now being 5 rounds in, it most certainly is. Last map, Nesk got 18 kills. We're now 5 rounds deep into the second map and he's yet to find a single kill. Like, that's insane.
Yep.
And that lack of consistency could really hurt Liquid here. For reference, he has been playing Dockerby and then 3 rounds back-to-back of Ace now into the Finca, but still, on a map like Border, there's no excuse. Regardless of who you're playing, you still need to be posting numbers.
Dude, the timing is perfect! They hit the double run out as well. Oh, it just continues to get worse here for Liquid. It doesn't matter how close this game is. They are but a no contest here in the first half in terms of those rounds. The advantages that they find are not swinging back their way, but Lugonis is going to go for an early plan here. Who can deny it? Who is in position?
Secret win the round. Retake.
They certainly do.
Retake.
Adrian is in position to take out the blitz once again. It is not working for Liquid the way that they want it to. A 4 versus 5 post-plant position. Michael Guzgurry. This is my first time casting back in 3 years. What is going on?
Hold on. Well, Liquid could still win it from here, but no, they will not.
God.
Another successful retake for Team Secret to conclude the half in a 5-1 fashion.
What is going on? As a famous man once said, I see it. But I do not bloody believe it.
Oh, wow.
I am shook.
Yeah, wow.
I am shooketh.
That's insane.
The problem is as well, like, the vast majority of these rounds have been close. This should be a 3, just based on statistics. Is that 4 plants?
Officially 4, yeah.
That should be a 3-3 half. Minimum. Minimum for Liquid. I must say, though, that the shield play has just not been on point. For a meta that is so clearly defined with how well you can play those shields, unfortunately, Lugonis has not had enough of an impact for me to kind of highlight it as part of the meta.
Yeah, I mean, Lugonis was able to farm a lot of plants in that half. They just didn't translate to round wins, which is very frustrating for Liquid. Either way, though, for Secret, elation over the course of that first half, able to recover this series very much so. Clubhouse, the way in which that one closed out, sowed the seed of doubt that they may be in the mud for this second map, but that has been far from the case. Their resilience has been great to watch. The question now lies in how they are able to go about closing out this particular map. A strong lead A strong position, surely now in the minds of Liquid. Who on the defense will need to show something special. Look down below from Joom. Head spotted and the frag grenades to follow. Resets under the pump early here in this round over towards top east. Now stuck in a corner. Position will be surely confirmed in a moment. And Groovy does spot out that warded. Shots follow. Reset's able to survive, but Joom now, who's lurked all the way through waiting, tries his best to go up top east.
Oh.
But Lagona, seemingly out of nowhere, has been able to catch it.
He's lucky to get away with his life a little bit there. Now we're going to see Savage. What impact does he have with the shields? Resets only 1 second away from finding that player try to back away. The warden of all players was in prime position. Adrian is well and truly waiting for that opportunity. Another player goes swinging and Nesk will find the kill, extended into security. They're not expecting 2 players there. And now Savage is caught in a little bit of a crossfire. That's a really awkward position. But Virtue will find one. A quick swing from Nesk. This is an explosive round as Groovy goes deep into sight here. In fact, it wasn't Groovy. I'm going crazy. Regardless though, this is now just turning back and forth. I mean, if you wanted a fun game to watch, this is absolute delivery.
Yeah. Well, Diffuser then to be collected by Savage. Both Palu and Nesk linking arms inside of Armory. 60 seconds remain, and so there's an opportunity now for the attack to scout forward. Savage using that to identify one over towards Sandwich. Will he spot the second up close? He does. Red pings. 50 seconds. We'll see how they break it down.
What are you going to do with your launcher? Are you going to be able to get it into position? Savage at the moment swings, but Groovy is the one that finds the kill. It's now a 1v1 with the Tachanka. But he can't get it done. This match is seriously delivering if you're a Secret fan. That is 6-1 match point to the EU roster. Wow, now you start talking a bit of smack over the top.
Yeah.
Come on.
You compare that to Clubhouse, they're a little bit quiet.
I will be honest, the reason I thought the Lion was sending it in was because of the Tachanka's outline. I really just, that threw me off so much.
Yeah.
Seeing such a chunky boy on there. Regardless, I think right now this has just been such a like, I know it seems like an onslaught. Like, again, if you're tuning in, maybe if you've only watched the last 2 rounds, you're thinking Secret have had this in the bag. No, this has been close. Liquid have been very competitive, but ultimately, no cigar. It doesn't matter how close you get.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, my mind is still trying to wrap itself around the sheer number of successful retakes we saw back in that first half.
Yeah.
Because that's what set themselves up on such a powerful platform now to really just storm home. 6-1 lead, 5 map points. Bank all but a certainty now to decide which of these 2 teams will qualify for the main stage. Liquid looking to join their counterparts in W7M and FaZe, and for Secret looking to be the 2nd European team to qualify alongside BDS.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy considering the game that we're watching right now and how much fun we're having watching this. The fact that this is a qualifying, this is an incredibly crucial match in their campaign for the Montreal Major. Oh well, enjoy it while you can. Liquid looking to push this the absolute distance. Now, it's not out of the realms of, I guess, reality. Secret brought it back 3 rounds in a row where Liquid were on match point on Clubhouse. However,
Bit of a bigger gap this time around.
5 rounds versus 3. It's a little bit of a difference. You know, you're only talking about, what, 60% of the rounds that Secret needed. However, there is an opportunity here. Should Liquid be able to go on a little bit of a roll? I just don't see it happening, but I'm a man of optimism. An optimistic man, they say.
Are you still optimistic?
Oh, not really, and not when they're sending it straight into the top floor. They've got complete control of everything. Liquid have reverted back to the first floor if they were ever looking to extend.
Minute 30 on the clock. And a 5v4 in favor of Secret. We'll see how they look to convert it from here. just droning at the moment, looking to obtain some information. There is a player in passport, Maya, on the Valk. Is this position? No.
At least it'll maybe extend the game a bit longer. That's granted secret play into it. I mean, eventually they're going to have to come this way. So it depends how patient he can be as the rest of Secret start to line themselves up, start to posture as to where they may finish up. Virtue.
Oh, here we go.
Down east. This is going to be a freebie. That is really unfortunate. Of all the players you could have run into you, it's the Blitz. Well, this one is all she wrote here for Team Liquid. Border is completely secured by Team Secret, and this game is going the distance.
Well, Siege is a funny game. Things can change very, very quickly. It felt like only moments ago we saw Secret struggle in overtime back on Clubhouse, and we thought that maybe here on Border they could have some issues. Certainly not the case off the back of a very chaotic first half where Secret won 3.5 retakes, I believe it was in the end, the final total.
That's what
on defense. They were able to translate that really nicely onto the second half. No issues in terms of closing this one out. And we reset into a best of one to determine who makes it through to main stage.
That we do. It's all fun and games here. Secret and Liquid are definitely giving us a game to remember here for the qualifying match. Reminder for those just tuning in, this is for a quarter-final spot at the Montreal Major. The loser will go on to play in a final game in the Swiss format tomorrow, 2-2 across the board with only 3 slots left. But that'll do it here for Map 2. We'll be back with Bank after this.
tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Well, this is going the distance for whatever reason. We are going to bank. Liquid and Secret are not done in this series. Both teams vying for an opportunity to head to the quarterfinals. What the hell did we just witness on Border?
8 rounds of greatness from 2 teams vying for a spot in the top 8. Look, the timeline says it all. 1, 2, 3, 4 plants. And, well, 5 in total. 4, although went the way, ultimately, of Secret, who were able to successfully retake. That was the story of Border. Some insane defensive efforts from them, and some pretty clean individual efforts as well. Gruby leading the charge, 11-4, and a 100% cost. The entry as well, dominant across the board from Secret in this particular map. And so for Liquid, a little bit disappointing, especially considering Border is not a map that they necessarily try and shy away from. Over the last few months, the ban record for them is 2-10.
Yep.
So they've only banned it twice.
And they went OT against Furia.
Yeah.
Literally the last time they played this, they played the ex-World Champs and it went OT. Yep. Granted, they lost it, but still, this should have been a much closer affair. This should have been potential overtime territory. Both of these teams good on Border. Both teams going into this map looked pretty confident on Clubhouse. Both teams had their say, their piece of the pie, but this was just a baffling one. 23 rounds has been played across this entire series so far. 8 plants out of those 23 rounds. Guess the conversion rate of that. Only 3 rounds have been converted on 8 plants. Can you believe that? That is a really scary statistic. Also, I mean, look, if you actually want to dive into the overall series, considering what just happened on that map, a 7-1, the entries are dead even across both teams. Nada. No one is winning nor losing. But we move on to Bank now. This is the final game in this series. As you said before we went to break, Guz, this turns into a best of 1. And we head to Bank for that. Cash money for the team that wins.
Yeah, Bank again, an intriguing one for both rosters over the last 90 days. The ban stats are 5-7, so 5 bans for, 7 against for both rosters. And we haven't seen either team play it here at the Montreal Major. For Team Liquid, last time they played Bank was 58 days ago against E1. And for Team Secret, last time they played Bank was 43 days ago against Wolves.
Jeez, that's long enough ago to make an interesting conversation going into this final map. Neither team have recent biasy. Neither team have played it in this major qualification. This makes it for like one of the more intriguing final maps that both teams could go to. I know we've both got the cough at the moment.
Yeah, I think mine's more so asthma.
Yes.
I've got those weak lungs.
You do. You got them non-grass touching lungs.
Yeah, I go outside and I explode.
That is very true. I have seen Michael explode from the sunlight. He's kind of like a vampire.
Yeah.
I actually have actively heard him hiss when taking fresh oxygen into his lungs.
Okay. As I start to cough. Oh no.
Studio environment.
Maybe it's the man flu from Jake.
Well, you know what? It is contagious. And it's real. honestly, it's crippling. It's crippling. For any men out there, we all know what we're talking about. It is utterly crippling. But hopefully he will rejoin you very soon, Michael, because I hope not want to work with you ever. If I can, I will actively try to avoid it from here on out. But we've still got one more game to go, and this one has some pretty serious consequences. Top 8 for the team that wins. Final round of Swiss for the team that loses.
They're pretty dramatic operator bans for this one as well. Shields will escape, but the Ash will be taken off the board, so limiting the entry a little bit for both teams. Deimos as well, and on a map as large and as roam heavy sometimes as Baint can be, that will be a valuable tool that Liquid won't be able to utilize for the first half. And then Basement's going to see a big shake-up with both the Kaid and the Smoke banned out. That's going to lean itself into probably meaning that defensive units will want to roam on that particular objective, and we're going to see elements of that here in the opening round from Secret, with reinforcements and castle barricades as high as the top floor. Adrian on the top floor alongside Savage and Groovy. A 3-2 split from defense. It is actually an open area defense, I should clarify, but again, expect teams to go for heavy roams with these bans in play.
From what we've seen on heavy roams on both maps,
yeah,
this is going to be a map that's won and lost on these extensions. So often were teams able to get an early advantage and then have their two roamers completely isolated only for quick kills and trades to find a 5 versus 3 spiraling out of control. And on that note, Palu will take the spearhead approach. Only just narrowly missing a member of Secret. See, Savage on the other hand. It's a quick pick. It's actually some pretty quick trades. Where are these kills coming from? It feels as though they're a lot closer to site than maybe we expected them to be. Lagonis, what a flick on Adrian! Ooh. Doubles down with Savage going down. Wow, that is an explosive start.
Oh, no.
And Treadmill, Michael, I think I need some fitness. And so all the players looking around in the exact same fashion you would expect.
Yeah, I was saying before, we had a one of these similar instances back against back in the BDS VVP game, and I made the comment that it's the first that I'd seen at the event, and well, now this is now the second that I have personally witnessed.
That's unfortunate.
The funny thing is, I feel like typically in most of these pauses, we'll be sitting here speculating as to like who's going to win that one out, or it was obvious that they were going to win.
Well, technically they had
side
control.
One of those instances where it was a pretty even 2v2 positionally, etc. Time in the round.
Yeah, they just lost the control that Lagonis was able to obtain. And it's not like they had another player in that position. We'll say Lagonis on that quick flick. That was pretty gnarly. Nice little 2-piece. I guess it gives you some momentum. You know, Lagonis will feel good. He went down immediately after, so he'll probably look at that and go, well, I feel pretty good about that overall. A round that unfortunately we will never see the end of. We won't be able to see how that one pans out, but all in all, there was an interesting point that I just looked at as you mentioned the Ash ban. So the Ash ban is from Team Liquid, and I was going to bring this up kind of halfway in the round, and I thought, you know what, I'll bite my tongue. For Secret, it is not in anyone's top 3 played operators. Reminding you, this is a Team Liquid ban. However, it is Nesk's most played attacking operator. And if you saw what Nesk did on Border, maybe they're just trying to avoid another downfall. I don't know, it's just worth pointing out. The Deimos ban, I mean, take it or leave it. But I'm very intrigued to see what Liquid's approach to this game is. After being 7-1, after so many of the earlier rounds on Border being close, and then for it to just spiral at the end. I mean, that's a map that you're writing off in your head, but now how does that impact? What does that flow-on effect look like into Bank? Reminding you, it's really, like realistically, it's only 10-15 minutes point to point between games. So between a player exiting that lobby and rejoining the game, we're talking 10-15 minutes tops. That's not a hell of a lot of time to reset your mental. And I'm sure as well this tech has equally frustrating for the viewers at home as it is for the players who are ready to compete in this game. Two evenly matched teams in the server. Again, if you look at how this series has gone, it is already trending, on a close bank. I just want to sink our teeth into it.
Yeah, all 10 players are back inside of the server. And I'm operating under the assumption that it will be a round replay. I don't really see there being any other result. So probably just waiting for final confirmation, get the server settings right, so that we can continue this match, or I suppose actually begin this match, really.
Begin would be a fair assumption. How's your time been in Montreal, Michael?
Pretty good.
This is now the Mannequin Michael podcast.
Yeah, coming soon.
Sponsored by the Montreal Major.
Coming soon.
Kickstarts here, and then we take it online.
Take it on the road.
I reckon we could.
Have you been enjoying your time?
I've been loving it.
Yeah.
I've been having a great time.
It's a little bit chilly outside, I will say.
No. See, it's perfect conditions
Well,
for
for
me.
you.
If anyone remembers what I looked like at SI24, the icy conditions of Montreal favour me very heavily. And to the arena we're heading to on the 18th? No, that's the final day. 16th?
Why are you looking at me?
I don't know. I was hoping you'd come in and
I don't
speak.
go outside. I don't know what days what.
That's very true. The
15th, I believe.
There you go. That's right, I'm leaving on the 18th. Jeez, I did a really good job there. I just absolutely spiraled. That shows you how much I'm enjoying my time in Montreal. Days do not matter in this place. But the icy conditions do. I very much am looking forward to seeing what this arena looks like. So we have confirmation. I feel like this is a pretty fair endpoint. Replaying round one, and you can choose whatever operator you may please. So
I wonder if that extends to site selection.
I believe it's still. I believe sites are still locked. I mean, I just assume if our incredible production team have not mentioned that in the conversation. Well, I mean, we'll be able to see before the viewers. So. And you can change sites.
Yeah, that's fair.
That makes complete sense. So basically, we go back in, no preconceptions. All we know are what operators are banned, which means that we can focus heavily on the game at hand. Now, whether Secret decide to stick to their strat, if they decide to stick to their extensions or not, we'll leave that up for the gods to decide. I'd love to see it, honestly. I would love to see the confidence in your first round defense to have showcased the entire thing.
And do it again?
And go back and do it again. That's a Giga Chad move.
Yeah, you do that, you win the round. I think you've just
that's
completely
the mental.
chalked liquid.
That's the mental.
GG.
That would be a very interesting outcome. I mean, surely at this point we do it. I can see that the server has been started, so alas, you do not have to wait by any longer. We are getting back underway with Bank. Again, a crucial match for both of these teams. Should they lose, they've got a number of teams waiting for them in the final game of the major. You've got teams like Virtus Pro, Black Dragons, Sonics, and of course, the mighty, mighty Chiefs.
The mighty Chips.
And obviously Dark Zero and Space Station are still going head-to-head at the moment to see which team will ultimately be eliminated here on the penultimate Swiss day. Day 5 of the major. This is going quick.
Oh, I can. Well, I can't leak to the people at home even if I wanted to, but I can show you. I can show you what the stage looks like.
Oh my days.
And for those at home, I am not trolling. I am currently showing Rob J Monday a legitimate photo of the stage.
It's quite beautiful.
Those actually look.
I reckon that is gonna suit a bald head. What do you reckon? You go bald with me? Remember back in the day when we used to have fun and we used to shave heads at the same time?
I am quite alright.
I think we both got the buzz cut when D Plus won their when they were DM1 gaming.
Yeah.
I think they.
Was that Mexico?
Yeah, I think it was. It was a fair minute ago now. Fortunately, we're in Montreal. Completely different time zone. Actually, I don't even know how far off it is anyway. I'm burying myself into a hole right now. We'll see how Liquid approach this. We haven't even talked about the site yet, but for those of you watching and not listening to the waffle, you will already know that it is top floor. So Secret have... No, it's not top floor. My word. This is why I'm a sub. I thought I was ready, coach, but I am indeed not. Archives tellers for the first defense here for Secret. Wait to see how Liquid decide to approach this one.
So 2 minutes on the clock and the castle extension above here from Groovy. And we'll see how Liquid look to try and break this one down. Double repel employed over towards CEO. And some extended hard breach to try and deal with the keeper barriers up close. Wow, that was a...
Oh my god, it's happened again, Michael! You can't stop it! It just everywhere you look, it's like a whisper.
Wait, what? A
Team
whisper?
Secret. Ah, it's Secret. It's a little bit of wordplay for you.
I do like when you play with me. Why are you giggling?
I'm not. I'm just recomposing.
Oh,
I'll tell
okay.
you what, Liquid are going to have to recompose after that round, because what on God's green earth is that? Secret obliterate Liquid in yet another mind-boggling round to kickstart Bank.
Yeah, look, Secret taking no chances with the server crashing again and getting that round over the line in a much faster fashion. Good work overall, and just being able to contest those gunfights over towards the top floor in a very successful fashion. Not really a whole ton to analyze from that particular round, so we'll move.
Oh, really?
We'll move on to the next on the top floor.
Big shocker.
Yeah. Scopos in play, and a big belt of utility with the Azami Castle combination, which will help to make the top floor a little bit more playable against the Repel.
Yep.
Mirror also will be in play, and that can be used to really help lock down the likes of Janitor, for instance. Throw the Echo into the mix, and yeah, I really quite do enjoy this comp from Secret. Now, in response, Liquid will bring forth quite a few repicks, probably most notably Carly and dropping the shield. So probably sensing that the util dump is going to have to be pretty big here from the attack. You have the Lancers, you have the impacts from Zofia, as well as those pallets from Habana. And that's a pretty spicy shell from Adrian. So one down below on the run out over towards Garage, and the other up above on site.
That's surely going on drone. That's going unnoticed. That could pay dividends. That could pay absolute dividends, provided Liquid aren't quick enough to the site. From bottom to top square, Nask has control now. So not putting any attention to his immediate access. Spotting the deployable shield. Decide better of continuing to progress up square. All in all, Liquid have made some pretty good progress just in the first minute. They've got a fair bit of control coming into this. And that's some very nice information for Virtue.
Yeah, Liquid will posture this buck down below and may aid in some of the clear, probably most notably Jan. At the moment, though, just playing the fringe and looking to cut down on the utility. Habana pallets at range to help expose this stock hallway position, and the deployable shield now a little less playable for Doom. Controlled top square and freebie for Nask.
It felt as though before they had a feeling, or at least an inkling, that Nask was over there. I guess Doom just thought he was safe to cross. It's a pretty devastating play to lose, as now you've got a little bit more access in the stock, and that side of the map starts to become a little bit of point of contest. Liquid now putting attention across to the repels. Secret going down on side. I don't think that's potential for Adrian is going to play a lot of dividend and pay a lot of dividends unless he makes a move very soon.
So then 45 seconds on the clock here for Team Liquid. They do have the man advantage, but positionally perhaps a little bit weaker than they would otherwise want. Palu in through ATM. Might be the pinch pressure up the staircase. Push to come through from resets with the SMG in hand. Able to find that pick. 30 seconds on the clock, and the repel is successful, at least for Nesk, to get a bit of ground. Meanwhile, Lagonis, still with diffuser in hand, will vault into front desk from here, trying to get this plant on the ground. Will do so successfully, at least begin the plant, but the coverage, I was going to say it's good, but maybe not good enough. Lagonis, meanwhile, still able to stick, and the fights do come through. A 2 versus 2, 40 seconds on that counter defuse, and just like that, Team Secret again with another successful retake on defense.
What is going on with these retakes? I mean, a 5 versus 4, Liquid have complete site control. There's minimal, and I mean minimal, avenues for Secret to get back into position. Savage, though, honestly, Savage is the linchpin in that round, pushing back around CEO for a quick 2K. You'll be kicking yourself not killing Savage in that position. But again, like, this happens. These things happen. But how that unfolds is utterly devastating if you're a Liquid fan. Coming off the back of Border, that is the last thing you want to be seeing in the opening 2 rounds. And a flurry of kills in the first round to annihilate your attack into a post plant, a 5 versus 4 again. That makes 9 attempts on plants and only 3 converted. 6 defusers here in this series alone.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't think I've seen that many ever in a series. Really impressive from Secret. And for Liquid, very much feels like they are losing a bit of touch in this particular series. An opportunity here on the tertiary. Back, pardon me. Jeez, I couldn't reach the cough button in time for that one. Back to open area.
Too much, mate.
Open area for the 3rd round, which was the, I guess, proverbial opening round in the series, which was cut short by the tech. It was a rather even round when the crash did occur, 2 versus 2, so this one plays out.
That we will. Hoping for a bit more success here for Liquid, even just trying to find some open picks. They've really just not had a lot of luck in the last 2 games alone. Opting for the Monty, something a little bit more direct for Liquid on these roam clears. The Secret, no forward pressure just yet. A little swing from Towers will give away the position and turn Liquid's attention very early on. As Monty's just going to continue to press forward.
Well, opening kill this time to Team Liquid. Palu able to find Doom, big pick. And we'll see now if Liquid can get some value from the Monty here on the top floor. Castle Barricade stands in the way of Lagonis, and a frag grenade from Maya will be utilized to help clear that. And the path forward now available for Monty. Secret in response don't really contest all too aggressively, instead will happily fall off.
Yep.
Well, I say happily, but a player down, they're still not in the best of positions.
They're not, but they have wasted 2 minutes of Liquid's time as they continue to push the issue on this top 4. Definitely keep an eye on that as the round progresses. Maya, our main. We know of the player on tier 1 stairs. That's a scary prospect. And he's going to push up. He's going to get aggressive. Adrian with a really nice swing. There's no chance for a retrade here for Liquid. But at least they know where he is. They've locked him into place. Liquid now vying for some control across toward Towers. Resets will open things up a little more nicely. Adrian, some unfortunate timing and a little jiggle peek from Resets will take the attention from Secret. And on that, it will probably take the round. Ruby, the last player standing to stop the onslaught. Liquid, they bounce back. And after, I think it's 8 rounds straight, they finally cracked that egg.
Yeah, Team Liquid finally having something to get excited about. The drought has finally come to an end. And overall, a pretty well played round. I like some of the ideas they employed over towards top floor. Got good value from the Monty. Flushed out Secret, forced them down below. And to play it down, we saw Liquid actually able to take advantage of that particular position. So round 4 now. And oddly enough, the first time we're going to see Basement played out. With the smoke unavailable, it's rather likely that we'll see Secret go for a roam, I would imagine. And we'll see how this one shapes out.
Now, of course, simultaneously, a game on the A stream. Dark Zero playing SSG at the moment. That is indeed an elimination match. If you're an NA fan, you're not too happy with how this is going so far. Regardless, Dark Zero are up 1-0 in the series as they head to their own map of Chalet. They're currently up 1-0 on that too, on a defensive start. So definitely a multi-view moment.
DZ are up.
DZ are up. SSG lost, I believe that is Consulate, 7-5 to start the series. So that's not going to be a lot of fun. Alas, we keep our attention here on the B stream. As I said, little multi-view moment. Pull them both up. You got an elimination match and a qualifying match, so it doesn't get much better than this when it comes to the majors. Well, it does. But that'll have to wait for the arena.
I was going to say, I hope it gets better.
I hope it does too.
Not that it's been bad, but... So, round 4, basement defense and a roam employed. 2 players on the top floor, Savage and Groovy. And the Monty to greet them. Furnace will charge forward and clear the space. Savage will spot one. And perhaps trying to find the second. Almost gets caught out. Almost gets baited. But too good against Nesk, who's been rather hot and cold in this match.
He certainly has. Only 4 kills on map 2 after having an unbelievable map 1. Groovy, you know the players were just there. Yeah. Your teammate just found the kills. Otherwise, it happens. Groovy with a really nice pick over toward lobby. And Secret once again are in a position of advantage. Liquid are really struggling at the moment in the last 2 maps to try and find openings that are meaningful. They found openings, but they haven't turned out very favorable for them. Flank as well from Virtue. Well, not really a flank, is it? But should he decide to progress around the corner and get a little bit of extra information? No need. No one's over there for it.
So the secondary hard breach then uncontested with Kaid banned. And so all 3 hatches open so far. Maybe the 4th of gold will be left untouched. 45 seconds on the clock. Lagonis drops the hatch in through elevator and they'll look to posture for a back hit.
Oh, gee, Secret found out real quick, didn't they? The entire attention of Secret diverted. Palu trying to get rid of the barbed wire, gets slapped around. And so continues the form from Secret here. They've looked the better of the 2 teams over the last 2 maps, and if Liquid don't find their feet soon, they will find themselves having to play on a last day of a Swiss format, which again, it's going to be brutal.
Tactical timeout, Team Liquid. Probably unimpressed as to how this map has developed so far. Staff and open area was relatively clean. Unfortunately though, each of the other 3 objectives here on Bank, they have yet to find success. Can't quite hear what they're saying, and even if I could, I would not be able to translate, but I would be intrigued to know what they're talking about.
You don't speak the native tongue?
My Portuguese is
little wonky,
rudimentary at best.
What have you got?
Vamos. That's about it. That is about it.
Oh, that's a good throwback.
And I can tell you that Liquid are not very Vamos at the moment.
They are not Vamos at all. They wouldn't be happy with what they're seeing at the moment, although we're making light of the situation. There is a dire state of affairs here for the Brazilian roster. They've got a lot to make up for. And Secret are well and truly pushing on here in this series. They're leaving them for... I mean, they are leaving them for dead. There's no other way to say it.
Yeah, I'm starting to get the impression, especially if they struggle off the back of this tack timeout, that this could be a bit of a runaway for Secret, which, cast your mind back to the first map, it did not feel like this was going to be a great day at the office for Secret.
That was first half for the second map even. You could have said, this has still got legs in it.
Yeah.
So many of those rounds came down to the wire. So many of them in post-plant situations that spiraled out of control for Liquid. And, I mean, unfortunately, the trend is just following here. There's been a couple of close rounds, if you cast your mind back to round 2. Post-plant that just doesn't work out. There's been a lot of reoccurring themes here in this series, which is, I guess that's also a concerning sign. Things aren't adapting quick enough. And when you're only, from here on out of the tournament, you're only going up against the best of the best, it's not a great sign.
Well, let's see how Liquid respond off the back of the attack. They bring IQ into the Valk, and some of that info is spotted out. And in the meantime, the Havana getting to work over towards Kanto. Echo also in play, and so Maya will have his hands full in looking to try and shut down this information as best that he can. 2 minutes on the clock. I think they'll be rather content with the position that they find themselves in at the moment. A lobby take from Liquid. What?
Why can I hear Ashen on my broadcast?
I don't think we're even hearing Ashen on the broadcast. We're just hearing Ashen IRL.
Literally
through about 3 floors.
Through literally just floors upon floors of concrete. Yeah. Makes good sense. IQ making good use. I have, although it's failed in the last round and, you know, it hasn't been fantastic, I'm actually a fan of the Monty. If they can continue to try and push these players back, it certainly made them uncomfortable.
No.
Palu with unfortunate timing. The rest of Liquid were not there, and Virtue has swung to help June stay alive. This is really just going from bad to worse. The timings here for Liquid are just slightly off, and in that millisecond, Secret are capitalizing again and again and again. Nesk is all that remains here to stop a flawless round. He's done that just so far. But in a 1 versus 3, he cannot get further. What a mind-boggling moment here for Liquid.
Yeah, that's really clean from Team Secret, as you said. A couple of mistimings from the attack, but only, you know, minute at best. It was really just good counterplay from Secret. Doom inside of Elevator, huge difference maker. Was able to shut down the Amaru. There was good, you know, counter pressure onto the Monty as well, combined with the 2 Barrel. It split up the attack so nicely, and Secret able to isolate so many favorable ones that Liquid were really never in a position to win out, and there was no serious split pressure on offer either. So clean work again from Team Secret. It's a tactical timeout not converted by Team Liquid, and I think it's very realistic now to set the expectation that Secret are maybe on for a rather dominant final map.
It'd be a disappointing end to a series that has been close, that has had its back and forth moments. It's been exciting, it's been fun, but Liquid are not enjoying themselves anymore. Since the turn of the second half on Border, the tone has dramatically dropped, and for good reason. Secret have really taken control of this. They've taken the steering wheel with both hands, and it just gets even worse. No, Savage, Savage. Okay, clean it up. You've got an opportunity now. Oh my god.
That has got to be a contender for the worst whiff at the tournament. You're going to have to whiff real hard to beat that.
Shout out Spruce from Host, but that is up there. That is a contender. That may well be one of the worst plays I've seen for a while, unfortunately. But, I mean, you're up so heavily in the series. You're playing aggressive for Secret. I don't mind it. You've got rounds to play with. However, I mean, if this ends up being a close game, you're really going to look back at that and go, why did I do that? This is for a quarterfinal match It's not some early round game in the series. We're not going all the way back to the start of the major. This is now at a critical point, a critical juncture for both of these teams. Surely Virtue and Adrian don't make this work.
Nah.
I've seen stranger things happen in this series, Michael.
Yeah. Have you heard the story?
I have heard the story, but I'm not sure I've heard it with an SMG-11 in hand. Not on this occasion.
An ace finesse.
Oh, hello.
By the way, if you missed it.
Don't mind if I do.
Almost missed that harder than the jump out.
That was shocking. That was abysmal. You can put them on display.
I'm pretty sure he didn't land a single shot, right? Pretty certain.
Maybe one, maybe. But that was. I think I will quote one of the greatest all-time analysts and just say that was honking.
That was honking.
That was absolutely shocking. That's a tough one to rewatch. You will not want to ever look at that again. A moment of joy for Liquid, though. They get given somewhat of a freebie. Nesk actually found a really quick kill right before that player jumped out. So that turn... that turned the round entirely on its head. And now Secret are... Well, they've given Liquid a way back into this. And again, just like with how short each half is. I know it goes for a while, but it's only 6 rounds. You can't afford to be giving up a 5-1 lead like that. Will it bite them?
Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll see what the Liquid have to offer defensively here on Bank. I think I'm getting called out for saying Vamos and maybe being incorrect.
Portuguese.
Apparently the context in which I use it means that I don't know Portuguese. I don't know. Well, I never claimed to know it, to be fair.
Well, technically, if you think about the conjunction of the word, Vamos. Well, Michael, just don't ever try to have nice things. You just... Unfortunately, it's the issue with a stale voice like yours. People can't tell when you're joking or when you're being serious. But Doom, once again, a big component of these opening entries for Secret. Taking down Maya of all players. Things really are not going Liquid's way at the moment. May get worse. It is going to get worse.
Not very Vamos for Liquid. Lagona's 5 HP and on the verge of a 0-5 for him. Palu, bot blue, shotgun in hand, but is droned out. Double Goyo canisters at the top of the staircase, and he may be able to stall out some time, but he is playing for his life at this point in time with the hatch now opened up. That being said, he may have been able to maneuver back towards site with a bit of timing, but instead will hold the bottom of the staircase. 2 Candelas for Savage. 70 seconds on the clock. Secret should be able to clear this.
Should and can. 2 different things. Using a lot of the Candelas at the moment to apply the pressure. Really lovely from June. He's been quite good this last map. He's really, again, been Secret's turnkey for opening up the vast majority of these rounds. To further compound that conversation, 3 out of 5 attempts have been converted on the opening kills, and Secret are looking well and truly the better of the 2 on Bank, and have done since the first map. Since the second map of Border.
Things are going from bad to worse then for Liquid. And I would say as well, it's funny in the post round there, the X factor that Secret have with the Brazilian coach is Twister can just yell the most obscene thing in Portuguese at the top of his lungs, and the other team will understand it. They can just pick it up to a new level. I love it. But they have every right, I think, to be pretty chatty at the moment and chirpy. It's a substantial lead, and one that I'm finding it tricky to make the case that Liquid can overcome.
Yep.
Top floor for the 8th round. util heavy from Liquid with the Castle and the Azami combo. The Warden perhaps spotted by Secret, and they repick off the Ying. And so a focus on the Monty here for this round may indicate a lobby push, but certainly not exclusive to that playstyle. You can utilize the Monty elsewhere over towards top square through Jan if you want. So we'll see what kind of approach they go for. They also have the double specialist drones as well, Brava and Flores. Again, probably in the face of all this utility, they need tools to deal with that. And the Brava, a nice option as well to hack default cameras like lobby. There's also going to be 2 BPCs on offer as well that he can try and find.
Run!
Trying to get out of that.
Yeah, that's quite fortunate. That is quite fortunate as the rest of Secret trying to open up some of these areas and already apply early pressure for Liquid. Pivotal part of the early rounds here on Bank is ensuring that Liquid don't have their lay of the land. Again, if you're looking for an individual that is most likely to be in those opening engagements, just wait to see where June ends up. So after the full use of the drones, that's probably where we'll see some shenanigans, as once again, he will shoulder to shoulder with Savage, who is on the Monty. Not bad little C4, nice little try, and unfortunately, same story continues. They're going to go and send it in off this as well. Liquid unprepared. At least Lagonis finds one. Can they get more done? No. Savage will pop off. And Palu has nothing left in this one. Secret are looking absolutely devastating if you are a Brazilian fan.
Yeah, Liquid continued to test the waters with a couple of different ideas, but nothing's really sticking. And that's a frustrating feeling as a team and as individual players when you're trying different ideas and just seemingly none of them are working. It leaves you in a rough position. Like the first Nitro below, unsuccessful. The util stack site not offering much in the way of protection. Secret breaking it down bit by bit. Now with 4 series points, 4 more opportunities in regulation to book themselves a spot on the main stage.
Secret brought it back from 3-6. Can Liquid mount a comeback? X for doubt. Type X in Twitch chat. There's some Twitch chat interaction. Throwing it back to year 2020. It's just not looked convincing enough. It's not looked good enough. And whether that's Secret outpowering, outmuscling Liquid, outsmarting Liquid, I don't know if I can say. I don't think I'm qualified to say, if I'm being completely honest with you.
No, you're
Michael,
definitely not. You're definitely not.
All I can say is the final 2 maps have been a no-show and a no-contest. And there we go. Nesk shows him how it's done. If you're going to run out, that's how you make it work. And he can just burn time here. I mean, he's got absolutely no need to peek. He's still going to do it. Have a bit of fun with it. And looks like Savage is going to make his way back. Again, just burning some time. First 30 seconds of the round, you've lost a player. You've had to go and find him.
A cheeky grin as well from Savage, utilizing the blitz outside. So it does stabilize things. It's a 4 versus 4. In terms of the trade, Liquid have been able to take off some active utility from the Ram. Those Vault Camrys presumably already pre-placed, and so that's not too bad for Liquid. Plenty of time on the clock for Secret, of course, to recuperate. And the Brava looking to get to work and deal with some of this utility, most namely the Valkyrie.
Hello. Not in a position. Not in a position. Now, all is well that ends well if you're Liquid, provided you can make this convincing, provided you can push the distance. Conversations change a little. Obviously it won't change dramatically, but still have high hopes. Bit of an entry for Savage. The bottom of square. Will he go undetected, unnoticed? He's just going to send it directly into Archive. Where are Liquid? What do they do here? How do they make this possible? We have seen
nobody's watching through the vert. You have
they can't find him either. It's just gone from bad to worse consistently here for Liquid. At least they find themselves 2 picks, but that doesn't mean the round's over. That doesn't mean they can find their way back in. Secret on quarterfinal point. They've got 30 seconds to play with, and right now Liquid are not in great positions. Doom with a free kill at the bottom of square. He'll tuck himself away. Maya goes down, and Resets is the last member remaining. Liquid's hope is all but on a prayer and a dream. 3 seconds, it won't matter. Secret, they close this out and secure their place in the quarterfinals of the Montreal Major.
Gee whiz, Team Secret will join BDS from Europe to make the main stage. And I truly believe that they deserve that position based off the performance today. I think they themselves will admit that there's been moments throughout this event where they have not played nearly close to their full strength. Today, though, I think they were really damn pleased with how they were able to close this out. Map 1, a little bit unfortunate, but from that point onwards, I think they just found another gear and were out for revenge, both on border here on Bank. And simply Liquid did not have any answers at all. As this match progressed, they seemingly ran out of ideas.
Yep. Running out of steam, unfortunately. I would say from about the 4th round on border, they just tapered off completely. If you're a Brazilian fan, if you're a Liquid fan, this kind of spells a little bit of disaster. It's not done yet. They've still got a final match that they will end up playing tomorrow in the last round of Swiss. But like we said earlier, they're going to be up against some tough opponents like the Chiefs.
Okay. Tough. I don't know how you said that with a straight face. I mean, Chiefs on their day can be pretty good, but
No,
I wouldn't call them tough.
We've already seen them play. We've already seen what happens in that story. But look, they are going to have to look to go up against teams like Black Dragons, like Sonics, and obviously Dark Zero currently up in the series. Every chance they might have to play them. So this is obviously not the greatest if you are a Liquid fan. They've still got some pretty big names, some pretty big teams they'll have to go up against. I would say that they're still quite favoured heading into that final day. I think we'll still see them in the quarterfinals, but this is the Montreal Major. This is where dreams come true.
I mean, at these majors, as proven over in Manchester, weird things can certainly take place. Liquid, like I said before, as the series progressed, their problem-solving skills just seemingly degraded. And I think it really culminated in that very final round where they have players stacked above with vert control and lines of sight to deny plant. Not only did they not know the plant was going down, but they seemingly reacted too late once they did anyway, and the retake attempt was really, really poor. So that probably encapsulates some of the issues that they were having over the course of this series, and Team Secret just exploited those weaknesses really, really, really nicely. And at an international level, exploiting weakness and capitalizing on mistakes is how you win games.
It just goes to show how complicated a game of Siege is, right? So often, you can be sitting there pulling your hair out, asking, why aren't we making this more simple? Why aren't we going a bit more direct? You've just seen what happens when you go direct against a good team like Secret who are prepared for it. So many post-plant, I think it was nearly 10 in the end, like 6 of them were defused. Like, are you kidding me? The last round, I think it's poetic, but the last round ends on a kit as well. It's just the way it happens. But something that I think, actually, you know what, I'll wait until we actually get the stats up before I start talking about that, because I know that the team are working behind the scenes to get that ready. It really, when you look at them, I will say, it tells a very clear picture for the last 2 maps specifically. I think overall, Liquid definitely had a very... They had an interesting start. I felt as though that 2-4 half, the way they turned that back around on their clubhouse defense, I was really excited for what this had.
I mean, the adaptability game was so strong for Liquid. It was really evident, right? Secret came out of the gates on map number 1 with the first 2 rounds, and the playstyle in which they employed really heavily leaned into the operator bans. Liquid identified that, flicked the switch, went, hey, let's play a very different playstyle and test the waters and see if that works out. They then went on to win 5 rounds in a row, leaning into the first and the second half as well. And while there was a comeback attempt from Team Secret, and they did a good job to push OT, they then got swamped in that OTF at 8-6, and I was very much sitting here thinking, oh, this might be a rough day for Team Secret if they ran out of gas and maybe used up all their ideas and mental energy on that first map, but I was certainly incorrect. And as it waned on, unfortunately, Team Liquid were on the receiving end.
They certainly were, and I guess probably we look to the rest of their campaign now with a bit of a question mark coming into this. I don't think we were overly convinced in what we'd seen, and now it only compounds that discussion as we get to the arena days. And I'm kind of already jumping the fact that there is a final play day, and they still have to make it to the quarterfinals. Obviously, 3 teams still yet to make it out of 16, which is kind of 8. I can't do my math. We got there in the end. Out of 8, there's only 5 teams that have made it, and should Liquid be one of them, there will be question marks put around them, but I think, it probably just goes to sum up at the moment, this is just how these majors play out. It's what happens. If you find yourself in any kind of form that isn't anything but near peak, you're going to be showcased toward the end of this tournament, just as a whole. It's how the games go.
Yeah, look, again, for me today doesn't instill a ton of confidence that Liquid are even going to make main stage, and I think for many that may come as a surprise, and perhaps for others it's more of the case for Team Liquid not quite finding the level that is required at the international level of Rainbow Six. So we'll wait and see. There's a lot of learning opportunities I think from this particular matchup.
Really?
They'll look back at the VODs and very much be scratching their heads. I think they'll quite evidently be working a lot harder on post-plant situations in positioning and being able to close those out, because ultimately I think that was the tone setter for this series, and just a position that they couldn't overcome in the end.
Have fun with it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're still waiting for our stats, so maybe I will just start kind of leaning into this conversation that I was going to a little earlier, and then when they come up we can just kind of go over the conversation once again. But the biggest stat that I think is just the easiest to point out at the moment is the bottom 3 players from Liquid are underneath the last player of Team Secret.
Yeah, the divide.
The gap between these teams is so dramatic, it's an eyesore to look at. And the fact that Nesk, who is the 4th lowest rated player on Liquid, is finishing at the top of the EPS rating, I think kind of, I'm not going to say that tells a story in it of itself, but there's definitely a couple of players that we're missing here for this Brazilian roster.
And Nesk had a really weird map too, right? He started off really slow. What was it again? Was it
0 and
4, 6?
I think it was high. I think it was 0 and 6.
I think it might have been 6. Yeah, I mean, he recovered to a 4-8, but still, it just went to show that not only were Team Liquid finding it quite difficult to play a team unit of Siege, they also didn't have the full back plan of an X Factor that could carry them through the match. Whereas, for Team Secret, far more well-rounded. They also had good individual efforts across the board as well. And again, to reiterate, you had like Savage on 26, and the others not trailing too far behind. Every single player had 20 or more kills over the course of the series, which is really impressive.
That's a very convincing series.
Yeah, it goes to show that, the strategies that they employed were, well-rounded as a team. The entry certainly assisted them to some extent as well, at least for Groovy personally. He had the +4 in that regard. And it didn't really get cancelled out too much by the likes of Savage and Adrian, who were, doing a decent job as well. So there have been instances throughout this tournament, and I think I was casting one of them, right, where some of the key fragging potential from Team Secret wasn't quite there, and it was actually Virtue that had to make up for that, at least in that particular match against Elevate. Virtue had another good day, very rock solid, incredibly consistent, as we would come to expect, but he wasn't having to make up for the shortfall of others. Whereas Liquid, for instance, you had your likes of Nesk trying to make up for those shortfalls, and that's only going to get you so far.
Well, I guess we can just start talking about that. Never mind. We can just it's literally, as I start to turn the conversation, I just hear stats in my ears. So fantastic, we're here. It's done and dusted. Secret end up 2-1 in the series, but the most damning of every stat there is, you can look at anything you want. The opening kills, you can look at the KDs, the EPS. For me, it's the fact that we finished 14-3 on the last 2 maps. That is...
Yeah. I mean, the map scores are concerning, but the other thing to me is the plant statistic. Now, again, it is kind of skewed because of the sides and whatnot, but even still, 7 plants for Liquid. 7 plants. Yep. More than half?
Well over half.
Were lost, right?
Yeah, I think 5 of them were lost.
Do I need to say more?
No. You really don't.
That's
you really don't.
completely unprecedented.
Yeah. we went into this map, right? You and I think I got here maybe 10 minutes before the map started. And you were all, oh no, woe is me, I have to work with one of the greatest commentators to ever touch the game. And we were just sitting here and we're like, this is either going to be a really long match that's just arduous and difficult to watch and cast, or we're going to watch something that is very reminiscent of what we're doing ourselves, which is just having a bit of fun. Not to say that both these teams are having fun.
I don't think Liquid had a lot of fun.
Liquid had zero fun after map 1, and Secret just, I mean, they laughed themselves all the way to the bank.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I'll be quite intrigued to see how they play main stage, because post-plant's conversion should arguably be much more proficient towards attack at that kind of level of play, but they can find confidence in that and other areas of their gameplay as well. So yeah, super excited to see how they do perform. Team Secret have just been able to sort of chip away at this event so far, and the culmination into the live event has been well deserved.
It certainly has been, and it's obviously securing our 5th team, I believe. Yes, our 5th team to the quarterfinal stage. FaZe Clan WSECHiemi are up there.
That was absolutely spot on.
No, thank you very much. I am quite proficient. Don't ask me to announce the arena yet. Team Falcons, BDS, and of course Team Secret. That's the 5 that we have at the moment. 3 more to determine tomorrow. Guys, I'm going to do this on the international stage now. What are your final thoughts for the day?
I knew you were going to do this. Final thoughts of the day. Well, things didn't start off too well, at least for us from Oath, with Chiefs losing over on the A stream. But huge for Falcons. They have done a phenomenal job at this event to qualify through from Phase 1, reminiscent of what we saw from GK back at Atlanta. So keen to see if they can do a bit of damage on the main stage. I think most of the other results have been rather expected. Good to see the likes of BDS in the mix. I think they'll do damage alongside Circuit for EU. Good representation for Brazil as well. But tomorrow, do or die for a whole bunch of teams. It's going to be pretty cutthroat.
Certainly is. Although we're done here on the B stream for the games we have watched, we've still got one game going at the moment. We'll leave you in the capable hands of Jesse and Parker.
Are very effective at paralyzing this SSG team. You saw it in the previous rounds, how important they are. Nuisance ops that get brought by attackers fall into 3 operators' hands: Deimos, Dokkaebi, and Lion. Those are the operators that are going to paralyze you, they're going to cripple you, they're going to slow you down, and put you in unfavorable positions or hold you in an unfavorable position that the attackers can then capitalize off of. You've still got the Dokkaebi on the board, and there are no mute jammers for Dark Zero to worry about on the side of SSG, so Dokkaebi will gain more value. But that 1-2 punch of Dokkaebi and Lion, especially with a Finka and a Blitz on the board, all work together to do some serious harm. Now, it's still entirely possible that some damage can be done, but SSG are firing back. We talked about how important those timeouts are. SSG with 3 uncontested picks and a huge lead with over half of the round to go.
Wow, I mean, Forrest, known for his blitz plays, but his anti-blitz play is just as good. Really well played. He runs away from Nafe from back bar, and just when he's got the right amount of space, when he's baited Nafe to go for the pistol, he shuts it down. Now in a 2v5, turned to a 2v4 thanks to Pambazoo, the best player in the lobby. He's also going to get, or NJR, I should say, could have gotten a hack out on the phone, chose not to do it. There are 2 bulletproofs that they could have gotten intel from, so that's going to be something that the teammates may have wanted. Hard to see with the Deimos, or with the Dreadmine as well. There's a player with the shotgun. Point blank, Pambazoo. The 2v5 turns to 2v3.
I mean, it's very winnable, but you are utility starved on the side of Dark Zero. The only thing you have remaining in pocket, 2 Claymores and 2 Flashbangs. That's it. The rest of it is just pure gunplay. Same cannot be said for SSG. J9O's Warden will have those smart glasses. Admittedly, you won't need them at this point for the rest of the round, but you still got those Dread Mines up for Fultz, and you will still have Frost Mats somewhere on this map.
Can avoid the flashes from NJR with those glasses.
I suppose that's correct. Big use now over towards blue, and well, NJR flashed Pambazoo. I'm not sure exactly what the thought process was there. Maybe some communication issues. The bigger headache right now for Dark Zero is the clock. Very limited time remains. They're all stacked up in the same position. And now it's all up to NJR. Forrest gets the final kill. but all of SSG were prepared for these two players of DZ. There were no clear ways into the bomb site that would have helped Dark Zero, and again, they were utility starved. It set DZ on their back foot when they lost Bolo and that Lion early on in the round, and there was really no recovery. I do like that DZ still tried to go through with the plan, hitting the Adrenal Surge, hitting the Logic Bombs, getting the Blitz inside a bar, but not much else was to be seen there for DZ. A linear, very quick, but still linear execute does not work out. SSG gets the kills, they win the round.
Over an hour ago, when SSG were running away with the game on Consulate defense, I talked about how when SSG get themselves into a man advantage, they're very disciplined and that they don't overswing, they don't jump out and lose their heads in aggressive moments. Now, they started to in this round, with Benja going down and then Ashen dying in the basement. It looked like they were starting to throw away the 5v2, but as soon as those players died, SSG remembered what the whole game plan is about, right? The last 3 players on SSG sat in the bomb site, held an angle, and didn't move. They were probably holding their breath. They were standing so still. And that's exactly what you need from Space Station when you're in that man advantage, when you have to lock it down. They set up their crossfires, they held their angles, they gave nothing up for free, and they managed to win the 5v2 eventually. Now it's a tie game, 5-5. Dark Zero, a lot of their executes have looked very good. The last one, not so much. Can SSG replicate that performance by disrupting the early round? It's once again going to be the strat down in the basement where they have heavy roam game from Ashen and Benja, and Forrest down in the basement on that clash.
Double flank watch from Dark Zero.
Oh, yeah.
My suspicion. Oh, that's real cinema right there. My suspicion is that this will be, at least for Dark Zero, an early attempt at getting the diffuser down. Because you want to unload those track stingers and air jabs so that when there's a scramble in a post plant, they gain maximum value. Maybe not. Maybe my read on the setup is incorrect. Maybe this will be a much more thorough job from Dark Zero, where they put those air jabs and stingers in a position where when the diffuser goes down, they can provide some value or at least buy time early in the round. That's always a possibility.
With that utility, they have to be a little bit less worried about Ashen, who is still roaming all the way up on the top floor. Everybody else is in the basement. They don't want to clear him out. Instead, they're just trying to hold him with the track stingers and with the air jabs. They know they haven't cleared top floor. This is not a misdrone. This is not a mistake by Dark Zero. They're aware that there could be roamers up above. They're just hoping that with these air jabs and the track stingers that it's not going to be a problem. Half that utility is still in their pocket, though. Look at this. Pamba just putting down his second air jab now. And the third.
Toxic Canisters down to 1 as the clash now moves over to Wine. It's got Ashen there for backup, it looked like. Maybe it was J90. There's a fleeting second that we saw.
Still stalling out with these Toxic Babe. That'll be the last one, as you called.
So my suspicion that this would be a quick one, by the way, was completely off the mark. Ashen and Foltz both striking to get what could be the first kill as they get it at roughly the same time. Now it's Pambazoo wandering in, dying, and what should be an attacker-sided map is favoring the defenders at the moment. One pick all Dark Zero has at the moment, and they will struggle with the deployable shield inside of the site. They did not bring any real soft destruction, and they paid for it. They didn't bring any of those nuisance ops. They didn't bring soft destruction. They brought a lot of anti-flank and execute operators, but you can't execute when you can't deal with the things you need explosives for, and you can't execute when you don't know where the defenders are. Space Station 1 round away from propelling us to a third map between these teams, and if SSG wins here or an OT, the teams will have traded their map picks, which will set us up for essentially a best-of-1 showdown.
Last 2 rounds, Dark Zero have gone direct to site. They're hitting it without taking any map control. Why, right? Let's run it back to basics if we're Dark Zero here. We did a great job in the first couple of attacks, taking that map control, turning it into round wins, using that control to get plants onto the ground. Now on games and then here for Wine, twice you tried to ignore the roamers, you tried to ignore the map control and just go straight to site. You're being stuffed. SSG, their anchors are very, very good. Yours are good too on the side of Dark Zero. NJR and Nafe, very talented players, but on the side of SSG, I mean, Forrest is so good at his job, putting up 8 and 5 right now. And the players that aren't anchoring, Ashen in that previous round, coming back for the flanks. Yeah, he's aware that there's air jabs, he's aware that there's track stingers, but he does not actually moving. He's getting vertical picks. He's finding that impact regardless of all the utility that was being brought by Dark Zero to stop him. SSG, 1 round away from forcing Kafe as our 3rd map in the series. Map 1 was won 7-5 by Dark Zero. This would be a perfect answer from SSG with the same scoreline.
Welcoming all the viewers over, by the way, from the B stream is Ashen's controller unplugged on the window, I guess, and gets hit with a question mark in chat by Panbazoo, who is sitting at 16-6, but at 25-15 across both games. Kobilax 8-12, mustering 4 kills in both, or 8-20 rather, 4-10 as a scoreline in both games, and if it ends here, Kobilax might actually have a worse result than he had on his first match. He's catching up to Benja, though. He's only a single kill behind. But Panbazoo is literally willing Dark Zero into this match. He has been the best performer by far on this team. 1 more kill and he would match the total of NJR, Kobe, and Nafe combined. Or Bolo, since he's on 4 kills. Only 3 remain for SSG. And it's a run through the jungle for Fultz now as he's downstairs in a Nitro cell to potentially rebuff this. He gets Kobe. Down goes the glass. NJR had died earlier. This is winnable for Space Station. Bolo swatting away at Fultz. As this is a prolonged case of action, Jesse, with half the round still to go. Down goes Bolo to J90, and now he takes some damage. As it's Nafe on the ground, it's up to Panbazoo to clutch in a 1v1. Him and Forrest battling each other. Forrest securing the kill on Nene, but Forrest wins it! Panbazoo can't get it all done. Get the man some help. Forrest up and immediately over to talk trash to the face of Dark Zero. And we have a 3rd map to settle the score between these 2 North American teams.
The oldest player on the team still got it, jumping up and yelling across the aisle. Pamba did everything he could that game, 18-7, but it's not enough. Space Station still got it on their opponent's map pick of Chalet. They played exceptionally in that second half.
And 1 more map to seal the deal between these teams. Kafe Dostoevsky, Jesse. What an exciting place for it to end on. Vintage DZ in that second map, though, by the way.
Yeah.
The pronounced struggles among their entry players have been quite obvious.
This is map 1.
But I mean, it was so good. Let's watch it again.
I'm down. Honestly, it was such a. It's been a fun series so far. We deserve a 3rd map. I want to hear more of that.
I feel like we've heard that clip 7 times.
Even in the second map, when we saw SSG winning, though, it didn't feel like Ashen was yelling that much. There was a little bit more typing in the server, a little bit less screaming across the curtain, though. So for SSG, perhaps a bit more of a relaxed tone, perhaps bringing it back in a little bit, being more focused was what was needed to lock down that game. I also think most of Dark Zero just struggled to get going. It took like 3 rounds for Dark Zero to get kills on a 3rd player. We saw the majority of their team not putting up even a single frag until I think it was round 3 or 4 when finally DZ were able to get some more of those frags.
Good numbers for both Forrest, Fultz, and Ashen, all sitting with 10 kills apiece for the 2nd map in a row. Benjamaster on the bottom. That's bad news for SSG. If Benja is unable to frag, if he cannot stand up to his opponents, SSG will struggle. The good news for Space Station is Kobe is doing the exact same thing on the side of Dark Zero. Neither of these teams, through 2 maps now, have their star players shining like the stars we know they can shine as.
I think the difference, though, is the impact, right? You think back to Benja's 2K when they're playing on Kitchen and Dining. He's upstairs. He's finding 2 massive picks. And on the side of Kobe, well, when he's getting the 2K, it's in a 1v5. You know, the rest of the team's not able to turn anything off of it. The impact there is a little bit different.
Well, that's our 2nd map in the books. A best-of-1 showdown awaits these 2 teams. One of them will go home. They steal each other's maps? How about neutral ground? DZ versus SSG, map 3, up next. in Montreal, there will only be one map in the map pool that's maybe as cold as the sunny beaches and shores of Canada, and that's Kafe Dostoevsky over in Mother Russia. And would you believe it? That is the map that DZ SSG will conclude on. One of these teams will be booking their flights tonight to go back home. The other will live to fight one more day and maybe, just maybe, make it to the main stage on Friday. Both of these teams got to this position by taking each other's maps. SSG pushed us to map 3. They'll need to win 2 maps in a row if they want to stay alive. A lot on the line for both of these teams as they performed in North America and now still in North America will fight to the death. One map, Jesse. That's it. One map determines which of these teams goes home and which moves on.
And that map will be the same map that SSG played just 24 hours ago when they threw a 5-1 lead to Virtus Pro, losing every single attack. Can they break the streak? They'll start an attack this time. That means that Dark Zero get the first ban, and they switch it up. They're not gonna take the Monty off the board. Ashen, devastated by that result. They were expecting the Monty ban most likely on SSG. Do they ban a shield? No. Both Monty and Blitz will be available on Kafe today. Habana and Grim taken out instead. I would expect a Valkyrie and a Zombie to follow this, but we've already thrown a couple of curveballs in this game. It'll be Mira instead from Space Station, which we're seeing banned quite a bit this event, despite the fact that other operators tended to be more popular to be banned in the regular season. Finally, do Dark Zero break their trend of permabanning a Zombie? No, they do not. Azami's very, very good on Kafe in particular. A good Azami playing inside of Piano on the top floor is devastating to play against.
Admittedly, I hear that she's good most of the time.
Okay, she's good on every single site in the game because she's the most busted operator in Rainbow Six Siege. That's not true. But on defense, what? Piano in particular, though, is a toxic place to be playing against Azami. I know. I know. What? All right, you said what a lot. Let's expand the vocab.
What?
Okay.
Seems quite disrespectful to put the CAG Osaka skin bundle that they got sent home days ago.
Yeah, they haven't been here for a couple of days. Rough tournament for them. Scarz as well, joining them as the other Japanese team eliminated from this tournament. They were the last APAC team to make main stage at a major. Coming up on a year and a half ago now, all the way back in Copenhagen. Since then, it has primarily been North America, Europe, and Brazil taking the main stage at majors. We have seen MENA take the main stage twice, including Team Falcons here in Montreal, who were the 3rd team to grab a spot in the quarterfinals. It's still possible we will have 0 North American teams in the quarterfinals. It's unlikely.
Stop saying it.
It's unlikely.
Stop saying it.
But it's possible.
Look, I don't care who wins, and I don't care how many teams make it, but it would be nice if every major region had at least one team. We've already got Brazil, we've already got Europe, we've already got the Middle East. Let's get one Australian team and one APAC team, I suppose, because they're the only team from APAC, period.
Yeah.
Let's get one NA team in there. Let's just do that.
It would be nice.
Let's do that. That'd be nice. It'd be nice for the crowd. It'd be nice for us as casters. It'd be nice for viewership. It'd be nice for the teams. I'll hold hands and sing along. If you did not watch those first 2 maps, by the way, you should do so, because despite neither of them going to overtime, they were both absolute pleasures to watch and to cast. As you can see on the top right of your screen, 7-5, DZ took SSG's map, and then 7-5, SSG took DZ's map. Neither of these teams picked Kafe, so in a way, this is kind of Switzerland, but actually Russia, but kind of Switzerland, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my. That took far more bullets for Forrest than you would have thought. NJR goes for the run out, looking for a 3rd kill for DZ, but he's met with the Claymore and an instant death. Meaning neither of these teams, despite one team drawing first blood, gain any advantage whatsoever.
So it's neutral, it's even.
Like Switzerland.
Wow.
But Russia.
The 3 players left on Dark Zero, spread across the south side of the map. Pamba's on the white stairs. You've got Bolo inside a fireplace, and then Nathan Train. None of them directly holding top floor, though Pamba's not too far off. SSG are discovering that fact as they drone through the top floor now. Dark Zero, they don't seem too eager at all to retake top. They think they've got good chances here in the 3v3. 2 Toxic Babes to help them out. And a close-range shotgun being held by Pamba as well. They've got everything that they need. It's about execution right now for both of these squads. For me, it could go either way.
It's been an oddly paced round. All of this action happening earlier on. Now a grenade goes sailing down into that rat spot. And not far removed from pillars. Fultz eliminating Pambazu. That's Fultz's second kill. Now he walks his way up white. He'll surrender the diffuser in the process. Inhaling some of the gas is J9O, but his position is given away. It's all up to Benjamaster in a 1v2. Nave credited with that kill. Benjamaster, now known as he's not going to be able to get the diffuser, but has to go for picks in the meantime. Through the soft wall, not able to find anything. 3 players still alive as the clock hits 0, and DZ, because of it, wins the round.
Nave has put up some fantastic smoke play across both Chalet and now on Kafe, the captain of Dark Zero. Standing tall, of course, with the SAS operator. Got the trade in the 3v3 to equalize to a 2v2. Then his Toxic Babe skewered the second gunfight, allowing him to win it with the SMG-11. And ran away and baited on the time for the final kill. That worked really well coming out from Dark Zero. They trusted in their 3v3. They didn't want to re-aggress. They didn't want to retake top. They didn't want to get over-eager. They played together. They played condensed. They played where they knew they could trade each other. It was really good stuff coming out in the final couple of moments. The early round, a little sloppier, perhaps a little bit more aggressive. It's not common to see NJR jumping out a window, but it happens from time to time. Fundamentally, they didn't lose enough that it was going to be SSG rolling away with that game. Came down to execution, as I said it would, and Dark Zero were better.
Well, while we do the prep phase on your screen, there's 2 things for us to note here, Jesse. The first and foremost is just a basic game of numbers. With the conclusion of the map before this, Chalet and Kafe were tied as the second most played map in the map pool with 104 rounds. My God, Pambazu almost got 2 kills with that jump out, just narrowly missing out on the head of another player from SSG, but he was able to take down Benja in the process. Benja's struggles have been discussed by you and I on this broadcast quite a lot over the last 2 to 3 hours. They are not getting any better through 2 rounds of Kafe, but there's time for him to turn it around. But back to the stats before Pamba went with the jump out. 104 rounds played on Chalet, 104 rounds on Kafe, but obviously Kafe will go back to being the second most played map and will likely jump over Consulate as well to become the most played map at the tail end of this series. It is the second most defender-sided map based on wins. That is good news for Dark Zero. They should be able to take the first half 4-2 because it is quite lopsided. Of the rounds played, 61% won by the defenders, 39% won by the attackers. The only map that is more defender-sided is the map that Kafe will likely jump over, which is Consulate. So, the 2 most defender-sided maps played so far in this series.
2 days ago when Dark Zero played Elevate on this map, they won just 1 of their 6 defenses. That obviously resulted in a map loss to the APAC team.
I love that sloth skin, by the way. I really I think it's great.
It's very funny. I'm a big fan.
I do not stan R6 share skins. I don't really care what teams do what. I've been paid by Team Liquid to do a couple of their R6 share stuff, so obviously it could be some inherent bias, I suppose. But I love that sloth skin for DZ. I think it's one of the best team skins in the game. There it is. And it's on the MP5. It's a great gun.
It is. It's a very good gun. It's a very good gun. We saw J9O even rocking the old Disrupt Gaming skin, his old org that he used to play alongside NJR.
Huge. Disrupt process, baby. They disrupted it so much they got bought by Astralis.
They did.
A marketplace disruption. Extreme Home Makeover upstairs with the sledge. As Ashen looks for a pick, he cannot find it, but J90 with that DG skin, as you talked about, getting one pick. Folt's getting the diffuser down, by the way, as Bolo and NJR are now summoned into action. Bolo stimming himself up to live through the fire as SSG scrambles to get into position in the post plant. Bolo dropped, stimming himself back up yet again, but he dies all the same. NJR, last man standing, Ashen finishes him off, and the yelling begins.
You fucking baldy! What the fuck are y'all doing?
Terrific. Really good stuff.
Ashen was not born back when Disrupt Gaming were still in the Rainbow Six scene, but he will still let his voice be known as he screams across the aisle. Those last two picks, very impactful, of course, coming out from the Star Fragger of SSG. You love seeing that. A very disciplined push coming out from Space Station, step by step, taking that top floor control. A lot of it was given up by Dark Zero. They didn't want to fight in the early game, so SSG took control of it. They managed to use that map control, use the vertical play with the sledge of Ashen to then work downwards and make that execute happen. Even though they lost Benja early, that didn't deter them at any point in the round. They always looked confident in the 4v4. Losing just a gridlock, not the biggest deal in the world, so they were still able to convert with that pretty nicely.
When he says y'all are balding, who do you think in particular he's talking about? Let's speculate.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow. All right, production. All right.
For the record, that was not planned. This was not a pre-bit. Like, this is not a pre-bit. This was not discussed.
Oh,
this
boy.
was just, that was completely organic. And they did him so dirty. I feel semi-responsible for that, and I apologize.
Uncalled for.
While we see SSG ascend to the top of Kafe Dusty, oh, that's got to be a top 5 moment. Production has been very agile. Remember in Manchester with the Deimos bit where there was the one shot and they cut to the person in the crowd doing one Deimos, one tap? We've been on the B stream, which is great because I've enjoyed working on the B stream, but I gotta say, it has been a pleasure to see the speed at which A stream can handle the things that we say. While we are awaiting action, we are starting to see and starting to get information as to what tomorrow's matches will look like. There is going to be an absolutely insane match, no matter what happens here with DZ and SSG. Sonics and Liquid are 100% confirmed to battle tomorrow. Only one of those teams will make it to the main stage.
That's so scary.
That is very frustrating from an organization standpoint because these are two of the most tenured and historic orgs in the history of the game. If Dark Zero wins this match and SSG goes home, the games will be VP DZ, Virtus Pro and Dark Zero, with only one of those teams making it to the main stage, and then Black Dragons and Chiefs as the other match. If SSG wins this map, it will be Virtus Pro versus Chiefs, and SSG will play Black Dragons.
Wow.
No matter what happens, Sonics and Liquid is locked in.
It's going to be a great game. I mean, all of those matches sound exciting, Parker. Whoever wins this is going to be in for a tough game tomorrow, no matter what.
That's just based on the info we have right now, by the way. Sure. That could change. That's what we've been told from the admins so far. If anything does change, it'll be addressed on it.
For now, though, of course, one step at a time. You've got to get to tomorrow before you worry about who you're facing up against. And this is a 5-on-5, 45-second execute. We're still working in through bakeries. The blitz runs on in. The Deimos covers from above. They've got a track onto the player back inside the bakery, but he loses the fight regardless. NJR, a brilliant headshot.
The hits are back by Forrest on that shield. Forrest rocking the blitz, just as we saw from the previous map. Benjamaster was downed inside a freezer, and Pambazoo will put him on ice. Now the buck from above, taking damage from the shotgun of Pambazoo. That's the ITA primary, which does pack quite a punch. SSG have only been able to take down NJR. Kobe's terrible day will continue. As Forrest is bleeding out, it's all up to Jack to save the round. The 3 remaining players from DZ could play safer roles, but Nafe himself will get it done. DZ answering back on this seesaw that we've seen on Kafe. Neither of these teams have been able to outpace one another in this series.
No, and I think the pace, a big conversation starter in that round. SSG, very slow with it. Not odd, right? Typically on that bottom floor bomb site, you're going to be taking the top 2 floors. It's going to take a lot of time. If the enemy's not roaming, it's hard to get a man advantage, so you're going to working with that soft breach. You're going to make something happen vertically. I always am hesitant, though, when teams take all the time to clear top down and then go bakery. Usually the play is you go all the way from the top down, you clear top, you clear middle, and then you'll drop the freezer after clearing out the VIP control. SSG instead, they choose to go in through bake, and the problem with that is there's often a lot of util in bake that you just don't have time to clear. I'm not sure if util was the biggest problem there. I think it was NJR hitting a nasty shot that really started things off strong for Dark Zero, but regardless, they had a lot of, they spent a lot of time clearing every bit and piece of that map. By the time they got down to it, they were so rushed with that execute. The Dark Zero did a good job just holding on to the wrangles. They didn't panic. Everything went well enough for them, despite the fact that Kobe has not been having the greatest of games so far here today. The rest of DZ are picking up the slack, and that's what you expect from an organization that are used to winning majors like these.
One thing that we've tried to stray away from as talent the last little while is calling out the poor performance of players who aren't usually designed to get a good performance out of it. For example, on support and anchor players, if they only get 3 to 5 kills in a matchup, it seems a little unfair to skewer them for their performance, when in all reality, that's about standard stuff. You know, they're used to the fraggers getting the kills.
Brede last game, a great example.
Very good example. And whenever we did reference his numbers, we contextualized them. There is really no way for us to politely discuss Benjamaster and Kobe's numbers because they should be getting kills.
Yeah.
The fact that neither of these players are having a good day is flat out bad. There is no way to sugarcoat that. Benjamaster 0-2 so far. Kobe 0-3 so far. Through this series, Kobe is 8-23. That's minus 15. Benjamaster is 10-21. That's minus 11. On entry, Kobe is 2-5. Benja is 2-4. In terms of cost, they both sit at 54%. These are dreadfully bad numbers.
Yeah.
Survival rate for Kobe Wax is 12%. The next lowest on the team is 27. Benjamaster, 19% survival rate. Next lowest on the team is 27. Everybody then almost at 40% after that. They are lagging behind not just their own numbers, but their team's numbers, and both of these teams are worse off because of it. If either of these players can wake up, Jesse, this can become an entirely different match.
Yeah, that's exactly the point, right? I mean, if either of these players start getting hot, all of a sudden, we've no longer got an even game between these two titans of North America. So keep an eye out for both of them because they have the opportunity to light up the scoreboard at any moment. We've seen both of them do it before. Benja, of course, a world champion MVP. We've seen him do some ridiculous things in the past. Kobe, a little bit newer to this scene, but still very capable. Top floor at the moment being controlled by SSG. They've forced back almost everybody inside of Dark Zero, with the exceptions of NJR and Bolo. A lot of these players, though, still are pushing them backwards. The very top floor, still SSG being torn apart with the sledge.
How is everybody alive and almost nobody's had any damage done? And there's 20 seconds left in the round. What is happening between these two teams, Jesse? Ashen with 1 kill, but Bolo died. J90 is dead. There's 10 seconds left. 7 players are still alive in the server. This is going to be absolute chaos. It's anybody's guess as to who wins. Foltz with getting diffuser down. There goes the yokai. And Nafe from downstairs in kitchen wins the round. An utterly bizarre showing between these two teams.
We were on the defaults right. I think we gotta get spicy here.
I'm speechless. Genuinely.
Nafe has been so good for Dark Zero today, both on maps 2 and 3. Even though they didn't win map 2, it still has felt like Dark Zero have been relying on Nafe in these late rounds. The anchor, the IGL, and the captain of DZ has been so good. I think back to the first game of the stage, Dark Zero versus Sonics, the first time we got to see a DZ without Canadian. When Nafe had grabbed the reins of this team for the first time, and he put up one of the worst games he's ever played. 2-8 against the Sonics as they won just as many rounds in a 7-2 loss. Following that, he had disappointing game after disappointing game. It really took 2 weeks or so in the North American League before Nath started finding a groove. And now, he looks unstoppable. It's not that he's getting ridiculous kill totals like we see sometimes from a guy like Ashen, like we see sometimes from a guy like NJR. But the impact that Nath has in the late round in particular is game-changing. It defines how Dark Zero win these rounds. It's been so good to see that Yokai play, not statistically going to show up on the scoreboard, but that's exactly what is needed. The fact that he's doing all of this, having such good impact, while at the same time calling for the squad and making the decisions on this team is very impressive.
Quality of the gameplay between these two teams has been below their standards, but this Kafe has been a bit of a head-scratcher so far. Admittedly, a very defender-sided map should result in a late plant going down. For SSG, that makes sense, but how did you not find any kills in the process? The Nook paying off! Jack almost going for more than 2. The Deagle looked for a 3rd. It was hungry, but Bolo managing to get the kill onto Nook. What a great entry from J90. It's bought SSG a lot of time. It's bought them an opening with 2 minutes to go. They can figure out where these last 3 players of Dark Zero are positioned.
Importantly, they kill the Warden, who can see through smokes, and they kill the Valkyrie, who would be having a Nitro cell that can blow up a player inside of smoke. That's going to make the job of the Capitao so much better. Force will be impactful in the late round when they go for this execute. Of course, they've got to get to that point. Pambazoo is so hungry to get an equalized kill, but they're not offering it to him. Vaults on the staircase. Here's the gunfight now. Still can't take it. Pamba, very cautious. Doesn't want to overextend, but he gets punished now as Benja drops the hatch on top. Now it's a 4v2.
4v1, it's just Bolo, Jesse, and Volt sweeps through that. What is going on in this matchup? You seem as speechless as I do.
SSG in that round, finding the plays. I think it all comes off of a great call from J90 to make that Nook work through the top floor. I think he just dropped the skylight, if I'm correct. Found those 2 free picks on the top floor when nobody was expecting it, nobody was looking for it. Oftentimes you'll see barbed wire there, maybe some beepers, but nothing was set up for Dark Zero. J90 saw that gap and he capitalized on it perfectly. And that's what such an experienced player can do.
This was huge. Look at that. Missed opportunity. J90, not a single headshot to be found in any of those engagements, by the way.
Doesn't need him.
Praising Benja on the call, though Benja himself was not the difference maker in the round. Benja still was able to find 2. Kobe in round number 6, yet to find a kill. This is not the first time this has happened to Kobe Lax. He struggled to get on the scoreboard both maps. And right now, he's averaging only 4 kills in his role. Does frustration start to set in on the side of DZ that one of your players that you expect to be getting kills is consistently getting beaten in duels? Does frustration start to wear at this team?
I mean, you can't be putting it on Kobe right now. Maybe when you go home, you think about it, maybe you have those discussions with the squad, but I mean, NJR is putting up 1 and 5. It's not all on one person by any means. Yeah, if Kobe was dropping 4 more, maybe they'd be leading by even more, but you could say that about any of these players. Dark Zero, it's just about winning this game right now. Still up 3-2, still in a good position. We'll remind everyone that this is this is Kafe. You expect to be winning 3 to 4 of your defenses. If you don't, you're starting to be a little bit concerned. I think if it goes 3-3, I think it's okay. I think it's fine for Dark Zero, but a 4-2 certainly feels a lot more comfortable. SSG, you're really worried about momentum from them as well. They won the last round. If they win this one, get it to 3-3, then they move to defense. They won 5 of their defenses yesterday against Virtus Pro on this very map. Despite the fact they threw that game and did lose it, their defenses were very good. You can't deny that.
VP never really give up, so it's hard against a team like them. All the teams that are left at this event, by the way, are good enough to punish you if you take your foot off of the metaphorical gas.
Yep.
Benjamaster died just moments ago. So Dark Zero draws blood first.
This is awkward. The Claw on Freezer Hatch doesn't really have a good counter at this point. You've got no EMPs. The IQ maybe could have spotted up the Claw to shoot it, but Now it's going to be really tough to open up that freezer hatch. You've got the can openers on Ashen, but that might force your hand a little bit. If you can't drop through the hatch, oh, the Hibana.
They got it.
Nice. Selma's even, not Hibana.
Completely different operator.
Similar things.
You've already got glasses. What's your excuse? Not that I've ever said anything wrong ever in broadcasting.
They get the job done.
When there is a tricky electric claw, you can blow up around the bomb site. It really does help an awful lot. Exothermic charges are great for that. Selmas can also do it in a pinch. Ashen destroying Nafe's ankles, completely gutting through his leg. Goodbye to the Kaid that was holding down the fort, and now Forrest, fearless, as he's flying through the bomb site, tucking into the corner to get the diffuser down. And this will be successful. 8 players still alive. Diffuser goes down. And what a post plant this will be for Dark Zero. Looking to hold on. If SSG can take 3 rounds on attack of the second most defender-sided map, boy oh boy, will things be good once they swap sides. Kobilax finding 2. Those are high-value kills. He'll hop on the diffuser as well. Forrest running on in, watching as Bolo governs over him, and what a huge round from Kobilax. There's been so little from him so far, but he shows up in the clutch moment for Dark Zero. A deep breath will be done by the fans of DZ as they take the first half 4-2. They sat as defenders, so 4-2 is exactly what they need. Kobilax is a huge part of why they get the job done. And the side swap comes in with SSG empty-handed in that 6th and final round of attack.
And that can make the difference. You know, if this game ends 7-5, Dark Zero win by just 1 round, or if it's even a close game, goes to overtime, people aren't going to be remembering how Kobe played for the first couple of maps. They're going to be remembering the clutch plays, and that's exactly what he was able to pull off in round number 6. In the post plan, in the high-pressure situation, he makes the moves. 19-year-old from the Bronx, getting the job done. It looked like a strong plant for SSG. They had good vertical play coming in from Ashen. They had a plant-focused mindset. Forrest gets that onto the ground in the smoke. The C4 from Bolo comes out too late and doesn't do enough damage to stop that plant. But it didn't matter. They had the frags in the post plant. It all came back around. And now DZ have that 4-2 buffer. It's a defender-sided map, and SSG are likely to pull a couple back. They're very good at their Kafe defenses. But even if they manage to bring 3 of these rounds, 4 of these rounds, Dark Zero will get a 7-5. They'll get overtime. They've just got to find 2 attacks to get to OT and 3 attacks to win it in regulation.
Work cut out for SSG. Dark Zero will now run uphill. They're very quick to enter, 30 seconds in, and there goes some of the floors on that middle section of Kafe. There's nobody inside the site.
Yes.
Where are the defenders?
Wow, a lot of them are small bake in the hallway, but this could be a direct site hit. They are not looking to take much map control. They've got the smokes, the glass, the blitz, everybody ready to make some noise. Pamba up above, likely just a distraction with those boogie drones.
Time and time again, teams think that this means you can just go for a linear execute, but if you don't stay far enough back, if you don't have somebody watching upstairs, and most importantly, if you don't drone out small bake, you're gonna be in serious trouble. That's 2 toxic canisters used. In comes the shield. Nafe dies. Kobilax is gone as well. Everything working out for SSG as they rebuff these attackers. Look at the HPs on the side of Space Station, Jesse. They haven't really been dealt a bad hand. Benja dies. Of course, it's Benja first to die.
Okay.
Unlucky for SSG.
He got his impact, though.
Benja's had a good game. I just mean, of course, in terms of the way these games are playing out, it's going to be him the first to die. Ashen crossing the window onto NJR, and now it's Panbazoo, who's having a mortal game, sitting at 5-5. Panbazoo 32-21 on this series, plus 11. He is the only positive player on Dark Zero, by the way.
Yikes.
The next closest is Bolo, who is 19-19. Meanwhile, 4 players on Space Station sitting at a positive KD at the moment. What more is Pamba to do? How does he get himself out of this position? Lots of time still to work, but you can see a couple players of SSG just getting a little bit closer to his position. Nice shot from Ashen to seal the deal. The gap between the two teams, just 1 round. Defenders doing what defenders are expected to do on Kafe.
Round 1, DZ going for a little bit of a cheese strat. It's fine, right? Those are the rounds you need to be winning if you're SSG, because when DZ play fundamental siege, when they play their basic attacks, when they're full clearing the map, they're incredibly effective. Dark Zero, so far in Montreal, have been the best attacking team in the entire tournament. They've won 65% of all attacking rounds that they've played. That's a ridiculous number for the side in Siege that usually falls under 50. On the side of SSG, if you can stop Dark Zero, if you can get these round wins when DZ are going for more linear pushes, when they're going for more direct sight hits, when they're trying to cheese it with the glass and some smokes, that's really important. And you've got to give credit to Benja, positioning himself inside a small bake. I didn't love the decision to shoot the Selmas because I thought, oh no, he's just giving his position away, but it didn't matter.
He still won it.
He swings for the glass, kills that easily, and then you thought he's dying to the blitz, but he's got teammates nearby to help him out. Nighthaven ended up dying on that one. And so it was really well played by Benja and the rest of SSG to play around him on that entry point. Now they're going to go to mining and dining, and I expect we'll see a more traditional push coming out from Dark Zero. They've got Nafe on the Monty, and they got Pamba on the Nook, which are the two most interesting operators to me in this round. Likely Nafe will be the spearhead, trying to push through top floor. If they go for a top floor clear, Pamba could go anywhere.
DZ going with maybe a bit more conventional of a lineup here. Monty showing up in the hands of Nafe, an operator that is honestly so seldom seen at this level, and it's the first Monty of this map. SSG did not use the Monty at all. Ran with a blitz on 2 separate occasions. Ineffective entry by Dark Zero. We talked about how NJR is usually such a cautious player, a smart player.
Yeah.
He enters with limited information, he dies. NJR now sitting at a 2-7 scoreline.
His first opening death of the tournament, unless he got one on the earlier maps that I forget about. Again, he'd have been perfect coming into this one. Doesn't get into many of those opening engagements, but now off the board. Still curious about Pamba if he's going to be able to find an entry point. He's just lurking on the bottom floor at the moment. Red stairs will be where he's positioned. Ashen ready to watch for that play. Dark Zero taking their time, mostly still on the roof. They can move their way to this top floor when they feel comfortable with it, unless they lose their lives to the white stairs. J9O is very cautiously playing in this position. Nafe will drop now, and so the clear of the top floor will begin, but there's nobody from SSG up here.
There's another interaction, as it looked like they were going to sweep through the bottom floor as the defenders were rotating, but Pambazoo gets caught in the midst of the bomb site. That's where a Nook is going to be, so it stands to reason that the Danish op would get picked off. Just had to, after the talk of Daneland, yeah. I needed to say the Danish op.
No, yeah, good.
I hope you understand.
Yeah, I do.
That's good. It's very unusual to see the LMG, by the way, in the hands of the IQ. Bolo removed by Forest. Now it's the Monty and the Nomad as the last 2 remaining. And look at prone player underneath, still waiting there. Ashen dealing with Kobe Lax, and Fultz takes care of Nafe.
You get fucking louder. Kobe! You are not voting! Your opponent fucks you up!
You are not floating, Kobe. You are
Factually
not
correct.
Floating.
Kobe is sitting in the chair.
He is sitting in the chair. He can't float around the map. They really needed Pamba to float in that one. The Nook having no impact. They knew he was there the whole time. I believe the Warden was holding that from start to finish. They seemed to always know what was going on the side of DZ. It was a flawless round from Space Station, who have now gone 2-0 on their defenses and tied the game at 4. This prompts attack timeout from Mint.
Forrest said in chat, by the way, keep going this side. Ha. Ha.
Yeah, first attack, of course, going through Bakery, didn't work. Second time, trying to lurk the Nook up, didn't work.
First 2 rounds, saw the team that got the first blood lose the round. Since then, First Blood has guaranteed a victory in every single round. So, conversion, pretty good. Survival rate as well of SSG has been terrific, frankly. These 2 rounds, they have lost very little. 4 survived in round number 7. That was the first defense of SSG, and 4 survived that previous round as well.
Oh boy. Parker, there's only one thing I can think of when I see this defender lineup in round number 9. SSG, they're looking to crank. Doc and Rook in a single round, plus an Oryx. J90 bringing the Wamai to hold down likely Pixel or Cocktail, and Forest on the passive anchor role.
I was a little upset that the Oryx was on the board because I was going to say, oh, look, they're all bringing MP5s, and then the Echo has brought the Supernova. So the suppressed MP5 will not be used. But I mean, while teams don't use an Echo the same way they would a Smoke, when Echo first came out, it was actually quite similar to the way a Smoke would be played, right? He was a great denial operator. You would bring an Echo, you would play tight angles like the Smoke. Yeah, you can make a credible argument that the Japanese shotgun isn't as good as the SAS shotgun.
Certainly.
I don't think anybody's going to argue with that in that point. The SAS shotgun is the gold standard of shotguns when it comes to this game, attackers or defenders. But yeah, there's going to be some serious cranking here from SSG.
I thought they might be trying to fly out the windows as we saw Ashen's initial position as the clock hit 3, but they decided against it. Everybody's staying inside the building for now. No Claymores at all, but air jabs being brought by Kobilax. Actually, sorry, Claymores being brought by NJR in the primary gadget slot.
We're literally at the top of the screen, Jesse.
I was looking at the bottom.
Oh my god.
We also, yeah, okay. We saw them get placed down. I'm remembering now.
It's because there's a recruit, so there's 2. This brings 2 gadgets.
That's how the recruit works?
That's, yeah.
Yeah. Here's the jump out the window I was looking for.
And he misses it. NJR is prepared and ready. The second jump out. The Claymore will get the down, but the thing is that with a Rook, you can pick yourself back up. With a Doc, you can pick yourself back up, but they're both dead. So, I mean, it's going to be a little bit harder. All of these players still have access to Rook armor. This is a much better entry now from Dark Zero. They called a timeout. They seem to be quite poised. How did Benja lose that engagement? Now it's all up to Fofoson with the Supernova and the Bearing 9 in hand. Through the soft wall, he pivots over towards Kobe. Pambazoo sealing the deal. They did crank it. They damn well broke it right off. DZ wins the round.
Yeah, cranked it a little too hard in that round, it felt like. Rook and Doc and Oryx, 3 operators that are quite rare to see in Rainbow Six Siege. They just don't bring very much utility compared to what a lot of their competition are rocking. Very gunfight-focused round, and I think as soon as DZ droned out some of these operators, maybe when they saw the Rook, saw the Doc, I think it was pretty clear what the game plan was going to be from Space Station. It wasn't immediately a jump out. They weren't trying to spawn peek with it, as you so often see on Kafe. Came about halfway through the round, but NJR was so ready for it. One of the most patient and cautious players in all of Rainbow Six Siege, denying a double jump out from Faults and Ashen. Goes to show his experience, and his time on Dark Zero has been well spent learning the habits of his opponents. And the Claymores coming in incredibly clutch. I might not have seen them, but the important thing is neither did SSG. And so it's able to get one of those downs and help NJR in securing those kills. Now DZ are back on their feet, but does it really feel like a momentum shift? Yes, you've won an attack, but it came off of SSG playing a goofy strategy, a bad strat, I'm gonna say it. An unorthodox play which is only designed to catch your opponents off guard. You're not gonna run that strat again, you never were. So when SSG go back to playing more traditional defenses, when they maybe rein in the jump outs a little bit, will Dark Zero still be finding success?
Great question, Jesse. Why don't we find out and not say a word for the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds? All right, I'll start.
I actually think it might... You did not just hit my mute button.
I forcefully muted your microphone for the bit.
You did not just hit my mute button so that I couldn't talk to the
gently placed my finger upon it. Jinxie is watching this, SSG is watching this. You gotta crank up the memes a little bit for the audience, that's it. That's really what it boils down to.
SSG were trying to crank. That didn't work so well, Parker.
They were. We got to crank it up, just like SSG tried to crank. differing levels of cranking.
Yeah. I don't know if you're cut out for it.
You had some cranking. SSG even had some dock. The dock didn't work.
I will say, for the majority of this round, we're unlikely to see any gunfights just because it's a full anchor strat from SSG. They're really going from full crank to no crank, as this is a very passive strategy. Unless we see a late round flank, which, given the ops, seems unlikely, they're kind of content to let Dark Zero have these top 2 floors, work on the floorboards with the Buck, work on it with the Ram, and hunt for those picks. They're confident in their ability to lock down this site 5v5. No Nitro cells, no Echo. It's only Toxic Fades to actually deny this plant. Even though they have operators like Warden and Kaid who could have brought C4s, they chose not to bring it.
I mean, Monty's been open this whole time as well, and he's been brought one time.
Yeah.
The most powerful operator. You did crunch the numbers, came to that conclusion, and yet we just don't see him. I mean, there was a time a long time ago where when Lion was banned at basically 100%, teams still wouldn't bring him when he was available because you didn't scrim with him, you didn't use him. I very much doubt the same is there for Monty, but you never really know. Nave taking a lot of damage as the gas will linger inside of Small Bake, and now the Deimos mark on the Forest. Pambazoo will be credited with the kill, though it was Kobilax who was using the gadget to find his position. Kobe having 2 huge kills as a defender and the counter disable to win the round, and has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with 2 very quick kills. SSG as Benjamaster finds another. Ashen with the final kill onto NJR. What a huge round from Benja.
Let's fucking go. Good fucking shit. These guys are shit to themselves like we just got it. Let's go.
Lots of swearing.
Man, Benja's playing like a master baker. Playing inside of bakery, having a huge impact in multiple rounds on the bottom floor. He's able to somehow find the impact kills. They knew where he was at. They droned him from behind the bakery counter. But as soon as he got droned, he realized he got droned. Then he got flashed, he dodged the flash. He knew immediately, they flashed me, they're gonna walk in the bake door to try to punish me. They think I'm blind. What does he do? Pre-fires at head level, gets a free pick onto Kobe. Then he says, okay, they're probably also pinching me from small bake. I'm gonna swing the small bake door. Runs face first into a Flores and manages to get that kill as well. Then just for fun, a long angle shot through the bomb site to get a triple kill on the round. Ridiculous stuff. We'll watch it again from Benja as it was so beautiful. 1-2, and then the third from the long angle, closing out that round on the Pambazoo. That's the solid gameplay that we expect from Benja. He's been really heating up. 6 and 5, finally positive for SSG. It was a few rounds ago, Parker, that we discussed how whoever heats up first between Kobe and Benja will lead their team to win this game. And we've got our answer. It's been Benja.
NJR has started to find a little bit of momentum.
Yeah.
As has Benja, as you just talked about. And those 3 kills in particular were high value. Benja's been also providing strategies. There was one round where Benja did very little, but SSG gave him a lot of praise for coming up with the strat to get inside of the site. I hate to say it because it sounds mean, but Kobe again. Only 2 kills to his name. They were instrumental in winning a round. But beyond that, very little impact. 2 and 8 means he is 10 and 29.
Wow. Came into this with a -2 KD. This is going to be a big hit to his ratio. I'll also say we're in round number 11. It's 5-5. Both maps so far have ended 7-5.
Yep.
You got to wonder, first one to 6, the odds have been pretty good.
Well, I mean, the odds are 100% at this point.
That's pretty good.
You get to 6, you win the whole thing.
That's pretty good.
That's very good. Did your degree in math tell you that?
It did.
Very worth it. Again, just to talk about the numbers. Pambazoo is the only positive player on DZ. Bolo dies at the hands of Ashen. A swing in on White Stairs. They thought they had something going for it. Another Monty on the board for DZ as well as it encroaches on the space. A Nitro Cell tossed out. Pambazoo taking a lot of damage. Nafe will reaggress. and an explosion will go off. Not enough to damage and kill them, but enough to seriously limit their HP. J9O has died, so there's at least one kill from Dark Zero. But it's SSG very firmly in control at this point. Playing far enough back, very graciously letting Dark Zero take that top floor, Jesse. No, Pambazoo dropping Nafe. These are the silly little mistakes that a team that is fighting for its life, that has let their opponents get into their head, will make. A couple more of those and it's lights out for Dark Zero. SSG will be very glad to accept anything that DZ does wrong.
Up above now, full control still being held by SSG. This time is going very low. Dark Zero are going to be pushing with less than 30 seconds to go. Could be less than 20. Ashen starts it with a pick on a Nate. That's the Monty down, and he finds another Ashen! 4 kills through the round! He's just going to find NJR for the ace, and he's looking for it. No,
through the wall, Jesse. Hitting every goo mine on the way. Bogged down, swamped by Fultz, but it was Ashen to stun us in that round. Match point, series point, SSG.
That is going to be hard to come back from. Every game has ended 7-5 in this series. And that one, I mean, Dark Zero, they had the map control, but they had to go so chaotically into the site because they had no time at all. And Ashen capitalizes beautifully. 4 huge kills for the star player of SSG. Just 19 years old, but the impact this kid is having is ridiculous for Space Station. You can love him or you can hate him. You cannot deny his skill. 1 round will be all that it takes for SSG, a team who looked down and out after losing their map pick 2 hours ago, now have brought Dark Zero to the brink.
You are not floating!
I think Ashen can come up with a better zinger than you're not floating, though. Like, I mean, I think that's below his skill level.
Okay, it's that or it's 50 swear words. What do you want?
I'll take the swear words, thank you.
All right. All right.
Tonight's specials are you being told that you're balding, comments about you floating, or an odd assortment of 50 swear words. The swear words sound very nice. I'll get that.
You should work at a steakhouse. Be a good waiter.
Final round of regulation. DZ, the team on the ropes at the moment. The team so far in this series that has gotten to the 6th round first has gone on to win the 7th and the entire series with it. Map 1, it was Dark Zero to get their first. Map 2, it was Space Station, and now SSG 2 minutes and 20 seconds away from a reverse sweep. Pressure mounting for Dark Zero. They made quite a controversial move in the offseason, dropping their long-term IGL of Canadian, picking up Kobe to replace him, and giving the team over fully to Nafe. And it worked. In the regular stage of the NAL, DZ and Sonics were the 2 best teams after Sonics picked up Canadian as he was unshackled from Dark Zero. Sonics are still in this tournament. They play Team Liquid tomorrow. The winner of that matchup goes to main stage. The loser goes home. There's been a lot of comparisons between these teams, Jesse. Both succeeded after the roster moves, and there's no real animosity between the teams, but it's DZ right now facing elimination, and it might be at the hands of Canadian's old team of SSG2. Ashen drops. That's 18 kills in the ground for Space Station. Nafe is gone from Dark Zero. That's all of the logic bombs. Both serious losses to these teams.
Fault's a little isolated here on the top floor. His teammates are all beneath him, with the exception of J9O, who is inside a cocktail still. The Candelas, they won't be effective, nor will the smokes up against the Warden of Faults. That could provide a huge opportunity if they think he's blind. Inside a Cigar now, looking for this pick. He drops the hatch instead, gets out with his life. 4v4 though, and still shots firing towards him. Benja, his teammate in the meantime, taking down Pambazoo with the man advantage now.
Oh, J9O breaking through, reducing Dark Zero to just 2 players. Bolo and NJR. Both of them having a rough tournament. Both of them playing below their own skill levels, and SSG looking to exploit that in what could be the final round. Goodbye to NJR. It's all up to the father-to-be, Bolo himself. You ask, when does Bolo play? The answer, next event. Forest with the final kill, and Space Station moves one more day onward.
You got to feel for Dark Zero and their fans. What a way to go out against your North American brethren, being screamed at across the curtain, but they will be eliminated today. Their journey ends, and the experiment of dropping Canadian comes to a close. They'll be back to fight for the 6th Invitational, either in the quals or at the live event for SSG tomorrow. They continue to survive. We want to see a North American team in the quarterfinals. Just for the sake of the fans who will be attending here in person. Could SSG be that team?
There's only 2 left. If it's not SSG, it's got to be Sonics. The mayor himself, bad polling numbers coming in. Unfortunately, a rough go of it, and honestly, a very uncharacteristically bad performance for NJR. He is usually much better than those numbers, but he does not earn the blame. Nave giving a hug to Panbazoo, the one man who showed up through thick and thin, the one player who did every single thing in his power to keep this team competitive and to try to will Dark Zero onwards. But one man cannot do it all. You got to feel for every single team that gets eliminated, because every player arrives at a live event with the expectation that they could win it all. DZ certainly had those vibes. They played well in North America, but the success just did not come to them here in Montreal. And DZ, as their old slogan used to say, maybe still their slogan, DZ will go dark.
Pamba leaving nothing in the server today, but it's not going to be enough. Even NJR, I mean, we saw him performing all the way back in map number 1, back when DZ were flying high. They will get their chance at the 6th Invitational. Of course, Dark Zero making quite a run through the Manchester Major. Still have that spot. Lots to look forward to, but here in Montreal, their time is done. SSG. What a performance coming out from them. Benjamaster turning it up exactly when he was needed. It wasn't that long ago that Benjamaster was the MVP at the best tournament in the world on the best team in the world. He steps up big time late, but of course, it's Ashen, the MVP of the day, 18-6 on nap 3.
Tomorrow's matches have been locked in with SSG's victory, and it's SSG going up against Black Dragons, a team that finished in dead last in Brazil, yet fought tooth and nail through the LCQs, defeated the defending world champions, and every time you think you can kill them, they will not die. BD and SSG will fight for a spot on the main stage. Virtus Pro will face off against the last team to come out of APAC. That's Chiefs from Australia. And then Sonics and Liquid will be the 3rd match tomorrow. Well, the 3rd match in the sense that that's the 3rd one I'm talking about. We don't actually know the schedule just yet. We should have that soon for you. DZ goes home. They will join G2 and 3 teams from APAC. From Japan, Scarz. From Korea, it's D plus Kia. And from Southeast Asia, Elevate. 5 teams going home, 5 teams qualifying for the major. That means tomorrow, a very important day for 6 teams, and some could even call it a date with destiny.
The best day of Swiss every single time. The final day when it's do or die. Make the main stage or go home. That's what it's all been building for. SSG will be there. Sonics will be there. You've heard the teams. You know what's upcoming. It should be a fantastic day coming out for tomorrow. But Parker, I believe that is it for our games tonight.
That is correct. A man who goes by Forrest, but for a moment went by Fofosan XD. He had something to say to Nafe. Well, he's got a lot to say to Anne. Take it away.
That is true. And Forrest, I heard the cast just call you Fofosan XD. Is that a name that's any familiar to you?
It's a cursed name from United. I don't rep it anymore, but you know, I'll pay homage to it.
Awesome. Love to hear that. You have an awesome victory here today against a fellow NA team. Are you happy with the way your team played today?
It's much improvement to show like what we're really capable of, like closing games out. You know, obviously we struggled in the best of one so far, and haven't been able to edge out these maps. So today was really good resilience and showing that, you know, we're here to win this.
That's awesome. I mean, you won each other's map pick as well. Why do you think that is?
Consulate, we just choked. I think we just let it slip, and you know, we got bit so hard that you know, we gave him an inch, he took a mile from us. So just whatever at this point.
All right, okay. Well, we just found out what game you're playing tomorrow. Any spoilers on the stream, but you're playing Black Dragons tomorrow as the second game. How are you feeling about that?
Their competition, we treat them the same. You know, we've actually scrimmed every team who we've last 2 games. I think we've scrimmed every team for the major so far. So like we kind of already know what to expect from them, but they already know what to expect from us. So it'll probably be another tight game like today.
So you've looked into each other's cards at least coming into that game. Is there anything you want to say to the SSG fans watching?
Crank Station, let's keep going.
Awesome. Thank you very much for your time for us, and best of luck tomorrow as well. That was our final game on the A stream. Here we close off our elimination game and we send Dark Zero home. NA near the airport, 1 NA team, of course, still surviving. We have 1 more playing tomorrow as we are looking at our record. 3 more games we have tomorrow, and that means we only have the A stream running, and this is what the schedule will look like as well. The order of the games will start tomorrow with Chiefs going up against Virtus Pro. Second game, as we already just said, Black Dragons versus SSG. And then we're ending the game with Liquid versus Sonics. All these games are elimination games as well as qualification games. We have to send 3 more teams home and 3 more teams to those live finals. That'll be it for us here on the A stream today. A big thank you to all of the casters involved. A thank you to our production as well. We'll be back here tomorrow on the A stream, same time, same place. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Can get back to sight. Yes, on 2 HP he makes it, but no, he goes down. He can get brought back up again though. They're never going to keep him down. Don't get the reference. That one went right over your head. But us 30-plus-year-olds that are watching will have got it. In the doorway, Tex with the shield. It's Tex's round. That bald head shines bright. It's not the blitz shield that is blinding them, it's his head.
Everything's an island if you zoom out far.
Util usage coming out from you.
What do you want to say about that, stat boy?
Oh my, always is a target dummy. As he uses sprints up library stairs, Dan gets 2 of his own. It's all up to Shepard. There's a minute left. What is this round, Jesse? Good assessment. Nice shot on that.
Rookie Dreadmine as well. This player with the shotgun. Point blank, Pambazoo. The 2v5 turns to 2v3.
As a defender and the counter disabled to win the round, it has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with 2 very quick kills. SSG as Benjamaster finds another.
Man, Benja's playing like a master baker.